The head was green stone, and my father had a certain song he would sing in his chest when he was fitting the two pieces together. And that's the best way I remember him, humming that song I never knew the words to and being careful with his pipe, because it was from his father, who had gotten it from his father, who had never seen a horse or a gun or anything made from iron. I pulled the smoke in deep, held it, my eyes filling with blood from the warmth in my chest, making me feel pugunny again for however long I could hold this breath in. But then it went bad. I had breathed in fire smoke before, but this was the first Noppyquan tobacco I'd had since the Catman got inside me. All the Catman inside told me was to eat, though. He never told me what. The smoke in my chest was hardening, I thought at first, but that was wrong. It was choking every creek and river inside me that the blood used. It was squeezing them down, and when they were squeezed down like in a fist, they felt hard and stiff and dry, like I was dead, like the spring they came from had been packed with mud and rocks. I pushed back and stood up, waving my arms around, and my father's pipe fell from my hand, and the green stone broke open on the only rock in the ground, probably the only rock for 20 paces in every direction. I kept falling back into the lodge, the stakes holding the bottom of it to the ground held at first, but then the first came out, and the one beside it, and I was falling in, the lodge folding over me, but I didn't care. I couldn't breathe. The tobacco was choking me inside, not just where the blood goes, but it was taking my air, too. I slung the side of the lodge away, fought out, and looked down at my arm. It was so cold because there were black lines tracing through it like probably happened to your toes before they had to get cut off. My father had pushed back the other direction. I don't even know if he knew yet about the broken pipe. There was just me, his son, dying years before he was supposed to die, years after he had already died. I screamed loud enough that people from the camp might come over, and I fell to my knees, jerking and drawing in like this, like a dead man in the snow. My whole body was cold now, and I still wasn't breathing. All of Yellow on Top Woman's blood was coming up in drops through my skin, dressing me in red. I shook my head no, that this wasn't supposed to happen, not from something as simple and pugunny as smoking my father's pipe. And then, because the pain was making me back into a boy again, I looked up to my father, held my hands out to him for help. He was the only one. The last thing I saw was him reaching down for me, his face scared but also mad. And the next time I could see anything, it was him leaning over me, cutting into my chest with the broken stem of the pipe, digging with its sharp end into my skin, and then pushing my ribs apart. It didn't hurt my chest. It hurt deeper, because now he had to know his pipe was broken after all these years. The cut he was making was big and ugly like the hole you kick in the ground for your own dung when you're raiding. But my father finally got deep enough into my chest I could breathe, sort of. Through the pipe he'd stood up in me. It was like your chimney over there. I gasped in deep, but not deep enough. Just deep enough to be alive. I shook my head no because this wasn't going to work. And then my father stood, looked over to the camp. Camp had heard me. People were coming. No, no, my father said and kept saying, and everything went black for me. When I could see again, it was in pieces, and it was all stars rushing past, leaving their lights smeared behind, stars and my father's gray hair. He was running with me in his arms, to keep me away from the people, to keep my teeth away from them, my hunger. We ran all night, his legs as old as mine are now, but always know that a Pagunny can keep going all night when they're going toward the backbone. Yellow on Top woman could have stood from her death lodge and done it too, if she'd heard Tall Dog calling her from over there. Some of the kids the soldiers killed that morning they killed Heavy Runner could have also, if they hadn't had their faces crushed in with the butts of guns. Someday, when Chief Mountain crumbles into itself, all the Pagunny will run like my father did that night. By the time Sun Chief was making the sky light, there were trees above us. I don't know where my father was taking me, but it didn't matter, because I was already home, with him holding me to his chest. But then he stopped, and I could feel his voice even if I didn't understand it. He was talking your French language, the few words he knew. He was talking it to the trapper, and the trapper was saying it back but faster, until it became words I should have been able to understand, but now they were too far away and quiet. My father handed me across to him when the talking was done, and I could see past the trapper's thick arm. I could see behind me to my father, watching me leave with this funny old Napi-Quan trapper, and I tried to lift my hand to him, to point to the white lines scratching into the sky, opening it up like the night I was born. But I couldn't even move my hand. "What did you get yourself into down there, son?" the trapper, who I didn't think was really a trapper, said to me, breathing hard from going uphill, and I shook my head like this because I didn't know, but it hurt. The stem of my father's broken pipe was hitting on the side of the man's face with each of his steps, and it made the other end dig deeper into the hollow part of me in my chest. When I got too weak to draw air through it any more, the trapper turned to the side, breathed his own hot breath into it, waking me up again and again as we climbed higher and higher. My chest was full with the breath he gave me, but it was emptying fast, too fast, like you can hear me breathing now. But I won't cry in front of you, 3 persons. Not you. My pipe is empty now.
The Absolution of 3 Persons, April the 23rd, 1912. And now all the sausage is gone, as I didn't want it to go bad. My writing hand is leaving smudges of pungent grease on this paper that make it opaque, admitting the previous page's words through into this one, which is emblematic of the past rising, pushing through, insisting on making itself apparent to all. As for why I saved the sausage by eating it so, it's due to Frieda Zimmermann, wife of Heinrich Zimmermann, both of whom only bothered to learn enough of the American tongue to get along in town. Frieda Zimmermann, who but recently concluded her weekly visit, if I can call it that. In actuality, I couldn't convince her to step over the threshold into this chapel she's been in every Sunday for the last 2 years. To accommodate her obvious hesitation, I held my arm out to the whole afternoon awaiting us, and made suggestions that I had been about to step out anyway, to close my eyes and feel Sun Chief on my face, and let creation warm my soul. "Excuse?" Frieda said, kindly as ever, but her eyes betrayed the inner turmoil my falling unwittingly onto pagan terms had caused her. "The sun, the glorious sun," I corrected, tilting my face up to it as if luxuriating in its ineluctable warmth. "My life is a charade beneath even the lowliest mummer. Yes." "I don't," she said, looking this way and that for passers-by who could witness the farce we were engaged in. "We're still in God's house," I assured her in my most consoling manner, even blinking my eyes overmuch. Frieda Zimmermann gathered herself again, and finally said, "That sausage Erna left for you?" I nodded sagely, or attempted to affect that mien, after which Frieda Zimmermann relayed that it was her who implored Erna Schmidt to dress her sausage with those eggs. The eggs, being raw to my shaking, had indeed struck me as odd, but of course I'm never one to turn down future repasts. "Do you still have them?" Frida asked. They were as yet on a cloth in the parsonage, awaiting cooking. Frida Zimmerman quietly requested I retrieve them, which caused me to insist she come inside and rest her legs, please. She couldn't be convinced to, however. I limped away, moving at the only pace I have left, and returned minutes later with 5 of the eggs, the 6th having broken in the delivery between the pews. Frida hissed about this as she would at a child's sorry comportment. As for Frida Zimmerman herself, I must establish her character. She's one of the flock who remember and depend upon the superstitious ways of the old country, even when they by their nature refuse to reconcile with the faith. I, of course, can't condone this, yet I also know that when Frida Zimmerman dies, so much knowledge will go with her, both cultural lore and experience midwifing. Yet, this afternoon, she still had one delivery to make. She held the eggs in the cloth I had delivered them in and looked both ways down the street again, as if for anyone attempting to hear what she was about to tell me. 2 Sundays ago, she said, having drawn near for confidence, though any German words making their way into the street would fall on deaf ears. I suppose you saw Heinrich drinking from his flask during service? I stepped back as if aghast at this revelation, but of course I have been fully aware of her husband's tendency to sip from his poorly hidden flask. I assumed it was to keep his hands from trembling, which I can very much look past, suffering from the same cure myself. But evidently this pastor wasn't being charitable enough. "It's not what you think," Frida hissed, hitting me with the handkerchief she was using to cover her lips when she spoke, reminding me with that simple gesture that, though a pastor, I'm still but a man. "His stomach has been bad for years, and as he refuses the Chinese cure," her euphemism for laudanum, "he carries the morning's milk with him to take sips from when the need arises." "Would that he had not to suffer," I said, holding both my hands around one of hers and gazing imploringly into her face, like I would take her husband's stomach malady onto myself, if but I could. Frida shook my condolences off as there was something more pressing. "What, Frida?" I said, using her given name, which, for a woman of her era, is either an overstep or an invitation to honesty. "It had turned," she said, her whole torso hitching to say it, as if desperate to be rid of this. "Turned?" I asked softly. "It was fresh at that morning's milking," she said, her voice even lower now. "And it was fresh through the first half of your sermon. But then it wasn't." I continued holding her hand, unsure how spoilt milk was as dire as she was making it out to be. "But you had more at home?" I ventured. "Yes. No, that's not it, Pastor," she said. "Here." And she proceeded to carefully unwrap the eggs. After confirming yet again our relative solitude on the stoop of the church, she dropped one into the packed dirt just beyond the wooden planks. It crunched open as any egg would, exposing its yellow interior to the daylight. No sooner had it fallen open than a rangy, tan dog with black shot through its ragged coat was upon it, slurping up not just the yolk, but the shards as well. "I had to see," Frida said, and dropped another. It cracked as well, and was stolen by a small reddish dog that had been able to strike forward through the tall dog's legs. Good, Frida mumbled. She dropped another, which the tan dog and the reddish one were instantly fighting each other for, with the result being that a third dog, white with 3 legs, stood over the egg and, instead of eating it all at once, as the other 2 had, delicately licked it up while growling savagely to keep the other 2 at bay. "Maybe you're wrong, maybe you're just foolish," Frida said to herself, and then dropped the last 2 at once, as if cleaning her hands of this mission she hadn't wanted to be in on in the first place. The lead egg hit the ground, starting another row among the dogs. But the last one never hit. It was snatched from the air by an over-large terrier of a sort I hadn't seen before, as I would remember eyes such as these. They suggested an intelligence I wasn't completely at peace with. The dog stared at us with those all-too-human eyes, holding the shattered egg in its mouth. But then it opened its mouth, let the egg run out, uneaten. "Oh," Frida said, steeping her hands over her mouth and stepping back alongside me, though what protection I could offer, I know not. This egg's yolk and its clear barrier were oily black. The egg had turned, just like the milk had. "Nacht, Zara," I heard Frida mutter, only once, but once was enough. Having grown up with a mother who herself was filled with folk beliefs, I knew dimly of what Frida spoke. The Nachzera rises nightly from the grave to subsist on the lives of the living, and it does so until stopped. Before I could stop her, Frida was scurrying away, distancing herself from the church, because to her, and possibly for me as well, it's infested. I shook my head no, but was already asking myself if I could still subscribe to a secular understanding of Goodstab's tale. No, tales have morals, don't they? What he would lay at my feet instead is a dark gospel. Instead of writing more this night, I will instead be moving backwards through this log to retitle all the portions of the savage's story, and while I'm at it, I'll also scratch my own name off the front and inscribe deeply what this account is actually becoming, page by page, visit by unholy visit. Behind me now, Cordelia is mewing long and plaintively, and I know she's asking for another fresh egg, like was dropped between the pews but previously, which I've been trying not to hear her lick up bit by bit while I write this, her tongue a metronome of meat, steady in its hunger, implacable in its need. There are no fresh eggs any more, dearest Cordelia. I most humbly apologize. All we have left here is rot and decay. April the 25th, 1912. I have, for the first time during this, my first and last posting, circulated word that there will be no service this Sunday, the Feast of St. Mark. Instead, gentle people, your pastor may himself be the feast. I chuckle at the reversal. He who would aid in the transubstantiation of wine will himself be sublimated into a meal of blood. This must need be Goodstab's indirect objective, mustn't it? His breed is known for such daring acts. Counting coup, I believe it's called, which French derivation I initially took to be another jibe having to do with my surname, but further deliberations whispered to me that this is what he's been doing to this poor old man every Sunday last for near on 2 months. Counting coup, touching the enemy time and again as a show of power over him before finally striking the mortal blow, thus not only killing him, but shaming him en route to that eventuality. All that remains is that mortal blow. Unless I can convince Sheriff Doyle of the threat in his constabulary that's already dispatched our postmaster, a Pinkerton man, and the better part of a family out of San Francisco. Cordelia sits now in my lap, watching these words appear on the page from, in her limited perspective, out of the ether. Never mind the color, dear cat. This isn't ink I write in. These are my tears on the page. And I apologize beforehand for the tight and darkened confines of the closet I'd take you to again but shortly. I would leave you a candle, but I fear returning to my church ablaze. I fear, that I would look up at those flames, not considering their heat, but nodding about their familiarity, and then, this being the proper home for one such as I, step up, duck in, and pull the tall door shut behind me with finality. April the 26th, 1912. My efforts to convince Sheriff Doyle have resulted only in isolating me more. I check the rafters continually for good stab, but if he's up there, then these old eyes can't detect him. I would trust Cordelia's better sight, but the moment I opened the door of the closet upon my return, to grievously announce my not surprising failure as regards Doyle, she screeched past me with such desperation that I had to return with a candle to inspect the limited environs of the closet. It was empty, as is the chapel, the various storage spaces, the rafters again, and, presumably, though I am not of steely enough nerve to brave the walk as of yet, the parsonage. Yet I feel distinctly observed, and, as Cordelia has made her temporary escape, I can't trap her in my lap to serve as my better ears. And so I sit here alone, uncaptured, yet captive. Was this afternoon's sally my last walk about town? I think perhaps yes. As finding Doyle is a continual matter of chance, his patrol having no set path, Custer County being large and wide, I, of course, went first to his office. Though unlocked, it was absent of any lawman who could direct me. The porch of the lodging-house was my next gamble, as the denizens there would have hallooed the good sheriff had he passed there. I never made it to the lodging-house, however. Instead, over the back of a cart whose driver wasn't at the reins as he was inspecting the forehoof of his horse, I saw a neat bowler I recognized with a start, and no small degree of both hope and trepidation. I had set out to find the local law, but was there now another Pinkerton man in town to find the one now missing, just as the one missing had been curious about the 6 lost decades before? I worked my way around the stalled cart to call this man down, but saw he was already ducking into the second of our local saloons, where I had acquired the bottle I traded to Saul Bertram and his cohorts. Mose the taverner nodded to me, limping in from the daylight, but I was already fixated on the bowler hat that was ducking through the back door. At the last moment, however, the wearer of that Pinkerton hat chanced to look back, and, of course, it was Early Tate, yet in possession of Dove's headwear. He tipped it to me, flashed his smile of rotting teeth, and slipped away, I think to the Jakes immediately behind the saloon. "Reverend," Sheriff Doyle said then from the table he was holding court at. I winced at this appellation, but sat down regardless. The 2 business owners he'd been deliberating with rose, made their excuses, and stepped back to their establishments, the discussion evidently having been not meant for the ears of a man of the cloth. "What brings you to this, Sheriff Doyle said, struggling for the right term. "Den of conviviality," I supplied with forced lightsomeness, as Mose was surely within hearing, and you always want to be in the good graces of the Ost, as a certain group of travellers call the Tapestier. Doyle shrugged maybe to my conviviality prod and slowly rotated his hat counterclockwise on the tabletop, as if attempting to dial the hands of time back to before my interruption. "He came back," I led off with, having no time to set the plate out for what I intended to feed him. "This Indian," he said, using, I believe, the same paternal tone that judges the breathless testimony of a child, frightened after dark. "He was the one responsible for the previous humps," I insisted. "The ones Mr. Clarkson knew about." "You know this how?" he asked back. "He told me," I assured him. "In his youth he slaughtered whole encampments of hunters and skinned them just like these are being skinned." "Just one man?" Doyle asked. "He claims to be more than that," I told him, not blind to how that must sound. Doyle absorbed this, his eyes moving across the empty saloon. "Drink, father," he said, pushing the bottle he was working on nearer to me. "You have to stop him," I said, or rather adjured with all the desperate conviction I had. "He still has. I know he still has one more of those San Francisco men out there in a dugout somewhere." Doyle was staring right at me now. Dugout, he finally said. He's time and again, in his confessions, he keeps mentioning dugouts, I said. I think he does that as a way of telling me where he is, should I wish to find him. Do you wish to find him? Doyle asked. I don't need to, I told him. He comes to me. And you're sure of this dugout? He asked. You would, swear to it on your good book? I and my congregation both, I lied, the unspoken portion of that being, I'm ashamed to say, a threat of sorts. Bringing the body of my congregation into this was my indirect way of forcing Doyle to count their votes, as it were, and what his next election might mean with or without them. A dugout, he repeated. Just go look, I begged, prostrating my voice, if not my corporeal self. Then, lower, I added, nudging the bottle back his direction. You could make an afternoon of it, could you not? At my expense, of course. I can settle up with Mose. Doyle considered this, judged the remainder of the bottle, and finally, without affirming his course of action, as he wished it to be his decision rather than a result of my urging, he stood, the neck of the bottle in hand, and made his exit. Settle up, you say? Mose called from behind the bar, washing a glass with a cloth that hadn't been wiped for years, I dare say. Of course, I told him, and waited at the bar for him to collect his tally of debtors, to which my name would now be appended. In his search for a pencil, as well as the tally itself, I leaned back against the bar and studied his place of business. There was the customary buffalo head mounted over the door, and, wherever possible, there were the rifles and pistols riders of the range find nearly daily out in the grass, rusting into the earth. It would seem that Mose provides a free drink or some such for these trophies of yesteryear. Tracking a line of pistols, all in the same configuration, up the wall, I found myself enchanted instead by the chandelier hanging from the tall ceiling. It was an agglomeration of Sharp's rifles that had, at one time, all been leaned together at the barrel over a fire, such that they melted and sagged together to finally achieve the visual effect of straw that's been cut, raked, and bound together at the top in weight of collection. The chain they dangled on was thick, perhaps nautical. The chain back to Goodstab's dark gospel was even thicker. I scurried away before Mose could find that prophesied pencil, and out in the bright daylight of the street was apprehended by Amos Shortribs. Well, I claim apprehended, but in truth he was merely watching me from the trough he was washing his shirt in. I believe it was a shirt, as he wasn't then wearing one. I was holding his amused eyes, amused by what I had not an inkling, when the door I had but stepped through opened into my back. It was Early Tate, fresh from the Jakes, his step both lighter and less urgent, a detail I deplore having to stoop to capture on this greasy page. "Preach," he said in passing, turning to get past me. When he was ducking past, I chanced to see the oily black feather he had jauntily worked into the silken band of the bowler. I snatched it as a boy might snatch a sweet from a tray passing by at his level. With Early Tate past, I could see Amos Shortribs was yet watching me, as if waiting for something. What I did by instinct, not planning. It was to lick one side of the feather and press it into my forehead. Amos Shortribs stood quickly, no longer amused, and, though this limp precluded me catching him, I was standing in the doorway of his canvas tent, but slightly later. This time, instead of bacon, I had procured another bottle from Mose. For this he had found the tally, the fabled pencil. I am in deeper with him than I would wish, yes, but that matters not to a dead man. "Tell me," I said to Amos Shortribs, touching my forehead again with the feather, which refused to maintain its perch on my brow. Amos Shortribs eyed the bottle, turned away as if in pain or reluctance, but finally he faced me again. A moment later he had the bottle, was uncorking it and drawing deep. Instead of asking, I waited for the spirits to have their multiloquous effect. As Amos Shortrib's manner of speech declined over the course of the gifted bottle, I here deliver his recounting in my own words. Yes, that feather, it reminded him of someone from the before days. It was a renowned medicine man named Happy, who had gone to the mountains for his vision and had one unlike any other. As with all things Indian, it came in fours. First, the morning star appeared with a spirit buffalo. Next, this morning star placed his hand in the fire without injury. Third, sad for the fate of his people, what had happened and what would happen, the fabled morning star cried blood at one point, which is where he got his name among the Blackfeet, the full blood. As in, he was so full that it was spilling out of him. Fourth, he burned the backbone and his spirit buffalo both, but walked through the fire for the boy who would become Happy, and flew with him back to camp, leaving a single raven feather to assure Happy that he would never be alone in the world. When Amos Shortribs was done and nodding off over his bottle, I said to him, "This full-blood Blackfeet, he takes no scalps, does he?" Amos Shortribs looked up to me, his eyes watery and unfocused. "Two different people," he said. Obviously, one a divinity, the other a monster. I didn't correct him. April the 28th, 1912. Good stab is gone again, and I remain whole and intact. Possibly because, in addition to the bottle I delivered to Amos Shortribs, I also got onto Moses' tally for the pack of Chesterfields he had in his chest pocket, not including the one he had tucked behind his ear. I haven't smoked since the day of the Quirly and the cheroot, when tobacco perforce replaced meals for long and painful trudges through the gathering snow. But my lungs remembered what Poitevins' thinking self had forgotten. Any Frenchman I must hide under their nom de plumes, and I relaxed into myself for the first time in days. In addition to the instantly felt medicinal benefits, this Chesterfield, being mass-produced, was easier to draw through, and the straightness of its shaft was comforting, in that its regularity suggested a modern world where order reigned supreme, each cigarette like the previous one, in a line extended back and back, soldiers in a column, advancing steadily and implacably forward to bring civilization to the savage wilds. Better yet, there were 18 more in the troop after this one, and their inhalation wouldn't be stymied by tapping leaf out and rolling it with unsure hands, then licking it shut with a tongue long gone dry. Whatever was now due Mose for this, it was worth it. To say nothing of the fact that its vituperative tinge in my blood, cogito, has to be the sole factor that kept Goodstab's teeth from my neck. I know not why mere tobacco, inert as it is, would deal so violently with the otherwise resistant constitution he claims, but I do know that any effort to tempt him to smoke with me, thus incapacitating himself, would only hasten my inevitable end. But I can use these Chesterfields as ward, I warrant, against his teeth solely, I mean, not to forfend his corrupt and corrupting presence, as illustrated by, well, smoking that first Chesterfield and thereby joining arms with the contemporary world for a moment, I wasn't as alone in the chapel as I assumed I was. Peering through the smoke I was exhaling, I finally, as must happen when sitting in a pew, looked higher, to that which I no longer see, due to his constant presence. I speak, of course, of Jesus on his cross, looking down on us all, his pain and suffering graven in wood, his skin not pale and sunless like mine, but leathery and brown from his long walks across the deserts of his world. As I watched, he spasmed forward and coughed from my exhaled smoke. I turned to run, and of course fell with the first step, my bad foot betraying me as ever, so I didn't see Goodstab extract himself from his cruciform perch, leap all that distance down, and retrieve the robe he must have secreted in the pulpit. Neither did I hear him, which made his descent even more ominous. I did apprehend him standing in the aisle at the end of the pews, however, waiting for me, his dark spectacles already covering his eyes, his hands hidden in his sleeves. I collected myself as best I could and stood, dusting off the knees of the white robe I was now wearing, and this Christ who wasn't removed his darkened spectacles ear by ear, the leftmost one getting momentarily caught up in his long hair, which caused him to let it all down and then recapture it, smooth it into the gathered tail that ran down his back now. Not the 3 short braids of the Blackfeet, the pedant in me noted. "Allow me 3 persons," he said. And while I gathered myself, leaning on a pew and coughing, the pack of Chesterfields in my hand like a shield, he went from candle to candle around the chapel, pinching the flames away but delivering the last flickering one to me so I could place it where I would, not stranding us in the complete darkness I troth he would prefer. I used the candle to light my next cigarette, then drew deeply, turned to the side to breathe it away. "Do you miss it?" I asked, about the smoke swirling and eddying above us. Goodstab nodded reluctantly, perhaps bitterly, that he did miss smoking, yes. "All the things that made me Bikuni are like that now," he said, dissipating the smoke with the back of his hand. "Including death?" I said. Not expecting an answer to a statement as rhetorical as this, I held my hand out to the side, offering the same pews we'd previously stationed ourselves at. Goodstab considered me a moment more, then nodded, took his customary seat, his hands now clasped again between the knees of his robe. "So you start to believe," he said about what I was smoking and how poison it was to him. "Those 50 caliber rifles you left over that cook fire," I told him, "they're hanging in an establishment down the street." "Melted guns are what proves it to you?" he asked, either impressed or incredulous. "The nail in the coffin, you could say," I said. "I'm sorry I have no food to offer," I told him. "For you to decline, I mean." "Do you not hear?" he asked back. I tilted my head as if to listen to the subtle, divine mechanisms of the universe, but all I heard was the pregnant emptiness of the chapel. "Out there," Goodstab said about the front door. "Do you mind?" I asked. When he didn't, I rose to inspect and found on the church's stoop some 8 or 9 formally covered dishes, most likely delivered en masse, so I might have, or at least have access to, the strength necessary to either recover from whatever malady I suffered that was causing me to forego services, or, if word of Erna Schmid's spoiled egg was being passed along, then these meals were of the sort left after funeral services. It mattered not. The dishes were formally covered because all the dogs of Miles City were feasting on them, the towels the food had been under scattered, the dishes either broken or currently breaking, the dogs delirious with this gift. Not wanting their attention, I closed the door but gently and locked it firmly. When I returned to the pews, Goodstab was looking up at the now empty crucifix on the grand wall behind the pulpit. "Where did you put him?" I asked. "Nepequans must hate him," Goodstab said back, still looking up there. "Every chance you get, you pin him up there like that at his worst moment. Is it to remind him of his pain, should he ever return?" "Return he will," I informed Goodstab with all the confidence my station provides. "Not if you don't find where I put him," Goodstab said, holding my eyes. "I know that boy's name was Happy," I told him then. It was a blundering ambush, but it was all I could muster. Goodstab considered me long about this. "Does the secular nature of his spiritual awakening say anything about the validity of what you call your religion?" I asked, fully expecting this to be the thing that killed me. It would have been a good death for a man of the cloth. Does the absence of your savior tell you anything about yours? Goodstab asked back, however, either unfamiliar with the term secular or dismissing it entire. Is he not insulted if his head now sits at the bottom of the trough out there in the street? Like Lavinius Clarkson's flag, I added, dourly. Was it only his? Goodstab asked back. I thought it was a blanket for all you Americans to hide under. One you would rip away, I muttered, swallowing to be so bold. It flew above the bear the day they killed Heavy Runner, Goodstab said back without pause. It flies above every camp of dead Indians. I will always pull them down. You put your reminders of pain on the wall and pray to them. We still hurt, so we don't need that reminder. Why are you here? I asked then. Why me? Can you do me that dignity at least? Do you deserve my attention, three persons? Goodstab said more than asked, if I'm to be honest. Do you really wish to be absolved? I said back with the same intonation, or lack thereof. Do you? He said to me. I said, you say you've killed some 50... But he interrupted me with, I'll give you the count when the count is done. The meaning I take from that, and that I took in the moment as well, is that I'll be among that number. But know that it will be more than the number of toes you lost in the snow, he added. You've killed more than 3 in the last 2 weeks alone, I told him. 1, he corrected, holding his finger up to show he meant a single week. But thank you for sending your sheriff out into the grasslands. Does he still have his skin? I asked. Goodstab just stared at me, but then he finally said, 2 of the dogs at your door are pregnant, both by the same father. He raised his nose and sniffed to show me how he knew, or rather, to let me know how acute his sense of smell was in this moment, which served as answer enough about Doyle, though a scratch of beard on Goodstab's jaw could have done the same. It takes a while for such characteristics to present themselves, I know, and I presume he knows as well, better than I. To the contrary, however, a single cigarette had already quelled the trembling in my fingers, its effect felt immediately. Of course, more Chesterfields will be required by midday tomorrow, I expect. And yes, I do indeed feel the guilt of having directed Doyle out to some imaginary dugout where, isolated, Goodstab could do violence to him. However, corollary to this is the necessity that, while I was considering the first of my Chesterfields, Goodstab, but recently returned from his fatal errand out on the prairie, had to have been moving like a spider across the ceiling above me, and maybe more than once, as he would also have to remove the statue, behead it, and deposit that head in the trough. I would like to say I've since collected that sacred visage, wooden locks and beatific mien and all, but when I opened my door to test whether I had the mettle to do so after Goodstab's departing, that head had already been returned from whence it came, or to the church's stoop at least. I trust this was boys in the street who didn't want to be accused of having done anything wrong or sacrilegious, yet knew that if they were seen with such a holy artifact, dripping a mix of water and horse mucus and the leavings of Amos Shortrib's ablutions, they would taste the switch and possibly the strap. Oh, to be so young and easily punished again, if only for one eternal afternoon. Sitting with Goodstab earlier, however, I was as yet unaware of any such return. I was still being forced then to picture Doyle skinned out in the prairie, and my unwitting complicity in such an abhorrent act. Just take me in their stead, I finally said. They've done you no injury, no insult. You want to be up there yourself, Goodstab said about the crucifix. He wasn't as wrong as I would have preferred. What man of the cloth doesn't harbor such private fantasies? Then let the last one go, the one from California. I pled with all the earnestness I could express. As a favor to me. If there is another, Goodstab said with a devious grin, you don't even know him. Any life is precious, I muttered, my quiet objection meant to be more compelling the less loudly I delivered it. This caused Goodstab to actually laugh, such that he had to turn away, cover his mouth. When he came back to me, his eyes were rimmed red. I had to suck air through my teeth. Goodstab understood what I was seeing, what he was showing, and blinked that redness away, drinking it back in, I have to believe. Your cat man was able to die, I said then. Why are you so different than him? Am I? Goodstab said, then shrugged, added, I still had the hide hunters to make cry. The men who were shooting the herds, I said. He didn't have to affirm this, but I did note how the fingers of his hands clenched together in response. In memory, perhaps. So you kept doing that? I asked. They're the ones who kept doing it, he said, looking directly at me for a moment. But the buffalo were all gone by the 80s, I said to him. And so were many of these hide hunters, he said with a lecherous grin. They were just making a living, I countered. The chuckle this elicited from him was no longer an expression of mirth, but something more violent and dangerous. Let me ask you something else, then, I began. You say horses are skittish around you because of what you are, because they can sense your true nature, yet these buffalo you raised from calves became accustomed to your presence. Are you now accustomed to your missing toes? He asked back. Do you fall every second step, or are you able to make it up and down this aisle? The answer to this was beneath giving voice to. But could you, in the same way, raise a horse from a foal and accustom it to you? I pressed. And when I return to him in the night, covered in blood, he said back, when he rears and slashes his hooves at me, would I let him run away, forever haunted, or would I, in anger or betrayal, cut the back of his leg, or slash his eyes? And how would I live with that betrayal? How do you live with having drunk that old woman? I asked weakly. He nodded. This was the crux, yes. She's not the only one, he said, as if punishing himself with the confession. Not the only old Blackfeet? I asked. If you ask why I hate myself, he said, I'll tell you it's because by taking the lives of the elders, I'm stealing wisdom from the Pukuni. They're the only ones who remember the old days and the old ways. Them and you, I said. The people might listen to the full blood, he said, were he ever to walk down from the backbone. But they would never listen to ticks no scalps. What about Goodstab? I asked. Would they listen to him? They don't remember him, Goodstab said. I wouldn't either. His life was thrown away. He didn't matter at all to anyone. He couldn't even protect his wives and children. It's good that Beaver Chief made him cry. Cry red, I added. On the inside, Goodstab said. My tears, they're like yours, 3 persons. How do you know I cry? I asked. He looked up to me in a way that told me how weak this question was. I can hear your stomach making its hungry noise, he said. The dogs are eating my dinner, I said back with obviousness, and made sure he observed the next deep inhalation of smoke I took, so he could clock how long I made myself hold it, hopefully suffusing my very essence with the dread tobacco. Do I need to put this out? I said with false imploringness. Goodstab shook his head no, but slowly watching me the while. I would like to see your missing toes for myself, he finally said. It made them cold in my boot, their ghosts curled in, trying to hide. So you can draw blood through them as you did the boy's missing fingers? I dared to say back. It should have been the thing that killed me, I know. Again and again I was asking him to reach across with the nails he claimed were sharp and hard, draw them quickly but surely across my throat, letting flow the blood I judged he was here for, so this could finally all be over. "You think I've done something to your little hunter," he said back about Cordelia, nodding to himself. "I haven't, and I won't." "Kindred spirits?" I asked. "Cats eat doves," he said back. It was peculiar enough that I, as surely intended, unpacked it exactly as he meant me to. I disallow him a sophisticated vocabulary, yes, but his acumen I can't question, except insofar as it seems to be tempered by a certain playfulness. In a poet or other writer this would be an admirable trait, a defining characteristic. In a savage with nefarious intent, I have to take it as merely another weapon to wield against an old man. "Why are you here?" I finally had no choice but to ask, in hopes I could at least assign a purpose to my coming death. However, in my phrasing I detected the undercurrent I would never intend, but which good Stab had now made me sensitive to. My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" To which good Stab might in keeping but reply, "I thirst." Good Stab was right, however. My stomach does speak to me about its hunger now, these hours later, which have passed like the merest of minutes. And the dogs, the last time I checked, have stationed themselves on my stoop, as this is the place where food once appeared. It may yet again. The only time they slunk off, tails between their legs, ears flattened to their skulls, eyes averted, was when Good Stab walked out the front door, parting them. As to his answer to my question about his purpose for seeking my company, he considered the question for a long moment, then finally looked to the side, said, "Because you remember too, though you pretend it never happened." I swallowed, the sound roaring in my ears. "I'm here to remind you," he said. His fingers were ringing each other again. "Then please do," I said to him, waiting for his eyes to find mine again. When they did, I placed my right hand over my chest, said, "You listen with a good heart?" Good Stab interrupted with a sharp, cornered grin, the likes of which I would only ascribe to the pit. "I listen with the only one I have," I told him. The Nachtzera's Dark Gospel, April 28, 1912.
Rising from the pipe I had smoked with Wolfcalf took 2 winters. 2 winters with Noppy, the old trapper, mumbling to me in the dugout. His words were like the splashing of a stream that never freezes. The stories he told and kept telling were from before he made the world, about how the stump left behind when a beaver chews a tree down looks like a little Pagani lodge. And they were from that afternoon, too, about the berries he wanted being reflected in the water, about bobcats having tails and then not having tails, about when the stars fell from the sky and who went out to catch them, who hid from them, and all of his words rolled over rocks and dipped under branches, and they carried me through my long, cold fever. And I can't tell which moon it was when he started switching in a Napiquan word for a Pagani one. But that's what he was doing. At first it would be buffalo instead of the right way to talk about blackhorns. But then he would trade in 2 words instead of 1, talking about a buffalo bull now after I already knew buffalo. And then, like he was forgetting we were in the backbone, a whole mouthful of American at once, where I could only hear a word or 2, and have to figure the rest out. After doing this, he would laugh in his old man way that's mostly a wheeze, and he would look over to me, his eyes the eyes of a boy or girl getting away with something, and wanting to keep on getting away with it for a little bit longer. This is how he pushed me from the camp of the Pagani to the town of the Napiquan. It was slow at first, like he was walking ahead of me but looking back to make sure I was keeping up. But then it happened all at once in a single afternoon, fast enough that I threw up red onto the floor of the dugout. Your American words were coming over me like heavy wet snow sliding down the mountain, not caring what was in their way. The words picked me up and carried me with them, inside them. They were all around me. When I opened my mouth, they were the only thing I could breathe. Taking them in burned inside at first, but then, like bees coming back to their nest, each one found its little hole to sleep in, that it fit in, and having them inside wasn't cold or hot anymore. It's why I can talk to you like this. I think Noppy wanted me to be able to, because he saw you, three persons. He never knew your name. He never sat across from you like this in one of your holy places, but all the way up in the backbone he felt what you did, and it made him cry. It makes me cry too. I'm still crying in here. I always will be. You were saying the Catman could die, so I can the same. I know this, and I know how. I could eat only dirty faces for 3 winters, for 4 winters, handfuls of them every day, drinking one and then another, and at the end I wouldn't be a 2-legged anymore. My nose would twitch. I would scurry alongside things to stay away from open sky, and I would forget who I used to be. Would just be a big dirty face that keeps eating other dirty faces, and so I would become more and more one of them, and never know to come back. But I haven't done that yet. It's because I had to wait, 3 persons. I had to wait for you to come back to Nitoksanan. That means our place, Pagani territory, where we've always lived and always will live. Now you have that word inside you like a bee, but because it's Pagani, it probably will sting you the whole way in until it dies from it. You can write the word in your paper book like the rest of this if you want. That book you keep in that square of skin I left you. But I only know how Nitoksanan feels in my mouth and my ear, not how it looks in a book. But I'm telling you about those 2 winters with Noppy in his dugout, when I could sit up again on my own. He was at the kettle, poking the fire just to watch the sparks, I think. I never figured out where the smoke from his fires went, but 2 days' walk from the backbone I've seen springs that bubble like a cooking pot, and I think that under them are Noppy's cook fires, because he has dugouts all over. It's how he keeps from being bothered. It's how he hid where we were, those 2 winters, and all the moons between them. "Ho, welcome back," he said without turning around. "What happened?" I asked, touching my lips like scared of them, because it was your Noppy-Quan words coming out of them. At first I thought I'd eaten enough hide hunters that all their tongues were swimming in me now, but then I remembered Noppy's steady voice talking for so long. "That tobacco squeezed you inside for 2 winters, Noppy said with a shrug. "It didn't want to let go." "2?" I asked back, this time in Pagani, to be sure I still could, to be sure that I hadn't lost that, along with everything else Pagani that was already gone. Noppy turned around, said in your American, "It would have been 3 if my old friend Wolfcalf hadn't brought you to me." This is when I remembered my father, running with me. I had to look away from Noppy, but still a red tear fell down my face. I touched it with my finger and put it back on my tongue. And the taste, it wasn't white clay people. It wasn't Pagani. It wasn't Noppy-Quan. It was long legs, and real bears, and black horns, and wags his tails, and big mouths, and little big mouths, and long tails, and quaking leaf trees, and everything that lives in the backbone. No, that's not the way to say it. It was everything the backbone is shaped from. When I turned back to Noppy, he was watching me figure this taste out. "You're hungry again," he said, and walked over to me, held his arm out like this, showing me the part here, above the inside of the wrist. Already there were marks there from teeth. It was nothing but scars all over each other like knots tied in the skin. I didn't want to, but my body remembered, my mouth remembered. My teeth were already coming out. I latched on, drank deep, and Noppy sucked air in his nose, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The only reason it didn't kill him like the rest was because he can't run out of blood. But it did hurt him. When my side was starting to bulge in the weak place where it splits when I drink too much, he hit me away with this part of his other hand, breaking my mouth off his wrist. I fought back for more because the cat man in me is still trying to kill me. He always will be, but Noppy pushed me back into the robes I'd been sweating in and freezing in, turned back to what he was cooking. "That's the last time," he said, his eyes hot from how much I'd drank. "Now you can feed yourself again, can't you?" "I don't like that way," I told him. "You hunted for your food before this happened to you," he said back to me. "Blackhorns," I mumbled. "Not people. Not Pagani." I didn't have the taste of Yellow on Top woman in my mouth anymore, but I had it in here still. It made me keep having to turn my head to the side in shame. "I can smoke another pipe," I said like a child would. "You think I'll tend you better again," he said back, which was telling me he wouldn't, that he already had once, and it took 2 years of him staying in one place. "Thank you," I told him. "It wasn't for you, good stab," he said, tasting what he was cooking and nodding about it with his eyes shut. "It was for the buffalo and the black feet, and the backbone too." "But you said we trade it for food," I said like a question. "Just because they put a fence up and call it theirs doesn't mean it is," he said back with a shrug. "They don't belong to it." "We do," I said. "All Pagani know this." Noppy nodded, slurped another spoon of his soup in, and held it in his mouth for a long time before swallowing. When he turned to fill the bowl, the cat man in me, but probably me too, we came for his back, because if I drank and drank from him, maybe I would never have to again. But I was too full already, and sluggish from it, so couldn't move fast enough. Before I could get my teeth into him, he stepped to the side, balancing his bowl away without spilling any, and he watched me fall, looked down on me unable to get up now that I was slowing down more and more, the blood in me trying to find where it went. My eyes losing his edges so he was just mixed colors, then a big grin hanging against the dirt wall. Then he closed his mouth. Was gone. "Sleep, good stab," he said from I couldn't tell where. Inside of me it felt like, but also around me, like the dugout was him, and I was in it, safe. I didn't know anything again until Sun Chief was in the sky again. I could tell because the flap of the dugout was open. I didn't dream that night because I can't. But Noppy's blood was strong enough that I stayed awake a little bit. Like when the white scabs bring its fever and you don't know if you're alive anymore or dead. I was back under Chief Mountain again, and the soldiers had already shot Hunts to the side, and my leggings were wet from the beaver pond I'd been in. And when I'd looked to the soldiers now, yelling at each other in the cold, their breath white clouds, I was watching their lips, because now I knew their words. They thought Hunts to the side was Mountain Chief. They'd been sent to be ready for Owl Child to make his run for the backbone. But instead of catching him, they'd caught our main war chief, trying to hide away to make war later. One of them was yelling to the rest that the old one was for him, that he wanted that gray hair hanging off his saddle. Another was screaming about the cat man in the cage, asking what he was, what he could be, what he looked like, and another soldier, this one with sad eyes and a thick black mustache on each side of his mouth, was saying a word for the cat man I didn't know, because Noppy had never said it. What I do remember is that, while I was seeing all this from so long ago, when I was standing there again about to die, I heard a slapping and looked behind me for what it was, and it was me. I had a big flat beaver tail and was hitting it on the snow hard and fast, trying to warn Heavy Runner on the bear, to tell him that his name paper wouldn't save his camp. Then I was sitting up, shaking, the robe around my shoulders like this. I hadn't fallen with the robe, so this meant Noppy had laid it down over me. I'd looked around for him, but the dugout was empty, the kind of empty a cave or den is in summer, when nothing slept in it for many moons. Noppy was gone. I could tell because he'd taken his iron kettle with him, and because he'd drawn one day of a winter count in the dirt of the wall. I kept the robe around me, and, not needing fire because I'd just fed and my eyes were like this, I read the story Noppy had put on the wall. It was a river with a long hill, and then another hill by it, and in the water and in the grass were Noppy soldiers, all of them dying or already dead. At first I thought it was the bear, that this was Heavy Runner like that boy had told me about, but the hills he had drawn aren't on the bear. Where Heavy Runner's camp was shot, there's a tall crumbling bluff, like this, straight up and down. And the soldiers weren't all dead there. It was us who were dead that day. And then I saw the necklace people sign Noppy had drawn for the Indians killing the soldiers, which is how I knew they weren't Pagani. And then I stepped back fast when I remembered Noppy telling me the story of this, as he drew it, when I was sick. It had been a way for him to make me talk like you. He called the war chief dead on the side of the hill son of the morning star, even though he was just a Noppy with long yellow hair and fancy clothes. This is how I learned about all the soldiers we killed at Greasy Grass. It made me proud, it filled me up, but it also emptied me back out, because you can't kill all the soldiers. Whatever ones you do kill, there's always more of them getting off the boat again, and even more of them being born, back where you Noppy are from. I rubbed the drawing of them out, pushed dirt over the embers of the fire, and stepped out into the light, the robe still wrapped around me like this even though I didn't need it. When I looked back to the flap, it was already gone, was that soft brown rock again. How had that old trapper even gotten in there? I touched the rock with my fingertips to be sure, and when I held my hand there, I remembered it had been Noppy, not a Noppy trapper. It took me years to be like this, where I can remember it. It's because I carry a piece of the backbone with me, this smooth rock from a creek. I can touch it whenever I need. For the first few years, every time I went out into the grass to feed or to make the hide hunters cry, I would forget those 2 winters. The way I would remember them instead was that wolf calf had left me there against a tree to die. But I lived like a weasel, eating whatever little 4-leggeds I could from the grass, always starving but never quite dying, until I finally pulled something bigger down, something with enough blood that I could get something bigger than that, and finally started finding people to latch onto, so I could get strong enough to go on 2 legs again. But then I would place my hand to the ground up in the backbone, to a tree, to a long legs that died in winter, and those 2 winters would come back to me so fast that I would have to suck air in my nose. After those 2 winters, I knew stories Otter Goes Back had never even known, that Peasy had never known, that my father never knew, that his father's father probably never knew. And I knew more about Beaver Chief now, because he had been a friend and tormentor of Noppy, depending on which moon it was, and how Noppy was acting, what he was doing to stir things up. But I couldn't tell any of these stories at camp, because they wouldn't let me walk among the lodges. They wouldn't let me sit by the fire. You ask why I don't eat dirty faces like I was saying. You're little hunter's mice, and that's another reason. When I die, all of Noppy's stories die with me. Tall Dog was sad about the bundle he'd found in the camp of the dead, and how he had to leave it there to blow away and become nothing. And now I'm that bundle, sitting in the camp, of all the people I've had to feed on since the Catman. Their dead eyes watch me. Someday I will dry up and blow away like they're waiting for, I know. But not today, 3 persons. Not yet. Anyway, your little hunter has taken all the mice from this place, hasn't she? You Napiquan, you call a place your own, and you bring a cat like her in to keep other things out. You say this is yours, and nothing else can come in. The Pagani should have learned from you when your trappers first started coming in, when the great father's boatmen were there on 2 medicine that day for calf-looking and wolf-calf. We never called this place ours like that, though. But that didn't mean it was yours. Put up all the fences you want. Pagani know what to do with fences, 3 persons. And we know what to do with the Napiquans who hammer them into the dirt, too. When Chief Mountain finally crumbles, all of you will see. I don't like the Catman being inside me, but if it means I get to live long enough to see that, well, I will watch. And until then, I'll keep feeding and talking to you, telling you my confession. The next part is what I did after Napi left. I went south along the backbone and could have crossed to the east anywhere, but I waited for the big gap because it makes me feel like a Pagani, going across there like we always have. It was the whiskey fort over there I needed. I moved in the trees above it, watching it from all sides over the day. There was a camp of 9 rabbit men at the back wall. I had never seen rabbit men on this side of the backbone before. It meant there were more Napiquans to the east over the last 2 winters. Even the rabbit men were having to come this way, and they must have known where the big gap was. I didn't like that. When the rabbit men, who were all men, no women or children, when they followed a wagon 2 big ears were pulling to the front of the whiskey fort, I sneaked in. I didn't want their food, their many shots guns, their robes, and I didn't open any of the holy items they were carrying either. But I did take the round mirror hanging from a buckskin string inside their canvas tent. Back up the hill, I found a place where the moon shined, so I could see myself. Since my hair had turned the color it was after eating so many hide hunters, I didn't know what I might look like now. My jaw was smooth and there was no hair on my lip or my chest, but I could only feel the hair on my head. When I pulled a piece out all alone it still looked black, and when I pulled it around like this it looked black. But I couldn't see all of it, and I needed to be sure. I nodded to myself when, in the mirror, it was how it had always been, even though I'd been drinking from that old trapper for 2 winters. No, I told myself, dropping the mirror into the grass and dropping fast to catch it before it broke, meaning my knee hit the ground of the backbone and connected me to it again. No, not a trapper. Napi. He was the reason I was still Pagani. It's because that's what he is. Under that old Napiquan skin he wears because it's funny to him. I nodded thanks to the rabbit men for having the mirror I needed. It meant I didn't have to break into the whiskey fort. I had only been under a big roof like you have here 3 times before in my life, and I didn't like it any of those times. 2 days later, after one of the rabbit men killed a soldier at the whiskey fort and ran uphill into the backbone, he broke his leg crossing a creek and would have been eaten by a real bear that was higher up than us, but would come down for easy meat like this that he only had to dip his head down for. The rabbit man said something in his tongue, but when it was nothing to me, he used his hands to sign and told me about how his band had died from the white scabs and they were coming over the mountains for something I couldn't understand. But I think it was the black sky iron he was talking about. Sky iron that could bring their dead back if they went far enough north to find it on top of all the ice where it fell. I used my hands to tell him that was 3 moons away at least, and there would be white real bears up there, which Wolfcalf had a story about from his dad, from when one of them had gone down into the backbone looking for its 2 cubs, and hearing this made the rabbit man's eyes narrow, trying to understand what a white real bear's could be. While he was still trying to make a picture of it in his head, I picked him up and he held on to my neck. But instead of carrying him back to his camp, I buried my teeth in his throat, drank him dry. He should have been dead already, I told myself while sucking him in. It didn't matter if it was a broken leg or a real bear that killed him finally. It could be me, too. Dead is dead. And 8 rabbit men could find their sky iron the same as 9 could. But I didn't think it would bring their dead back. If it could, our many faces men would have told us this long ago, so we could stop crying. I would bring my wives and children back, and Tall Dog, and Heavy Runner's Camp, and so many more. I laid the rabbit man along a cut bank, painted his cheeks under his eyes with 2 fingers of mud on each side, and pulled dirt over him. I didn't need to eat so soon after Napi, whose blood lasts longer, but I needed to prove to myself that I still could feed the normal way to me. I couldn't only take rabbit men, though. Even mixing them with snakes and white clay people and the rest wouldn't be good enough. I would look Pagunny, but inside I wouldn't be anymore. The only people I can drink and stay Pagunny are Sikthikates Tapi. Make that one look on your paper the same as you did when I said it to the boy with the raven. It's not like anybody's going to read it. Right, 3 persons. Not as good as you hide it every night. It would take a person who can taste the air like a big mouth to find it. That rabbit man lasted inside me all the way until the moon when the snakes go blind. Mostly then I was just staying with Weasel Plume and the herd on Face Mountain. The brush stops I had put at all the ways in and out had lasted through the 2 winters and had gotten even thicker without me. And there were calves in the herd now, which meant it could keep going without me. The calves weren't white like Weasel Plume, but they were his. I could tell by their taste on the air. At first they were scared of me, but when Weasel Plume pushed the boss between his horns into my shoulder and lifted me up, they knew who I was. I pushed him back and then hugged him with the side of my face in his white hair. For a whole moon, I stayed with them, playing with the calves like my daughter used to play with a puppy. For the next moon, I ate a Wags's tail that kept following me. The taste almost made me spit her blood back out, but I didn't. But I couldn't eat too many of her, I knew. I didn't want horns sticking up through my hair again. I didn't want my eyes to have to get big and round like that. It was already the moon when the jackrabbits whistle at night. The moon the Pagunnies starve getting through. The snow in the backbone was deep and tall, and I had been sleeping down on the dirt and the old needles under the trees, with their branches up there holding all the snow from falling down any farther. I told Weasel Plume that I would be back, and when I told him, his hump was only as high as my waist, because the frozen snow won't hold a blackhorn. Just me and the birds, and the swift runner with big feet that don't fall through. I had been going down to carry armfuls of grass up for Weasel Plume and the herd to eat, and it was spread on the snow like the world was upside down. From 50 paces off, all I could see of him in the white was his black horns and his eyes and his nose. He was watching me. I told him again that I would be back. How I knew where I was going was that I followed a raven downhill. It wasn't my swift runner, it was the boy's helper, but it wanted me to go behind it, so I did. It led me to the fat melters again. It flew in and perched on a meat rack, and I had to sit far away. If anyone saw me without a shirt, with just the new leggings and moccasins I had made from that Wags's tail, they would know I was dead already, because the dead don't care about the cold, since they're already cold inside. But nobody saw me. They were all in their lodges by their fires. I remembered. It almost made me warm like them. That night a noise by the creek drew me in. It was a night rider probably 14 winters old. Not the Raven's boy and not White Teeth, but he looked like both of them. He was chopping at a big leaf tree with an iron axe, and his horse was tied a few paces away, digging in the snow for grass. When the boy finally fell to his knees, the axe still in the tree, I stepped in so he couldn't see my face and finished the tree down for him. It fell along the creek, so it didn't block it, and that was good. This was when the boy saw my face. When I tried to step through the snow to be like him, it was hard for me to do, and the boy saw this too. I shook my head no, he didn't need to run back to camp about me. Before knowing if he would stay or leave, I started peeling bark off the big leaf tree. In the winter, horses can eat that if there's nothing else for them. I don't know if you Napiquans know that. After a few pulls of bark, the boy started on the other side of the trunk. I threw a long piece over to his horse, and the boy watched the horse smell of it and open its lips around it but not eat it yet. It takes them a while to figure it out, I said, at first in Napiquan, which made the boy's eyes big, but then I said it the Siksake-Tsapi way. We kept pulling the bark. Doing this with the boy was the most pagani I felt since I died from the soldiers in the backbone. You can chew on it if your tooth ever hurts, I said to the boy about the bark. I know, he said back, insulted. I grinned into my chest. My son would have been like him, I knew. Does it help with anything else? He asked then. I pulled a long strip slowly away from the tree. From the way the boy had stopped pulling bark on his side, I could tell this answer was important to him. Why? I asked, not looking up. He shook his head no, that it didn't matter. Yagana, Siksaka, he asked. These are the other two Siksake-Tsapi. Because we had the same words, but he didn't know me, he thought I had to be from above the medicine line. I told him I was pagani like this, like I showed you before. Small robe, I added, about who I was, or had used to be. Why are you here? He asked then. To help you, I told him, and stood with all my bark. He stood with his too. You're not cold, he said about me. In here I am, I said, trying to touch my chest to show what I meant, but my hands were too full. We can tie it on there, the boy said about the old cavalry saddle he had on his horse. He led off, but I didn't follow. If I did, the horse would rear up, slashed with its hooves. I'll carry it, I told him. He looked at me about this but didn't say anything, just tied his bundle of bark on and took his horse by the reins. I followed behind, being sure to walk in the horse's hoof prints so I didn't have to push down through the crust of the snow. The herd was over the hill, maybe 200 of them. There, the boy said, like I might not understand. When he walked out into the middle of them and they all smelled what he had, started moving to him, I watched him doing this, and it hurt as bad as when the big-mouth hunter stabbed me in the leg. I set my bark down, was gone the next time the boy looked back to me. I was already running east on top of the snow, leaving no tracks. Hours later, the closest hide hunter's fire was tall, like they wanted me to kill them. But then I thought they made the fire like that because they knew about my eyes, and that I would be blind if I came close. I was standing in another field of skinned blackhorns. It wasn't a trap, but somehow they knew about me enough to have hunters hiding in wallows they'd scraped out under the staked robes. I should have smelled them, but the air was thick with the dead blackhorns, with the powder for their guns, with the tongues they were cooking, and with their bitter piss splashed over everything. The first of them stood up from under his hide and it stayed over him, and the front part raised like a flap when his long shooter gun came up. I dove to the side right when he shot and felt the greased shooter pull through the air by my shoulder. Before that hunter could get another shot ready, I was to him, running past without stopping, my hand like this, to open his belly to the night. 20 steps later, the taste of that blood in the air stopped me, made me look back. I pulled my hand to my nose to be sure. It was Pagani blood. The hunter behind me was on his knees, trying to catch everything that was spilling out of him. It was steaming in the cold. Another greased shooter hit the ground between my feet. I looked down to it, then up to a Pagani warrior with a war club. He was flying through the air, had pushed off from the side of a dead blackhorn to jump high, come down on me. I stepped to the side, watched him hit, and then roll to his knees, ready with his club. These were hide hunters, but they weren't Napiquan. I never would have believed Pagani would do this to the blackhorns, because it was doing to themselves. I shook my head no. I must be tasting that blood wrong, and slipped away just when two more greased shooters hit the dead blackhorn that was behind me. Instead of running away, I dove into the wallow the first of them had been hiding in. His war bag was in there, and his short pipe, and his tobacco. I pushed away from the tobacco, didn't know yet that it was only breathing it in straight from the pipe that hurt me, not just touching it or breathing someone else's smoke. When Sun Chief broke into the sky, these Pagani were gone. I had shot more blackhorns than I could eat, too, when my wives had been alive. But that was to trade robes for iron pots and round ball guns. But when we did that, we took the meat, the horns, all of it, like we always have. These Pagani weren't doing that, but they were probably doing it for pots and guns. And I can't say that if I didn't have the cat man in my blood, I wouldn't have been with them. I found the man I'd cut open lying behind a dead blackhorn. He'd been left behind. "Takes no scalps," he said when he saw me standing above him, Sun Chief to my back because it hurt too much to look at him. "Six Akates, Tapi, don't do this," I told him. "They don't do what you do either," he said back, grunting from how he was dying. We were both right. "We don't leave the white dirt on them," he said, jerking from his pain. One of the backs of his feet had kicked a long scrape in the ground. He'd been there all night. "I won't take your scalp either," I said to him, and I didn't. But his blood kept me from having to find another Pagani until the end of Tricky Moon. It was the longest I'd stayed away from the backbone since the soldiers killed me. I followed the Pagani hide hunters. They were hunting their way east to here, I think, to sell the robes. The night they camped upwind of a small herd, I went ahead into the blackhorns and got them running like to a blood fence, to go falling off the edge of a cliff. But I was just driving them away, north to the blood-clot hills that we call the Sweetgrass Hills now. So you can know where I mean. The Big Mouth hunters' camp was under the snow now, almost flat again, along with the hunters. I would have made water on them, but I only have to do that every few days now, and it's just the clear part of blood, after my body's taken all the red out. It doesn't smell bad. It's like the water when you break into a four-legged spine, so it's hardly an insult. And if you're wondering if I could have another wife up in the backbone, to grow old while I didn't and finally get scared of me and try to stab me in my sleep, she would leave me before it even got to that. The only way I can have children now is like the cat man made me his child, with his teeth. But I'll never do that. But biting and drinking, it feels as good as the other used to feel. Better, even. When the blood is gulping down my throat so thick I have to breathe through my nose and my eyes roll back to look inside. I'm not hot and I'm not cold. I'm hanging in water that's like thin mud from a lake bottom. But it's clear, and it's the same hot and cold I am, so I can't tell where it stops and my skin begins. It's like being big and small at the same time, like being alive and dead together, and I hate that it feels so good. I hate it because it means I can't ever stop. I left those 4 Big Mouth hunters buried in the snow, but I took their knives and their iron pots and kettles. They were rusting, but you could rub the rust off with sand. I left them all by the Night Rider boy's horse while he was making his normal water in the grass. When he saw them, he melted up onto his horse as fast as any Pagani ever had. He pulled the horse around and, instead of riding into camp, he ran for the far side of the herd. Horse raiders, the first thing they do some nights is leave something for the night rider to carry back into camp, so everyone will see how important he is. While he's being important, they drive the herd off. This boy had been taught well. When he came back, I was sitting on the big iron pot. It was turned upside down. "You," he said, still on his horse. It was snorting and trying to pull away from me. "They're for the fat melters," I said about the pots and kettles and knives. "Why?" he asked, finally sliding off his horse and letting it run off into the herd. "Because you need them," I told him. "You're the full blood," he said back to me. "Happy tells about you." "Happy?" I asked. "You saved him," he said. "The Raven boy." I nodded yes to that. "The hunters will be back soon," the boy told me when he saw me looking into the glowing lodges of camp. He was warning me. "The hunters going after the Blackhorns?" I asked. "You saw them?" he asked back, and from the way he sounded like a child when he said it, not a boy, almost a man, I knew his father had to be among them. I opened my nose to the boy's taste on the air, from his piss still steaming in the grass, to see if his father was the one I'd killed, but he wasn't. But it had been someone's father, someone's husband. I looked away from him to the east. "You keep the herd safe," I told him. "Your father will like that." 50 of them are his, the boy said, his chest raised. I nodded. I too had once had 50 horses. My second wife's oldest little brother had been night rider then. I didn't know where he was anymore. "What do you know about Heavy Runner's camp?" I asked. "I know that I was there," the boy said, and flung his head to the herd, all of them watching me, because they knew what I was. "I was there doing this." "You must have been 9 winters," I said, impressed. 8, he said. "Tell me," I told him. "You don't know," he said, not believing that every Pagani didn't already have that day in their heart. "I don't live down here anymore," I said. He considered this, looked away, then nodded to himself, shrugged, and said it all at once. "The soldiers caught me and Bearhead when we were up on top, coming back to camp. There were so many horses that we had to split them into 2 herds. When we saw the soldiers, the rest of the boys ran off, but Bearhead told me to stay, that we had to watch the horses. The soldiers held the reins of the horses we were riding and told us they wouldn't kill us if we didn't holler. The soldiers went to the edge of the bluff and laid down to shoot. The soldier holding Bearhead's horse backed up to go around and be at the end of the line of them laying there. But the soldier holding my horse led us right up to the edge between 2 other soldiers. They had to move over to not get stepped on. Joe Kipp was telling them all this wasn't Mountain Chief's camp. It was Heavy Runners. But they kept pushing him away like this, and finally had to hold him by the arms because he was going to run out and warn the camp. The other scout knew this wasn't Mountain Chief the same, but he went down on the side where you can walk. He went down part way with a tall soldier who had brown bags tied around his legs, and the bags were frozen so the soldier had to swing his legs and walk funny from being heavy with ice. The soldiers already had 2 Ganna roped by the neck. I don't know what they were doing below the line. When Heavy Runner came out with his paper, the soldier with his legs in bags was talking to the Nopikwan scout, and then that scout raised his rifle fast like this and shot, and held his gun up the whole time Heavy Runner was falling. And then the soldiers beside us were shooting because the scout had, and they all were shooting for the whole morning almost. And that's what happened to Heavy Runner. They burned his name paper after. On the same fire they were burning all the lodges and all the dead people. From the way the boy said this all at once, and especially from how he ended it, I knew he had said it over and over, probably to the other boys, but maybe also to the war chiefs. Who was that scout who shot Heavy Runner? I asked. The Nopequon one, the boy said, and touched his chin to show that this other scout had a beard. I nodded. It would be too late to do anything by the time I knew this other scout's name. But I wouldn't have drank him. I wouldn't want his blood in me, even if I hadn't fed for 2 moons. You can come, the boy said, standing, using his head to tell me he meant camp. You did good that day, I told him about the bear. They stole all the horses, the boy said. But they didn't shoot you, I said. I was supposed to be watching them, the boy said, still about the horses. That's why they were really there. Everyone knows. Pagani have the best horses. I can't go there, I told him about camp. Because of Happy? The boy asked, watching me. I finally nodded, lying to him. The horses don't like you, he said. Horses are smart, I said. The boy grinned about this, huffed air out his nose like how horses talk to each other, then said, Are you hungry? I nodded that yes, I was hungry. I'll bring you back food, he said, and trotted off. I wanted to collect his horse, tie it down for him, but if I went into the herd, the boy would get blamed for letting it scatter. Instead, I watched the lodge he went to. When he came back, I wasn't there. He left the cold white-horn meat he'd brought anyway, balanced on the big leaf tree we'd pulled the bark from. I took it so he'd know, and that night when I went into camp, I tore it into pieces and fed it to the dogs that rushed me, trying to bluff me away. When they smelled what I was, they whimpered and ran off. The 2 brave ones taking the meat with them and chewing it with their mouths like this, because my smell was still on it. The boy was out with the herd already, and would be until Sun Chief came up. I stood by the lodge he'd gone into and pushed the flap in just with my hand. When no one inside said anything, I pushed again to be sure. I could hear them breathing in their sleep in there, and their breathing didn't change. I looked around, saw one dog watching me. I told it to be quiet, and ducked into the lodge, saw why the boy had asked about what else the bark could do. A young girl whose blood smelled like him was lying with her eyes open by the fire. Her forehead right here was still shaped like a horse's hoof. She'd either been stepped on or kicked. Her eyes were open, but she would never see anything again, or say anything, or know anything. I could have taken her then, and nobody would know. But this was my first time back in a lodge since Yellow on Top Woman. But that had been a death lodge. This was a family all around me. It was warm, and it smelled like them. The boy's sleeping robe was piled against the north wall, and his mother was sleeping with her back to the fire. His father's other wife was sleeping on her back with her mouth open. I sat by the fire almost until Sun Chief was starting to come up, and stirred the dying fire, and my face was red from crying. And finally did it like I knew I had to. I leaned down over the girl and bit into her throat right here, over the air and the voice. I didn't think she could scream anymore, but I didn't want her mother to have to see this. I drank her fast. There wasn't much blood, but I could tell already that it would last longer, probably 2 or 3 moons. I didn't have to breathe as much to keep it alive, and I didn't have to sleep after her, because I wasn't the same kind of full. When I broke away, she was dead, and I saw that my hand had been holding hers. I stood too fast, into something they had hanging from the poles. It fell to the pile of robes loud enough that I had to fall out the flap, run with my chin and mouth red through camp. It was just starting to wake up. I ran the opposite way from the herd and made myself stare into the heat of Sun Chief until I was blind. This was when the rabbit men found me. They weren't looking for their sky iron anymore, to bring their dead back. They were looking for me, for killing one of them. The first one's lance ran through my back and came out here, and I looked down to it, because it should have hurt worse than it did. Then a tomahawk went into the side of my head here, cutting my ear in half and making my jaw open like this. I fell over, and they stood back to watch me die. I coughed and jerked and then went still with my eyes open. My eyes were easy because I was blind, and I had the girl's blood in me, so didn't have to breathe as much. And I felt dead already from what I had just done in that lodge. So that part was easy too. They pulled their lances out, turned me over onto my stomach, and started cutting here to take my hair. It was because at the whiskey fort they could trade my scalp in. I let them have it. They cut my back with their knives, rode their horses back and forth over me, and left me there, broken like a doll left behind after camps already moved on. When the girl's blood I still had enough of finally brought my eyes back, and I could open and close my mouth again, the raven was sitting on a rock, watching me. I rubbed my ear that was still cut in half and stared back at the raven, the bones in my chest trying to fix together. My head trying to pull skin over the bones right here on top from where I'd been scalped. I had never healed this fast, but I'd never drank someone so young either. Then a skinny leg stepped in front of the raven. It was the boy they called Happy. He was a man now. He was wrapped in a red and black blanket with thunder signs on it, and his breath was white from the cold. He was different than he had been. I could tell. He was a many-faces man. "I knew you would come back," he said. I didn't know if he was talking about me coming down from the backbone or the lance not killing me. It didn't matter. I told him I did, the raven squawked. I sat up, my arms around my knees like this. "Yellow Kidney said you were here," Happy said. I nodded, said, "You tell them I'm the full blood." "You are," Happy said, and opened his hand to the grass and dirt stained black with my blood. "Except for all this blood not filling you up anymore." That's how many-faces men are. The world is funny to them. Or it's funny how it all fits together, and it's funny when it doesn't. I shrugged. "But last night," Happy went on, "Yellow Kidney's sister died from someone biting her neck at the front, right here." "She was already dead," I said, because that's what I'd had to tell myself to kill her. "You are the full blood," Happy said. "And he takes no scalps, no scalps," the raven added, hopping from foot to foot. I ran my hand over my head. I could feel that bare bone under my palm. "They went deep," I said. "They couldn't have killed you if they took all day," Happy told me. "They could feed me dirty faces," I said, because I'd already figured that out. "You eat the mice?" Happy asked, looking at me in a different way now. "Why did you find me?" I asked. "I found you, the raven said in its bird way. "He says you used to be a small robe," Happy said, either about the raven or the night rider Yellow Kidney. I wasn't sure. Either way, I nodded that this was true. "I found you because Wolfcalf told us to," Happy said. "He's still alive then," I said. "He's the oldest Pagunny left," Happy told me. "He saw the Great Father's boatmen when they first came," I told him back. "I know," Happy said. "I won't be back for 2 moons at least," I said. "What do I tell Wolfcalf?" Happy asked. I stood. The air was new on the bone of my head. "Tell him his son is dead," I told him, and walked away. The raven fluttered up like it was going to follow me, keep saying things, but Happy called it back. The whole way through the grass, I could feel both of them watching me. That night I slept at the edge of a beaver pond in the low hills of the backbone, but they kept talking about me being there, so I finally had to leave. I didn't come back to the fat melters until the next winter. The girl had lasted me 3 moons, even with the rabbit men splashing so much of her blood out. Her blood made other blood taste bad compared to it, but I made myself drink it anyway. A trapper who might make me grow a beard, a snake who had been banished by his band. I could tell from how he wore his clothes turned around backwards. He could be my mother's nephew. I wanted to ask him about her, but I drank him fast instead, and told myself it was for him, not me, so he wouldn't be scared without his people. I watched 3 wagon trains pass, and followed them for almost a moon, and this is when I went down to one of them to look at the little cards of paper, but didn't drink any of these Napiquans. One of the women had yellow hair, and I thought she might be Yellow on Top Woman, dead and sneaking into the Napiquan towns to cut their throats while they slept. None of these Napiquans died, not when I was following. Weasel Plume still ran to me when I came back to Face Mountain. There were 3 new calves and 1 dead one, born that way. I left it on top of Chief Mountain, facing north. When it was the moon after the first snowfall again, I found a real bear just going to sleep in its den. It was fat from berries and deer, and it had eaten a Pagani boy a week or 2 ago. I could tell from when I bit softly into its back fat after it was asleep. For the first time since I died, I dreamed Pagani dreams, boy dreams, sleeping all winter with that real bear. I was going to grow up like my father and make my enemies cry. I was going to have a herd so big it filled the valley in winter, and I was going to have 3 wives, but my 2 friends would live with me too, and our lodge would be so big it would take 6 horses side by side to pull it. It made me shake in my sleep like I was dying. It hurt so much to dream something that pure and clean. When the real bear woke many moons later, it rolled over onto me all at once, breaking the bone in my chest and pushing my mouth in because I was still latched on. I laid there trying to die from that broken bone pushing through my heart, but it finally healed after I ate a longlegs with a Pagani arrow in its haunch. I watched another boy fasting in the backbone, but didn't let myself get close to him. Instead, I crossed the line, drank an old Siksika who was tied up in the back of some hide hunter's wagon. They were going to kill him anyway, when they needed room for their robes. Before they could shoot any more blackhorns, I went into their camp while they were sleeping and pushed the rod from one of their many shots guns into each of their ears. I skinned them like the rest, painted their faces, dusted them white, cut their tongues out and left them there, all their supplies burning, their guns in that fire melting like the ones you saw the other day. Maybe these are the ones you saw, I don't know. I did it over and over like that, more than I can remember, because the more long-shooter guns I left, the more blackhorns could die by them. After that, I came back to Nitoksanan, down here by the Yellowstone, and killed 2 more parties of hide hunters. The second one was men and women both together. It was the first time I'd seen that. I drank one of the women just to see what it would be like, and then found another mirror to see if my hair turned orange like hers. It hadn't. My eyes weren't blue either, even though I think I would have liked that. I would have big mouth eyes then to match my hunger. Over the summer I fed on a Pagani woman I found out by herself. She had a short gun, was trying to make it shoot into her head, but the powder was wet. She was trying to shoot herself because of what a Napiquan trader had done to her. I waited until she was sleeping, and she never woke up. I built a scaffold for her and found feathers to hang from it, and sang her songs for 10 sleeps. I no longer thought the dead could lead me to the sand hills. Next, starving in the moon when the leaves turned color, I drank a Pagani hunter who wasn't dying, who didn't want to die. I painted myself like a crow and fought him like a crow, not like a person-eater or a cat-man, so he could know he was dying the best way a Pagani can, fighting his enemy. Twice I saw a raven high in the sky, following me, but I couldn't do anything about it. But then one night after Sun Chief went down, the raven was waiting for me on a rock. It didn't say anything, just flew ahead of me, leading me again. On the way, behind it, I ran down a prairie runner and dressed it, carried it over my shoulders like this, because a Pagani always brings gifts. I didn't have to use that crow trick to bring it down, either. I knew we were going to the camp of the fat melters by then. Like the small robes and the hard top knots, they staked their lodges down in the same rings they'd been using for years already. It was almost time for Sun Chief to come up when we got there, so I sneaked in, left the antelope by Yellow Kidney's lodge, then watched. When his mother came out, her hair was chopped short. Mine was grown back all the way already, longer than it had been before, and strong enough to braid a rein from, if I rode a horse anymore. This mother who had lost her daughter looked all around for who had left this meat, but then she squatted down, started removing the hide. Prairie runner hide makes good rope because it's not heavy, but it's strong. I hid in a low place by the creek all day, waiting for Yellow Kidney to come out to the herd after sleeping, because that had to be why the raven had brought me back here. I thought he had remembered the name of that Napequan scout, so I could make him cry and then make him cry some more. Instead, his mom made 2 of the men go out looking for him. I stood and they saw me, yelled, and ran back to camp for their guns. I didn't care, was already running for the herd, the horses scattering in front of me like a big mouth moving through whitehorns. I found the boy on the far side, on a small hill. He was dead, his neck bitten the same as his sister's had been, right on the front, so he couldn't scream. I fell to my knees shaking my head no, that it hadn't been me, and then I saw he wasn't lying on a big head's fur like I'd thought at first. He had been laid down onto a blackhorn robe, a thick and white blackhorn robe, one still with flesh and fat on the back of it, because I'd been carrying grass up into the backbone for the herd. I fell back, couldn't breathe anymore, and already the men from camp were coming in and shooting, and I hadn't fed on this night rider, I never would have, but my face was red from crying, which meant my mouth was too, so I ran, and I've been running ever since then, all the way to here. I would tell you that my pipe is empty now, but you know now that it's been empty for half of my life. If that's what you call this.
The Absolution of 3 Persons. May the 1st, 1912. Goodstab knows who I am, and he knows that I know that he knows. Never mind that there can be no proof. The guilty letter is long gone from the kindling, probably burned weeks ago in a sherry-induced haze of clumsy inattention. And yet the farce of this confession continues apace. Until this day, when I can take no more. I leave this log now, secreted away, where even his nose can't find it. I will coat the buckskin pouch he left me with sacramental wafers and what holy wine is left, such that even the wolf he claims to have the senses of would be unaware of its hiding place. He said I would believe him about what he is, and I fear now that, absent any tangible proof other than his attestation, I begin to, even though the creature he claims to have become is against the natural order, against God himself. I begin to dimly hypothesize that Goodstab's visits will persist until he elicits from me the confession he desires. What he doesn't understand is that it was a different man who did what I adjudge he thinks I'm responsible for. A different man in a different life, and in a different time to boot, with necessities so remote from the contemporary mind as to be practically unretrievable. I am now but a poor Lutheran pastor, old in age and weak of mind, good stab. Who you claimed to see inside me is long dead, is a citizen of another age entire. I am sorry for your white buffalo, though. Weasel Plume was the best of us all, was he not? But of course the horse-guard Yellow Kidney must matter more, as does his mother, now bereft of 2 children. I believe I, too, had I done that to her, whether with teeth or with a more mundane blade, would spin a yarn such as you do, good stab, to cover the events with a sheen of the impossible, such that my acts could be attributed to a monster dwelling in my blood, rather than my own nature, or, worse, volition. Yet I saw you drink the blood of that mole without flinching. I've seen blood rim your eyes. I know you can leap down from a crucifix without sound. I know light hurts your eyes, and I have to believe that your nose is as sensitive as you say. But what does that accumulate towards? Truth, or a convincing charade? You could prove yourself with a single step. In the moment before you latched onto this old throat, I would see the briefest glimpse of your sharp teeth, and though I would be dying with certainty, which is something I can't even give to my parishioners, who must accept on faith that a better world awaits. Well, you could do that if I were to remain here, but remain here I won't. I humbly leave this posting for the next pastor. I hope you drag no sordid past with you to this posting, good man, inheritor of my duties. Would that you were born 22 or 24 years ago, and so never had to know the world that birthed this one. And would that you have lived your life in safety in one of the cities of the East, and have never committed any acts you have lived to regret, such that regret finally stands up on 2 legs, walks down across the Yellowstone, and tells you bleak tales that cause your hand to quake, your chest to tremble, your eyes to fill. I am sorry, good stab. I know now you won't read this, that you can't decipher these scratchings on these pages, but maybe my absence will be enough sign of my guilt to appease you, such that you can leave Mile City be, not make it pay for my trespasses. We need a new sheriff, yes. The previous one has yet to be found, but we all know he's never to return. The children in the street probably whisper among themselves that the horse of Chance Aubrey's he shot into so many times has risen to seek justice for its mistreatment. It's a chapter that would slot well into Good Stab's narrative. As for this chapter of my log, it now draws to a close. I elect not to include the direction of my retreat, but I trust that my bones will bleach in the sun over the coming years, as I'm too old for a journey such as I intend, that returns me to the side of the greatest among my many sins. I have no food to bring, only the most meager of supplies, and, of course, I will be walking afoot, not plodding along on a horse or bouncing in a buckboard, and there is no train where I need to go. But God never said it would be easy, did he? If it were easy, then everyone would receive the grace of absolution. That's the only repast I hope to gorge myself on now. Let this be the end of it. Please. May the 12th, 1912. My flock beats on the door of this, my jail cell, but I can't yet face them, though they bloody their knuckles and implore unceasingly whether or not there might be a service. Is it even Pentecost yet? If not, then it's still Easter, and either last week or the coming one is the Sunday we would honor Friedrich der Weisse for protecting Lutheranism's namesake. Would that I had a similarly benevolent protector. But neither should I bemoan my situation. Rather, I should be thankful to those who would entreat me back to decent society, leaving their plates and pots on the stoop like offerings at an altar. Hesitant to open the door and have one of them see past me to the chapel, I've yet to attempt to retrieve one of those dishes, leaving them for what dogs are now left. It's only just now that I can rise to the page again after the previous week's ordeal. My jaw is whiskered and my eyes weak, my throat raw from confessing, my wrists and ankles and ribs yet black with bruise, and my robes drape over my emaciated frame like unto a death shroud, which, I would argue, is both here and there. All the pews that are yet unencumbered behind me as I write this have been propped against the door, and the windows are now sacrilegiously blacked with a paste made from the wetted pages of all the Bibles and hymnals in what used to be my church, but is now a charnel house most foul. I've only been to the parsonage once, to reclaim this thin volume. Without it, I have no one to converse with, as God has no reason to hear me any more. Even Cordelia has abandoned me now, and rightfully so. She can smell what has transpired here. I can as well, Cordelia. And no, I'm not blind to the fact that what I've sat down to record happened on the 7th day after my previous entry, a Wednesday. In spite of that day's pagan derivation, the 7th day is meant for rest, is it not? Rest, because a new world has been created, or rather, in my case, an old one has been dragged into the present. Being able to trust my memory less and less with each day that passes, I know not for certainty if Goodstab is what he claims to be, but I can now attest that he is indeed monstrous. His mind and heart spawned from the most sinful part of the pit. Perhaps it's such for all of his kind. If so, then what trespass have I really committed? Or as Lot said to Zoar, it was but a little sin, and my soul shall live. So I troth shall mine. But first, this, and this, and this, and this, as I have no reverend, nor preacher, nor kindly priest to relay it to in confidence, thus unburdening my soul. But if I capture its nuance and texture in these pages, then I can close this black cover over what I was forced to endure, and lock it away, undoing Goodstab's effort to foul the disposition and authority of my flock's shepherd, and thus undo years of God's work. I record it for them, then, not for myself, who hardly matters. My blood is not lamb's blood to wash away sin, but ink to trace that sin out letter by letter, and so leave it farther and farther behind this nib. I freely submit in evidence that but 11 days ago, under cover of a starless night, I scurried from the church for what I had confidence was to be the last time. I carried a valise with me, but it was only slightly filled, as I knew it would only grow heavier with each step, and a man of the cloth's worldly possessions must always be meagre. Even this very log was then buried deeply behind me, away from prying noses. As it was the warmest garment I had, I was still in these unlaundered robes. Instead of awaiting a train, like would have been expedient if distance were the sole concern, I stepped across the iron tracks that could deliver me from Goodstab's influence, and trod into the open prairie to the north, thinking the while that this may chance have been Dove's last walk just the same. By morn, due to my limping progress and my unfamiliarity with the terrain, I could see still the distant shape of Miles City, standing up from the limitless grass. I slept fitfully through the day, rising at nightfall to gnaw on the crust of bread I had. The stars were out this night, the moon waning, only showing half its face to me. I waded across the Yellowstone carefully in the dark, holding my valise over my shoulder until I stumbled as I fully expected to, only clawing my way to the northern shore by the grace of God. My robes soaked through, I proceeded to build a fire, which was a loathsome task for one with no cause to have done it for decades. But I was fortunate to be in a river bottom. There was ample wood. Taking Goodstab's advice, which I know means accepting the truth of his story, I built the fire tall as the buffalo hunters once had, until it was blindingly hot, enough to keep a whole cursed tribe of catmen away, or so I thought. The robes I was still wearing steamed, and I held my palms out to the heat, and if I slept, then I couldn't draw the line between that and wakefulness. What I do know is that one time when I opened my eyes, there was a pale, naked form sitting across from me. I startled back, but the form didn't move in the slightest. By degrees, I came to see that this was the headless, naked body of Christ that had heretofore been hanging on the cross behind my pulpit. I shook my head, no, in appeal, but the appeals of men are as mist hissing against the side of a heated kettle. As the Greeks used to say at the dawn of rational thought, each step to avoid your fate is but a step closer to it. When I looked back to where I had been seated, Goodstab was in my place, in robes so alike mine that I flinched, seeing there a figuration of myself. Goodstab was wearing those darkened spectacles against the pyre I had staged. "I would welcome you to Nitausinen," he said with a degree of expansiveness I wouldn't have ascribed to him. "But the Bakuni no longer let you Napiquan in like that." "How did you find me?" I asked, my voice unsteady. "When was the last time you bathed 3 persons?" Goodstab asked back. As the headless Christ was in the only other seat afforded by my campsite, I went to push him but slightly to the side, as respectfully as I could manage, but found him too heavy. "Here," Goodstab said, suddenly alongside me. He pried Jesus from his place, and instead of laying him out of the way to the side, he tilted him forward into the fire. With an exhalation of sparks, the fire swallowed him, and I prayed that he wouldn't burn, that even these fires of hell couldn't touch him. But they could. They can. The pale paint on his skin bubbled and burst, and then the flames found the dry wood underneath, and roiled into his holy form so he was incandescent, more sparks gouting in a fountain from his neck, as it was slowly developing that this statuary was hollow, unlike the head, hollow and apparently filled with paper or rags or sawdust, which had never expected to escape. I sagged into this new and regrettable station of my life, stared between my feet. "When I was a boy, there was an old man in camp who was called Golden Calf," Goodstab led off with, speaking about the holy thing of wood gulping flames before us. "He was named that when another black robe came to the Pukuni and read to us in French from his book. Exodus 32, I recited with full abjectness. "No, Golden Calf," Goodstab corrected. "He cut that black robe's throat, but he saved his book. It was his medicine from there on out. He would burn a handful of pages at the Sundance each year. Less pages every year, and everyone would sing the words they remembered from that black robe. And so his mission continued well after his own passing," I muttered, perhaps only to amuse myself. "We aren't done yet, 3 persons," Goodstab said to me then, leaning forward to peer up into my downcast face. "You know that's not my name," I said back to him. "This is almost where the first of the buffalo men were found," he said back, peering out into the darkness to a hillock or wallow only he and Sheriff Doyle and a few others knew exactly. "We call them humps, not buffalo men," I mumbled. "You think I should have called them Blackhorn men?" Goodstab said with what I would call a leering grin. "They don't deserve a word like that, though. I know where they come from." I looked up to him about this, but couldn't see the relationship he was portending. "California?" I ventured. "They come from San Francisco, Goodstab. You brought them from there. If that's what you say, 3 persons. Goodstab said, having led me where he wished. I was going to die out here, I told him then, like a challenge. The Bukuni would carry your bones back across the river, Goodstab said in mild disgust, to keep them from touching with ours. What have I done to you? I asked. You haven't heard my last confession, he said, standing, wincing from the brightness or the heat of the fire, now that it had hold of something holy. You don't know the true count of dead I carry. I can hear that number now, here, I told him, spreading my hands over the darkened land as if offering the Eucharist. No, Goodstab said. We do it in your holy house, where we started. It's also where we finish. But, I began. The reason I didn't finish was that Goodstab was rushing at me at last. I thought because he could no longer control his hunger. As I expected, his open mouth struck at my neck, and I thought to finally feel either sharp teeth or flat ones, and then know, believe like he said I would. But then I noted that his eyes were yet open, as he was watching mine. When he bit down, his teeth were flat and clamping down over the main course of blood just under my papery skin, but I believed that he didn't want to puncture and drink, only tighten and hold, such that the blood dammed behind his teeth. My world went dark by slow degrees. As I fell back, the stars above were scratching lines across the sky, and if I didn't smile from this brief vision, then my soul did. I was being born anew. Whether I fell into Goodstab's arms or into the grass, I know not. Only that, when I woke 2 days later, perhaps having been lovingly bitten over and over in like manner each time I stirred, my vantage on the chapel was both familiar and strange. The pews and windows and door, dressed in inky shadow, were positioned as they always had been, but the angle I was seeing them from was markedly different. As if I were yet sleeping and seeing my church through the skew of dream. I made to move forward, come down to my habitual place at the pulpit, but found myself tied by wrist and ankle and midsection to the cross, such that the wrapping around my ribs carried most of my weight. My brittle shoulders would surely have cracked like grouse wings if asked to support me. When I lifted my heavy head from where it had been hanging, the muscles at the back of my neck creaked and my throat clenched. When, in the light of the lone candle flickering at the back of the chapel, I saw the dim form of Goodstab standing before me with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe draped over his frame, I startled, despite the fact that who else could my tormentor have been? How else could I have expected him to be attired? Arthur Beaucon, he said, peering up at me over his darkened spectacles, and hearing my actual name from his lips caused my gut to clench, my heart to spasm. What are you? What is this? I demanded. Confession, Goodstab said with the hint of a grin, and then shoved his darkened spectacles up close to his eyes. Whereupon he struck a match. Even shielded by the dark glass, he still had to turn away from its incendiary first sputters of bright flame and peel his lips back from his teeth to hiss. For an instant I would rather not remember. Either two of his bared teeth seemed to have points, or my fears coalesced to grant them such sharpness. But before I could confirm or deny what I was seeing, he was swirling around like a stage actor, taking that flickering match to the front row of pews, it turned out. The left side from my own personal Golgotha. In my first moments of waking, when this was naught but a dream, I suppose I had the distant notion of worshippers in the pews, but since this had been mere fancy conjured during my long climb up from the depths of sleep, the shadows out there had just been props, memories, suggestions, a background. Goodstab would make them particular, and move them into the foreground. He already had a candle positioned on the seat of that leftmost pew, which caused my eyes to narrow in regret, fixated as I immediately was on the spatter of wax a lonely old pastor would have to be scraping up later and carrying away in the palm of his hand. Goodstab held the match's flame to the wick. The candle took it and steadied it, and in the glowing puddle it spread about itself. I couldn't at first accept what I was seeing, but then I had to. It was Sheriff Doyle's mortal remains. I jerked to occlude this vision from my sight, but there was nowhere to hide. Doyle was in the early stages of putrefaction, yet he hadn't been skinned. Judging from the blood pooling on the wooden pew around him, he hadn't even been exsanguinated. The sheriff's badge he had worn on his left breast was now pinned through his right eye, the star jauntily askew, the translucent jelly of his eye crying down his face, and long crusted over. "Thank you for sending him out to me, three persons," Goodstab said, taking the candle to Lavinius Clarkson, wrapped tightly in the tattered, waterlogged remains of the American flag he had been so fastidious about. On the dingy white parts of that flag, his putrescent blood was soaking through. "I would have drank him just so he would know who was killing him," Goodstab said, holding the candle's flame right up against Lavinius's mutton chops, as if trying to better peer into his dull eyes. "I would have, but he's been touching that flag for too long, and I don't want that inside me. Would rather eat another mole, or a wagon train of moles." Lavinius's mutton chop on the right side smoked at first from the candle's sputtering proximity, the outmost hairs singeing and probably curling back on themselves in pain. I couldn't have seen it with that much detail were I sitting right there. Then the whole ragged sideburn flared up, turning our former postmaster into Goodstab's next source of illumination. He held his hand up to shield his eyes and backed away, shaking the light from his head. In the greater glow spreading from Lavinius, the rest of the chapel illuminated, and my whole body slackened in defeat. On the right side of the chapel opposite Doyle were all four of the lodging-house denizens, each fully clothed and showing no obvious wounds, yet each obviously expired and posed in death in the same order they had long occupied their erstwhile pew. What they had done to warrant this treatment is yet a mystery. Perhaps being a resident of Miles City, just south of Blackfeet territory, is enough. Early Tate's recently acquired bowler hat was in his lap, brim down. It was very proper. No. It was a sacrilegious mockery of propriety. It was a heretic's jovial impulse run rampant. It was what I should have anticipated a savage mind would conjure from its well of grief and resentment. Crawling across California Jim's cheek and across his eye was a horsefly of such satiated girth I could even see it clearly from my elevated perch. It made me want to scratch my own eyeball with the back of my knuckle, but neither could my hand reach my face, nor my face my hand. Meaning, the scent of Lavinius Clarkson's face meat slowly cooking was oily in my nose, and the back of my mouth, and my chest. "Would you preach to them, three persons?" Goodstab said from the shadow he was standing in. "Would you instruct them on how to live a life without sin?" I closed my eyes to blot all this away, to insist it wasn't happening. But then, in a manner I can't explain unless I had blacked out, my senses retreating along with my tenuous hold on the actual, Goodstab was perched behind me, his mouth right to my ear so he could say, "Would you tell them that killing is wrong?" I winced, swallowed, closed my eyes tighter yet. Goodstab's breath smelled of nothing, of the broken crockery he claimed, I suppose, but Lavinius's meat popping was the more overwhelming scent, one I admit I recognized. Goodstab took the flap of my ear in his teeth and bit, but lightly, affectionately, surely leaving a crescent of bruise, and then he hissed loud enough that I flinched forward. His hand was on my shoulder in passing, and when I finally deigned to open my eyes again, my vision was all swirling black robe. Among the pews again, or still, Goodstab took Dove's bowler from early Tate and used it like a snuffer over Lavinius's head, such that smoke billowed out and out around the brim. The flag swaddling his shoulders was already smouldering, however. When that thick, sun-dried cloth caught with patriotic flame, Goodstab reached forward to gently push Lavinius over, and thus, if not dampen the blaze, make it less direct to his night eyes anyway. In the resultant glow, the chapel now underlit, which served to deepen the shadowed eyes of all the dead, I felt myself watched now by another corpse, one I didn't recognize from Mile City. But then I saw this man as Goodstab intended, which is to say I looked from the grim visage of the face to the open chest of the striped jacket he had been buried in. To save the ruination of a shirt, since there had been no wake, no viewing of the dead, this man had been nailed into his coffin with only the jacket, meaning what I had to look away from between the yawning lapels of his grave clothes was the decomposing muscle and bone of his chest. This was the hump I had myself helped inter. He was now exhumed, as Dove had intended. "I know you think I drank his blood," Goodstab said, looking up at me, his dark right hand on this hump's left shoulder, as if greeting an old companion. "But the corruption in him is worse than that other one's flag." "So you killed him just to kill him?" I had to ask. "I opened his neck over an empty little grass-eater hole, and let his heart push all his blood down into there," Goodstab said, patting this hump in farewell. "But it wasn't empty, the hole. It was only empty of little grass-eaters. A crawls on his belly came up through that blood, hissing and striking at the air." "A snake," I filled in, saying it mostly for myself, to help complete the image now writhing in my head. "A snake, yes," Goodstab said. I coughed from the meat smoke in the air, and Goodstab seemed to like this. "Do Napiquans taste the same on the air as Pecuni do, 3 persons?" he asked. And before I could struggle an answer, or resist the question itself, the flame engulfing Lavinius's flag and skin burned through to his sheath of fat, the flame spitting and popping with abandon, and I, being of decent stock, not savage, wretched. And I longed to write in these pages that my revulsion was from the fact of the smell, but that would be a lie. I hadn't eaten since that night on the Yellowstone. What so revulsed me was how my mouth wet itself, and wet itself, I suppose, at the prospect of the food I was smelling. At the end of this abreaction there was a long string descending from my lower lip, perhaps connecting all the way to the altar floor. I couldn't see directly below me, only knew that I couldn't break this string with my hand or my knee. I sobbed, and each sob made me heavier, so the straps holding me in place cut deeper. "Why?" I pled, ending it with a wet cough I wasn't certain I would recover from. Goodstab was drinking this in with his glittering eyes. It was, I believe, the first time I had seen him excited. On him it was unholy. "Why?" he repeated back, but not with the same inquiring tone. Rather, he was suggesting that this had been a hollow question. He was, I see now, whispering to me that this moment we were mired in up to our souls was the culmination of all his devious efforts, and not a word had been wasted in delivering us here. It was where he had been taking me all along, Sunday by Sunday. Even that fanciful story he'd told about the magic turnip opening onto another world hadn't been idle talk. but an indirect way of sketching our burgeoning entanglement out so I could, when it was propitious for his purposes, understand it as he wanted. That time had now come, and I could see at last what our relationship had been. Our whole time together, Goodstab had been a child who had pulled that plump turnip he spoke of up from the prairie, and was at first working the caked-on dirt and detritus off it. But then he was finding the smallest fleck of that turnip's tough skin, and steadily tugging it away, strip by careful strip, trying to be careful not to pull too hard, lest that strip rupture part way down, causing him to have to pinch another tatter up. It was my skin he had been peeling with each chapter of his story, and he was to the last strip now, at which point my fibrous white meat would be exposed for his teeth to bite into. His name was Benjamin Flowers. I managed to get out about the unburied hump, because pronouncing the man's name was a rampart against Goodstab's depredations. And I don't know why you would do him this indignity. This injustice. Injustice, Goodstab repeated, as if weighing this term, considering it. It made him grin. His face was cast down, but I could yet make out the sharp corners of his mouth. "You black-robes can have no children, can you?" he asked, peering up at me. "Monasticism isn't required," I informed him. "Our founder fought against that." "So you can take a wife?" Goodstab said back. "Clerical marriage is not forbidden," I muttered, unsure why we were discussing doctrine, or how else I could frame this for him in respectable terms. "Did you ever wish you had children?" he asked then, watching my eyes, I believe, for the lie my mouth might give. "My children are my parishioners," I recited for him. The creed and touchstone of we clergy who never found family life. "The children of our one Father are all brethren with each other. His seed it's unvergänglich. That means imperishable." "What does that mean, 3 persons?" Goodstab asked. "It never dies," I told him, pride of that rising in my voice. "Oh," Goodstab said, "they can die." And with that he angled his body to the side and held his hand out wide, presenting the next corpses. Before I could warn them not to, my eyes fell on 3 dead bodies seated mutely alongside Benjamin Flowers. The first 2 were his sons, who had been disposed of in like manner, both without their skins of their torsos, which only served to make their faces stand out more, as if imploring me, as if waiting for the service to begin. They were, according to the names penciled on the back of Dove's photographs, Archibald and Milo, though I, of course, couldn't tell one from the other. The third in attendance was tow-headed and young, perhaps 15, and but recently deprived of his skin, judging by the wet glisten yet on the scraped raw meat of his torso. This would be Arthur, I knew. "That one shares my name, I know," I mumbled, trying to snatch that surprise from my tormentor, and tore my gaze away, studied instead some of the other corpses that had been posed in the pews, to be called upon one by one. Now that Lavinius Clarkson was providing better light, the chapel was revealed to me entire. How I wish it hadn't been. While Goodstab would seem to have respect for cats, little hunters that they are, for dogs he must have no use, as they were all dead, but propped upright, their eyelids removed, so I was caught in their hungry, childlike gaze. Perhaps Goodstab had dispatched them en masse because they wouldn't let him alone when he was trundling the dead across the rooftops of Mile City to stage them here, which could explain the denizens' attendance as well, as their station at the lodging-house would have afforded them a clear view of those self-same rooftops. As for the dogs, Their being intermingled with the corpses of men I had known was perhaps the most damning insult so far. Goodstab was sitting out amongst all this travesty in his darkened spectacles, giving me time to apprehend this spectacle. "Was he named after you?" he asked about this child Arthur. "I'm not the first Goodstab among the Blackfeet. Wolfcalf wasn't the first of his name." "Why would he be named after me?" I asked back, almost with a dismissive chuckle, had levity been remotely possible to broach into in these circumstances. Goodstab shrugged, studied the boy. "I'm not the first Pukuni you ever saw, am I?" he said then. "Do I have to be up here like this?" I asked back. "Not much longer," he assured me, feigning, I believe, pity for my regrettable situation. "What do you want from me, Weasel Plume?" I asked. Goodstab turned away from this name, hiding his face. "You don't call me that," he said in the other direction. "Because your Catman killed him?" I pressed. "Your white buffalo? Or the child you used to be before—" Goodstab's hands, each tucked in the opposite sleeve, flung out all at once, and the fists he had made took the opposite sleeve with each hand, baring his dark arms, his black sleeve still drifting across the chapel like discarded wings, his eyes he had hidden behind his darkened spectacles. "You're asking me to kill you," he hissed. "But I know this game, Three Persons. Pekuni enemies taunt us like this, the same when we have them tied by the fire and they see the night stretching long before them. Peasy taught us not to listen to their insults." I looked over to a black sleeve, draped now across California Jim's scraggly head like a Sunday scarf. "If you won't kill me, then what is it you want from me?" I asked him. "I would know what happened to your toes," he said, his voice controlled again. "My toes?" I asked back, leaning forward to see them. When I couldn't, Goodstab was suddenly there, using either his fingernails or a palmed knife to sever the canvas tie around my forehead. Instead of watching his agile, soundless descent, I leaned forward to inspect the feet I could already tell were bare. They were crossed just as the statue Christ's had been, a positioning I had always assumed was to save Roman nails. Front to back, only a single spike of iron is required. I started with fright, seeing that my 3 missing toes were grown back, but were again blackened with frostbite. I waggled them to confirm this was no trick, and the longest one detached, plunked to the wooden floor. Then slowly the next, and the last. They weren't my toes, but had been clipped, I imagine, from one of the corpses occupying the pews, clipped and somewise adhered to my stumps. Yet I felt each of them detach, and would have sworn I even felt their slight impacts far below. 1, 2, the third. "Yes," Goodstab said in much delayed response. "It was the Catman, returned, who killed Weasel Plume. Do not things like this happen in your holy book? He had been living like a weasel in the backbone, eating small things at first, when he was weak and dead and nothing, and then bigger and bigger things over the years, until he finally found a band of hunters, or trappers, or even Pekuni. You said you were going to tell me the number of your dead," I reminded him. "You first," Goodstab said up to me. "My toes, then," I said, moving my stumps as much as they will. "That's 3. "But how?" he asked, seeming to play along. I sucked my cheeks into my teeth, pursed my lips, then shrugged as best I could. Said, as I had to, "The cold. Snow. I was walking through the snow, Goodstab. Surely the Blackfeet know about this?" "We don't know to wrap our legs in your brown sacks," he said back to me. But that wasn't enough, was it? Burlap? I muttered. You're talking about burlap? Did it keep you warm that day? He asked. Did Joe Cobell wrap his legs? Did Joe Kip? I breathed in and the air was bitter cold to me. Again. I turned as far from Good Stab as I could. From where I was, I could see the ventilation window at last. The cross was the only place in the church it was clearly visible from. Jesus could have told me about my visitor perched up there at any time, but he never did. But he also had to have seen Goodstab rush forward to place that buckskin pouch under Erna Schmidt's sausage. Mustn't he have? He, my pale Jesus, was now ash, and perhaps a single white foot out on the prairie just north of the river. I'm sorry, Father of all fathers. I thought the day Goodstab was bringing back was far enough in the past that it was forgotten, like it never happened. But you see all, I know. No, I said, tears flowing freely down my face now, and plunging off my chin into open air. Know what? 3 persons, Goodstab asked. He was standing between the 2 frontmost pews now. The 2 frontmost pews of this much-sullied church I sit in now as I write these selfsame words. But Goodstab would pull me back to the charnel house of my youth, wherein I recognized the cat-man I carried with me. This is your confession, not mine, I objected, but weakly. Tell me you weren't there that day on the bear, Goodstab said, standing directly below me now. Tell me you weren't there whispering into the coward Joe Cobell's ear that he should shoot Heavy Runner. Tell me that here in your holy house and I walk away 3 persons. I was shuddering in my restraints now. We had been walking for days in that blizzard, I said down to him, my voice loud with resistance. We had orders from General Sheridan to strike them hard. Them, Goodstab repeated, his lips thin. You, I said into my chest, my tears wetting my chin, my chest, my whole damned life. The Blackfeet, the women and children and elders, you mean, Goodstab said, turned away from me again. And did you strike us hard? He added needlessly. I blinked fast to keep from being pulled back to that day. But you're a black robe, not a soldier, he said with false misunderstanding. Were you there to read your holy book over the dead, 3 persons? I opened my mouth in what I would call pain, but it was deeper. It was all my sin trying to find a way out. Yes, I watched women opened from crotch to throat with knives sharp enough to cut through the heart of the world. Yes, axes were used on the few men in camp once they were taken prisoner. Yes, the infants' heads were collapsed in with the butts of rifles, one blonde soldier instructing the rest how less effort was needed if you came down on top of the head, where it was softer, so you just had to snap down and back fast, like plunking a misbehaving dog away from your horse. Yes, I remember the pungent smell of the piles of their bodies and lodges and winter stores burning. I wasn't really there, I attempted myself to believe. Then Joe Cobell didn't really shoot Heavy Runner, Goodstab said in savage objection. But they didn't even fight, I insisted, which I hear now was the first part of the admission Goodstab had been leading me toward for weeks. Because they were sick from the white scabs, Goodstab said. And when he turned halfway around to me, I saw that his cheek on that side was reddened with tears, and his chin was quivering, as was mine. This is when I screamed, Lord, I know not why or wherefrom. Just that I had too much inside me for one old man to hold anymore. I had too much inside, and it had been roiling for too long, and this should have been my voice that day. I know, this should have been how I screamed for the soldiers to stop shooting. Stop shooting! Goodstep fell to his knees, pressed his forehead to the floor, and he screamed too. And I dare say our screams harmonized, at least in how much they pained us. This, I believe, is the story of America, told in a forgotten church in the hinterlands, with a choir of the dead mutely witnessing. You tore out the heart of my people, 3 persons, Goodstap said into the floor. I'm sorry, I said back. I knew how weakly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is it wrong to kill? He asked then, again sitting back on his haunches, his bared arms hooked around his knees. Is this what you tell your people who come each Sunday? Yes, I said. Then why did you do it? He asked, standing again, wiping the blood from his face onto his arms, such that he now had war paint streaked across his cheeks. I didn't, I told him. It was the soldiers. Why 3 persons, he insisted. We were freezing and hungry, I said back down to him, my bile rising to be forced back to that day again, my toes black and dead in my boot. Why? Goodstap said, his back to me again, so he could walk away down the aisle. Because those were the orders, I explained. Why? Goodstap said quieter, sitting again in his pew, his head down now. I don't know, I finally admitted. You do, he said. They didn't even fight back, I blubbered like a child. Ever since it happened, this has been my balm, and it had heretofore been enough. Goodstap looked up to me about this, said nothing. If it wasn't us, it would have been another regiment, I said, calmer again. You can't stop a country from happening, Goodstap. But we were already a nation, he said up to me. We didn't ask you to come. Didn't you? I said back. Did you not want our rifles, our kettles, our horses? We just wanted to live, Goodstap said, standing from his pew and approaching, using the back of each pew to support him as he came. How could you shoot us in our winter lodges? You weren't even there, I told him. The best part of me was, he said. Why did you? Because you were just Indians! I bellowed at last, my own spit spattering from my mouth, my eyes glaring down at him in all my righteous fury and indignation to even be pressed so on this. Goodstap held my eyes about this, gauging the truth of it, I think. And then he nodded as if in defeat, though this had to be victory for him. You don't understand, I said pleadingly as if to a higher power, longing to use my hands to gesture with, to make him see, to get him to understand that these were different times with a different breed of men, the kind necessary to forge a new land, a better country, one that made use of its resources rather than letting them lie fallow. I understand, he said, however. You wanted to make us cry, and so you did. You wanted our land, so you took it. You wanted us out of the way, so you killed us in our lodges. Is there more to it, 3 persons? That's not my name, I mumbled uselessly, swallowing hard. Black Toes, Goodstab said then, suddenly chest to chest with me, his teeth brushing my throat. No. Black heart. Do it, I told him, pointing my chin up to tighten my loose skin for him. I wouldn't have the blood of the killer of so many Pekuni in me, Goodstab said directly into my ear, into my soul. It's why I drained that one's blood into a hole, and the father, and those two. He was pointing to the men of the Flowers family. It was just Napiquans, he whispered to me with what sounded like a grin, to be turning my own words against me. But to you, that's not what they are. Look at them closer, 3 persons. Look at them with different eyes. Taste their scent on the air, like I do. With that he dropped down, away, landing so softly I never heard it, staring at the jawline of Benjamin Flowers as I was so intently, and seeing finally not my aunt's inborn mischievousness in the eyes and the cast of the Flowers' sons, but my own mother's. A new and oppressive silence settled on the chapel, and all its inhabitants, all its denizens. The dogs waited with open mouths and dry eyes. The fly rose groggily from California Jim and buzzed heavily over to the fresher meat of Arthur Flowers. Your son's son, Goodstab said, making it real. What? I said, but weakly. My grandson? My nose doesn't lie, Goodstab said. But how? I asked, already remembering a woman with light red hair at the fort after shooting all those Indians that day. How, with the soldiers yet carousing outside the window, she held me by the hair at the back of my head as I cried and rutted deeper and deeper into her, trying to forget. When that didn't work, there was a bottle, and another bottle, and 3 decades of bottles, and then this robe, the Bible, my Book of Concord, this church, my precious flock, Martin Luther waiting to beckon me closer to God, to forgiveness, to another, cleaner life. One in which a man doesn't leave a dead, blackened toe in a prostitute's bed, even when she asks his name, so she can remember him in her prayers that night. Ava? Could that have been her name? The soldiers were calling her Rosie, but seeing the grief and regret I was in from the week's work, and perhaps recognizing it as a species of her own grief and regret, she shared her real name. I knew her but for part of an afternoon. I never knew, I tried to object, for all that was worth. Neither did they when they were bleeding into a little grass-eater hole, Goodstab said. Neither did the Pekuni in their lodges that winter. You killed this man, and his children, because I fathered them? I asked. Because all of your blood has to spill, Goodstab said, himself again grim and vengeful. When will it be enough? I asked. When will Napiquans have enough of our land? He asked back. I shut my eyes. Kill me, I said. Let it be over. You're ready to eat mice? He asked with a satisfied grin. Then he added, It is over, Arthur Blackheart. You walk alone in the world now as I do. Except I still haven't told you the count of my dead. Including them, I asked about Doyle and the rest, keeping their grim vigil. There's still one more, Goodstab said, holding his index finger up. Did you recognize Yellow Kidney last time? The young boy guarding the horses on the bear that morning you killed so many Pekuni. I told the soldiers to let him go, I said. He was just a child. Along with Goodstab, I could hear the emptiness of this claim, and it made me wonder whether a sermon would ever be held in this chapel again. I called this a jail cell a few pages previous, but living tomb is perhaps the apposite term. Yet, after the subsequent relaying of this last chapter of Goodstab's dark gospel, which I record anon, after which I had fallen asleep tied to the cross, Goodstab evidently returned to cut me down, deliver me to the pew I had occupied so many Sundays in while he confessed, Dove's scorched bowler tilted over my swollen eyes. But before that tender mercy that wasn't, he had still to regale me with his tempestuous confrontation with the feared and capable Catman. And though I'm well enough read in popular literature to guess the word that swarthy, mustachioed soldier had said that violent day in the snow, when the cage finally opened and Goodstab died so he could live again forever, it would serve no purpose to write it down here, for those two corrupt syllables can't be trapped, not in a way that captures the monster they would signify. Nachtzera is more fitting for the language spoken here on Sundays. I listen with my heart on the ground as you want it, Goodstab, I said weakly from my station on the cross. Goodstab nodded, content it seemed, and patted the left shoulder of Doyle, such that the good sheriff slumped forward as if asleep. And so we began again, for the last time. The Nachtzera's Dark Gospel, May the 5th, 1912.
I was born the year the stars fell, and I grew up always knowing that there was nothing I could ever see that would be like that. I was wrong. I'd seen a bear feeding on one of two long legs that were locked together by their antlers, feeding while the other one, still alive, watched and snorted and tried to pull away. I'd seen a warrior named Calfrobe pull an arrow from his eye when it was almost as deep as the back of his head, and then walk away. I'd seen a horse born once with two legs between its front and back ones, two legs that it could stand on, and might have run on if Peasy hadn't told us to kill it. But I'd never seen anything like the Catman. I know I was one of his kind by then, maybe the only other one, but I never would have killed Yellow Kidney. Still, I had to run away from the Fat Melter's camp. It was easy to get away, even though the men came with horses and guns. I didn't take Weasel Plume's robe, and I couldn't explain to them that it wasn't me. But I knew that now they and all the Pagani, all of Six Gates Tapi, would be at war with both of me, the full-blood, and also Takes No Scalps. And probably Goodstab, too, if Happy or his raven told them that name. After Yellow Kidney and his little sister, they had to have figured out that was me. The hunting parties and the raiding parties wouldn't just be ready for me, they would be looking for me. But they didn't know to feed me mice for 4 or 5 winters like you know to 3 persons. They didn't know that even if they filled me full of greased shooters and arrows, even if they rode horses across me and covered me in brush and burned me, that would only take my thinking away, leaving just the Catman, who would come for them and their blood, and then kill the ones he was too full to drink any more of. I was banished, like that snake with his clothes on backwards. But there was no one to give me mercy. The Catman wouldn't, I knew. I had stood in front of his cage and shot an arrow into him when he was at his weakest, when he was trapped and being traded, forced to take Sun Chief burning down on him, being only fed big dirty faces. I don't know if he knew my name, but he had to know my taste on the air. But it wasn't enough for him to be standing over me one night when I woke, so he could claw and bite into me, tear off my arms and legs and leave me burning up in Sun Chief's light for however many moons it would take for something to crawl across my mouth that I could bite into, drink. From the way he killed Yellow Kidney, I knew that he wanted me to suffer like he had. He wanted me banished from the Pagani. He wanted me to be a disease to them. And from the way he'd left Yellow Kidney on Weasel Plume's robe, that told me where he wanted me to go. I showed up on Face Mountain at dawn. My arms and face and legs and chest were scratched open, and Sun Chief was going to hurt those cuts. But it didn't matter. I ran for Weasel Plume, there in the snow. From 40 paces, I could already tell that the Catman hadn't skinned Weasel Plume's head, had only taken the robe like a hide hunter. But what I couldn't tell until I got there was that he'd done it while Weasel Plume was alive. His whole big body jerked when I slid on my knees into him, and his nose opened wide in fear, his eyes the same. I pressed my face into his neck, because he was scared of me now. He'd let the Catman come close because of that broken ceramic smell, but then that smell had brought him this kind of pain. I cried red into his white neck. I squeezed him, and I don't know if he ever knew it was me, or that it wasn't me who had done this to him. Weasel Plume was strong, too. Would have lived another night or two in the snow like that, even skinned. I made my hand like this and drove it into his chest, for his heart, and then pushed through it, felt it die around my wrist. I was screaming into his neck to have to do this. When I stood, I was still screaming. This was when I saw the rest of the herd, all dead around us, even the calves. The Catman hadn't taken their robes and didn't even need a long shooter gun. He had ripped each of their throats out with his hand. I fell to my knees and hid my face, still crying. It made my hands slick with blood, and I didn't even drink the girl's blood back in when it got to my lips. I spit it back out because I hated myself. But I hated the Catman more. Sun Chief was straight up in the sky when I finally stood again. Well, that was melodramatic, the Catman said from behind me. I hadn't even heard him crunch in on the snow, but then I remembered that he was quiet like me. I went around like this on my knees, and this is when I saw him for the first time since Peasy had let him out of his cage. He was sitting on a dead blackhorn, one grown up from a calf I'd taken up here the second year of hunting the hide hunters, and the sun was behind him so his face and chest were black in shadow. But his shape was what made me push back. His chest and shoulders and arms were like mine, but thicker, longer, and coming from his head were long legs antlers on both sides, meaning that's what he had been eating the most of. His face was part way between a man and a longlegs, but his eyes were big and yellow. You think I'd want to eat grass looking like this, he said, stepping down and standing up. His legs, like what he'd been eating, were long now. He was taller than any man I'd ever seen. They didn't do anything to you, I said about Weasel Plume and the rest. Stupid animals, the Catman said, stepping closer to inspect me. But aren't they all? Didn't you just drink that one boy's little sister? She wasn't smart anymore, was she? He held his hand down low by his leg to show me he meant Yellow Kidney's sister. This was when I figured out the Catman was speaking my own language to me. It made me breathe like this and go forward and backward because I was hurting on the inside. The only way he could have learned our language was if he went down to a camp for a winter or two and lived in someone's lodge, lived like the Pagani. He grinned and looked away, seeing me know this. When he talked again, it was in Napiquan. But it's easier to do it this way, he said. I don't want to talk to you in either way, I told him. Where were you the last 2 years? He asked anyway. I just stared at him. He didn't do anything to you, I said again about Weasel Plume. He nuzzled into me like this when I walked up, the Catman said, doing his head to show me. It was quite sweet, really. We didn't have these where I'm from. Where you're from, I said back to him, standing. He shrugged, didn't answer. What are we? I asked finally. You mean what am I? He said, walking to Weasel Plume to run his hand along his side, over his ribs. He sniffed his palm after, said, "You drank my blood, so you're just a smaller echo of what I am. What I am is 450 years old. I know things you don't even know you don't know. And the first time I saw you, you were in a cage," I said, showing him my teeth. "There's nowhere to run on a boat," he said, not worried about my bite. "The water," I told him. "Ship, ship. I should have said ship," he said, making a fist from his hand. "Nava, baton, barco, lodge, broad, corabel. Ship, ship, ship." Then he looked up to me, said, "But you don't even know what an ocean is, do you? You can't understand, living up here like this, a mountain peasant." I know what an ocean is now, three persons. I saw it from the edge of California, like a lake that keeps on going. "There are fish out there as large as a hill," the Catman said. "There are fish with teeth like ours. There are fish that jump up from the water and fly in the air. There are fish that glow at night like stars in the water. The world is bigger than you could guess." "But you didn't have to kill him," I said again about Weasel Plume. "Maybe I want to be like him. Did you ever think of that?" he said back and reached down to Weasel Plume's horns, put his knee on Weasel Plume's shoulder and twisted and pulled, finally tore the head free, which I couldn't have done without breaking my arms and my shoulders and probably my chest. The Catman held Weasel Plume's dripping head in front of his own like a mask he could put on, to dance. "Stop," I told him. "You going to bury him like a person?" the Catman asked, flinging the head at my feet so it rolled into my knees, knocked me back a step. It weighed more than a person. "Since you killed him, you have to kill me too," I said. I was wearing scratchy Napi Kwang clothes I'd picked up coming to the Fat Melters camp. I pulled them off now, because I wanted to do this like a Pagani. "Oh, you're so serious, aren't you?" the Catman said, grinning, his yellow eyes flashing. "What if I put you in that, though?" He tilted his high antlers to the east, which was when I saw what I should have seen before, if I hadn't only been looking at Weasel Plume. It was the iron cage he had been in. It was brown from rust, but it was still square like a box. "You can't kill me if I'm like you," I said to him, watching this cage. "If you can come back after being shot in half and then burned, then I can come back from this." "Oh, we can die," the Catman said, taking a long step closer, like I thought his taste on the air was the same as mine. "Yeah. How's that? Right," he said to me, doing his nose like this to show me that he saw what I was thinking. "How do we die?" I asked, hating to need something from him. "Wouldn't you like to know?" he said back. "Fire?" I asked. "Fire's not fun," he said. "We don't starve," I told him. "There's always something to drink," he said, agreeing with me. "Sun Chief?" I asked. "You mean that?" he said, squinting and looking up. "The one that's not killing either of us?" "The head," I said then. "Pull the head off like that." I touched Weasel Plume's horn with my knee to show what I meant. "It does make you wonder where life resides," the Catman said. "The heart, or up here?" He tapped his head right here on the side. "Or, if it's both, do we split into two different people?" "Two different monsters," I said. "Monsters," he repeated, and I couldn't tell if he liked the word or if it made him sad. He sat down hard onto Weasel Plume, which made that clear liquid leak out from his broken open spine. "If I wanted to take the time," he said, "if you were worth it, not just an accident, I could educate you. Show you the world in all its misery and grandeur. Show you what you are as well, and what you can really do. There are rivers of blood to swim in, little Pagani, to swim in and drink dry. But I can see in your eyes that what you want is to die. Who am I to deny you that? He stood back up and breathed in through his nose, preparing for me. I think I did want to die 2-3 persons. Weasel Plume was dead. The whole herd was. I had no wives, no children. Tall Dog was gone. I couldn't eat real meat. I couldn't dream my own dreams. My people wanted to kill me. I'd killed women and men and children. I couldn't even ride a horse or smoke a pipe. All I could do anymore was not die, unless he did that for me. If you were a black robe who could never go into one of your holy places again, or talk standing higher than people, or read from your holy book or sing your wolf songs, your scalp songs, and if other black robes hated you and only wanted to kill you because you were killing their families, wouldn't you also want to die? Or if you'd killed a whole camp of Pagani. But those were just Indians, I know. Come on, then, the Catman said, holding his arms out to the side. I rushed at him with all the speed my lightness could give me, and all my anger, all my crying. Instead of jumping for the Catman's throat, I slid down at the last step and went along his leg, tearing at it with my hand. His blood was as red as mine, maybe more red, and he fell to a knee from losing it, turned his face to me to be sure I wasn't already jumping for his back. I wasn't. I was already running for the trees. It was so he could chase me there. I could tell from how he'd thrown Weasel Plume's head that he was stronger than me. This meant I would have to bring him down with surprise, not fight out in the open. Once it was dark under all those limbs, I went up into a tree. I watched the Catman walk under me. From the top, he looked like a Longlegs. It meant I couldn't jump down on him, because his antlers would come up through me, and then it would be over. I tell you I wanted to die, but I wanted to bring him with me. I would pull him into the sand hills, and the Pagani would gather around me and help me pull him apart, carry his pieces to the 4 directions, so he could never heal back together. 5 breaths after he passed, I dropped down, quiet like you know I can. I couldn't track him by scent, but this was the backbone, and I was Pagani. The land would help me. The waters would rise because they could tell what the Catman was. The 4-leggeds too. The sky could send a thunderbolt down to burn him. Napi might even come up from a dugout when he heard the trouble going on. I couldn't track the Catman by his taste on the air, but I could hear him. He was ahead of me, by a cliff I'd like to sit under. And I was wrong about not being able to track him in the air. I didn't know this when I was in the tree, but on the ground with him now, I could taste the blood from his leg. It was from a real bear. I started to run for him, to jump on his back and pull his head to me. But I slowed, stopped. If he had been alive almost 500 winters, then he had had many battles. I nodded to myself, turned to go the other way. It was for Weasel Plume's head. I stripped off the face skin, clawed away what meat I could, scraped the insides out to make it light enough for me. It was bloody, but I held it by one horn and dropped lower on the hill to come at the cliff from below. I didn't run this time, but went slow, as low as the grass. This was how Hunts to the Side had gotten his name so many winters ago. The Catman was sitting on the rock under the cliff I liked to sit on. A few paces past him was the wallow I'd scraped out and made a sweat lodge over, to see if I could sweat the Catman out of me a few winters ago. All it had done was bring the blood up through my skin everywhere. The Catman was looking up to the cliff like that's where I was going to jump from. I sang my death song in my head because if I did it with my mouth, he would hear. The last 15 paces to him, I ran hard, and for the last 5, I jumped, both hands on one of Weasel Plume's horns, his skull above and behind me like this, touching my heels almost, so I could bring it down like the heaviest war club any Pagunny had ever swung against an enemy. I landed just past the rock the Catman had been sitting on. "Thought they called you Good Stab," he said, standing over me. "That wasn't a good stab at all, was it? Or were you just, what do your people call it, trying to count coup? I can understand that. It's something like this, right?" He held up one of my braids that I hadn't felt him cut off with his sharp fingernails. He rubbed the braid apart and opened his fingers, let the hair lift away on the wind. I screamed then and turned around to swing Weasel Plume's skull harder, as hard as I could, and the Catman stepped back but not far enough. One of the horns opened his belly. He fell to a knee, his mouth open, eyes big. Swinging the skull that hard had spun me around, but I was still spinning, so I came all the way in a circle again, aiming for his eye this time, to finish him. This time he caught the skull by the lead horn, was already looking at me in a way that I knew we were a father and his young son wrestling. He had let that horn open his belly. He had let me cut his leg. "This is a good stab," he said, and pulled the skull from me with one hand. He was already holding the wrist of the arm I had been using to swing the skull. With it he lifted me up, held me there, and drove Weasel Plume's other horn up under my chest bone, into my heart. But grabbing the skull like he did, it cut him too, so some of his blood splashed onto my lip. I felt it right when it happened, and knew that if drinking Napi's blood had been good, if drinking that girl's blood had been good, then drinking the Catman's might be enough to let me kill him. I used my tongue to pull that drop in, and it made my whole body buck. Catmen aren't supposed to drink each other. Even if he hadn't stabbed me with that horn, I think that drop of blood would have done enough. He smiled, watching this happen to me. The sky behind him was going black like Sun Chief was gone, and for me he was. The last thing I saw were the Catman's teeth. They were white and sharp, and he was smiling. "See you. Probably not soon," he said to me after everything was black, and I felt like I was pressing my face into Weasel Plume's side again, and that became the robe I had slept in as a boy, when I would breathe like I was asleep so I could hear my father laughing with his first wife, the only one he had left. They would talk about other people in camp. He would tell her stories from the hunt that she knew were lies. But the more she listened, the more he lied. And I knew that someday I would have a wife like that someday I would have a boy and a girl faking sleep in their robes. And in this way the Pagunny would never die. We would always be here. But all of that was gone for me now. I wasn't even in the sand hills. I didn't think. It was like a bear dream, but there were no berries. I was in a den of some kind. I was sleeping, I could tell that. When I woke, the world was blue again, like the shadow that had melted in around the Catman was being pulled away to show the sky again. But this was different. I jerked up because I was on my hands and knees, but when I did, my head hit a hard thing, a hard iron thing. I blinked, tasted the air, and it tasted like ice. I blinked again and saw the lines of brown in front of me. I was in the iron cage. But the iron cage wasn't on Face Mountain anymore. I know how the backbone tastes on the air, and this was the same, but different. It was deeper. It smelled like cold and, again, still, all around, ice. More than I'd ever tasted at once. Had that one drop of Catman's blood kept me sleeping until Coldmaker came again with a big snow. But it was too quiet. It was too quiet for how bright it was, and how blue. Blue and dark at the same time. It was the blue I didn't understand. I jerked up again to see better, but couldn't go very high. When I looked down, I could see why. My hands and knees had been set into water, and that water had frozen around them, locking me in. That same ice, it was all around me. I was breathing fast now, scared. The more the taste of this ice got in me, the more I remembered it. It was the slow, giant rivers of ice that are all over the backbone. I had walked across these frozen rivers before, but I had never been inside of one. That's where the Catman had taken me. He had made a cave bigger, carried the cage in, put me in it, then used a fire to melt enough ice that the cage sank into the water before it froze again. I screamed, but my voice came back to me over and over. The Catman had buried me here, because it wasn't enough to only kill me. After the second sleep like this, my left arm broke right here, inside the ice, from how hard I was trying to pull it out. For 3 sleeps after that, I held my mouth close to where that arm was in the ice and breathed my hottest breath on it, which is your coldest breath. Over and over I kept waking up with my lips stuck to the ice on top I had melted. Pulling away from that tore the skin off my lips and left it there, and then my mouth was bleeding in a long red string. I dragged that red string onto where my broken arm went into the ice. Breathing on the ice hadn't worked, but the blood from my lips went down into the space between the ice and my arm. And when that blood ran out, I bit through my tongue, spit as much blood as I could down there. It made it slick enough that I could scream and scream more and pull with my legs and other arms so that my broken arm finally came out. I pushed my mouth back to the hole I'd left to try and drink that blood back up, but it was already freezing. I had one hand out now, but the arm was broken above it, so the fingers wouldn't grip, and they shook fast like this when I tried to move them. I tried not to cry, but did anyway, and then had to tilt my face up like this to balance the blood from my eyes back to my mouth. After another sleep, my lips got a little skin back. 4 sleeps after that, the hand on my broken arm could squeeze like a child squeezes. I broke the arm again, trying to use it to dig my good arm out. Finally, after so many sleeps like that, I don't know how many, I bit into my arm at the break that wouldn't heal anymore. I bit and chewed and pulled until the hand fell off. The blood that came out, I drank as much of it as I could to save it, but it was already getting used up and dead. I needed to feed. Because I'd pulled the front of my arm off right above where it was broken, there was a sharp bone right here now. I used it to chip at the ice holding my other arm. Every dig made my eyes stop and my hearing go away. I cried and grunted and dug and dug and dug. At last, my good arm came out. I opened and closed the fingers, then made a fist and held it. The skin was puckered. It was burned from the ice, but the muscles still worked, and the skin wasn't that torn. Needing to bite something, anything, I turned to the side and chewed off my other braid as high as I could. I had been wearing 2 in my hair instead of 3 because when it's cold, my fingers can only do braids to the side, not behind my head. 2 braids right here made me look like the necklace people, but I was still Pagunny. Because it's not how many braids you have, or even if you have braids at all. It's about how bad you want to live. I wanted to live. It took 2 more sleeps to dig my legs out. I could tell it was day and night by how the ice glowed. I didn't know how deep I was in the frozen river, but if I couldn't even chip myself out fast from the ground, I knew there was no pushing up to the rest. But the Catman had to have gotten me into there somehow. When I stood to see where, I stood into the cage. He had melted it into the ice with the door under me. I kicked at a bar until it broke out, and then I pushed it back and forth like this until it broke off. Instead of using it to dig the cage out, which would have taken too long, I kicked the bars beside it out and broke them free the same, until I could crawl through. It was hard from only having one hand, but it was enough. It wasn't a cave I was in either. It was a tunnel, not tall enough to stand in. If the Catman had made it, then he must have built fire after fire to melt his way through. And if he'd been in here with the antlers he had now, then he must have walked on 4 legs, not 2. I hunched down a tunnel and didn't know east from west, north from south. It was the first time I'd ever been without directions. It felt like I was going to float away, even though the roof was touching my head. It was daylight, so every wall was blue, and the floor, and the roof. I had to squint, it was so bright. Squint and keep my face down looking at my feet. It took 14 sleeps to go down all the tunnels the Catman had been living in. I found the dried-up bodies of Indians and Napiquans he had brought down here to chase and drink. Some were frozen into the walls. Some were left on the floor. One was pressed into the top of the tunnel, looking down. Also there were 4-leggeds, all of them. The Catman had been living here for years. I told myself I would clamp onto his neck and drink him until my side burst open. But then I remembered what just 1 drop of his blood had done to me, how it had knocked me down long enough for him to put me here. After going into every tunnel and not finding an opening to the backbone, I came back to the cage to rub the end of the bar I had against the other bars until it was hot enough to melt the ice, so I could draw the lines of the Catman's home in the wall. But he didn't have any plan or shape when he was making them, if he even made them, if he didn't just find them. The Pagani never knew anything about the ice rivers. The 4-leggeds didn't even go there unless they were running from something. Otter Goes Back had a story about how they were so cold like that because they had used to come all the way from far north. But when they got cut off from where they started, they didn't have anywhere to go. So were like a worm when the rain pushes it up from the ground, just feeling around slow and without eyes. I don't know how long I was down there starving when one day a Pagani my age shook me awake. He was talking, but I couldn't understand him. Not because I couldn't speak my tongue anymore, but because I was so hungry. I drank him before even asking him where he'd come in. When my nose came back, I followed his taste in the air to a roof in a far tunnel with new ice shutting it closed. The Catman had started a fire up there, let it burn down through, and then pushed this man through and filled the hole with brush and grass. After that, he kept pouring water onto the brush and grass, so at first it froze right around the blades and sticks, and then it froze around what was already frozen. And now the hole was shut again, the ice there thicker than my leg is long. Inside the dark blue ice I could see the brush and grass like hair in water, not moving. I went back to the man who was empty now, dead. I could smell smoke on him, and real meat, and the broken ceramic smell from the Catman. It made me snarl. From this Pagani's blood, my hand started coming back. I tried holding my old one in place so the skin could grow together, but it wouldn't work. 3 more times this happened. 2 more men, both Napiquan now, and 1 snake woman who was related to my mother. I could taste it. I drank her anyway. It was the only thing I could do. Finally, I had my hand back. The bones in there were even solid. It hurt to make a fist at first, but after a few sleeps, I forgot it had ever been gone. The Catman kept me there for the rest of that winter, and then through the next winter too, and then one more winter. I paced the tunnels faster and faster, and then slow, giving up, crying, my hair down to here now. The third winter, the Catman stopped feeding me pagunny, started only leaving Napiquan trappers and soldiers and wagon people. On every one of them, I looked for their fire makings or their tobacco pouches so I could smoke and maybe finally die. But none of them had any. One of the trappers he pushed in through a melt hole came with 2 elk antlers that were shed off, I was pretty sure. I knew from their shape that they were his, that they were the Catman's, meaning he didn't look like a Longlegs anymore. This is what he was telling me. The trapper tried to use one of the antlers to kill me, but I batted it away, held him to the ice by the neck, and asked him in Napiquan about the world past the ice. This is how I learned the pagunny were starving, that the buffalo had been shot out, that Nitoksunan was getting smaller and smaller, that soon it would be so small we would all fall off the edge of it, into America. "Why do you care so much about Injuns?" the trapper asked while I was holding him there, and this was how I knew I didn't look pagunny anymore. This is what the Catman had done to me. I struck forward with my mouth, drank this trapper while his legs kicked, and I didn't leave even a drop in him. I threw him away, but that wasn't enough, so I dove onto him and pulled his head off for making me know what I looked like, and then his arms, his legs, and it was when I split him open in the middle that I saw something that shouldn't have been there. It was an arrowhead, made of flint. I see that you know what this means, 3 persons. Good. I took all the hair from the people I'd been drinking and made it into a ball around one of the iron bars from the cage, then pushed my hands into the center of that and scraped the flint fast on the bar until it finally sparked, lit the hair on fire. I looked like a Napiquan now, but I was still pagunny inside. When the hair was crackling and smelling and making its bad oily smoke, I started laying clothes on it, and then, with the iron bar still in, I went to one of the holes in the roof the Catman had melted. I held the torch to the roof instead of the wall so its own weight could help by pushing down, and so the brush and grass locked in there could help by starting to burn too. I should have used a leg bone for the torch instead of the iron bar, because the iron bar got hot enough to make my palms smoke, but I bit my teeth together and held on. After a whole night of doing this, my hand burned black. The ice finally crashed through. For the first time in 3 winters, I crawled out into the air of the backbone. I was crying from happiness. I rolled around on the ice screaming, and then I drew in like this because I was afraid now, from having so much air around me. Anything could be out there. The Catman could be, to put me in another hole, a deeper one. So he wouldn't know I was out, I used his trick to cover the hole back. After that, I ran down a Wags's tail and drank from her until my side split open again. Usually it hurt when that happened, but this time it felt good. It was Frog Moon, I thought, because this Wags's tail had a little one inside that I drank also, when it lived longer than its mother. It was the first time I had that kind of blood. It made me breathe fast, but not deep, so I was dizzy. The snow in the backbone was starting to melt, and the green was coming back. This was where I could have crossed at Big Gap, or even up at Face Mountain. I could have crossed to the west and kept going, and it would have been many winters until the Catman found me, I knew. But I'm pagunny. I had to come down to the east, to the camps, to see the people. First I went to Face Mountain. I took Weasel Plume's skull, pitted and dry as it was by now, and carried it on my back all the way to Chief Mountain, and climbed it the hard way, on the side where the rocks like this. I set Weasel Plume's skull down in at the north edge, and sat with him singing a song in my chest, and looking out over Nitoxanan. Far out there were the fires glowing in lodges, and I knew there were Pagani moving in them, and from lodge to lodge. And the horses were spread out to the side, and there were night riders out there with them, and the hunters were out after meat, and the dogs were digging in the ashes of the fires like they know to do, because that's where the grease drips. A raven settled down up there with me. "Tell him I'm back," I said to it, and waved it away. It dropped off the edge, then came back up after a minute, riding the wind because doing that is more fun than delivering messages. 2 sleeps later, the first camp I came to and watched was the hard top knots. Next I found the fat melters, but Happy would know me even in the skin I was in, so I didn't go to there either. When I found the small robes, I watched them for 6 sleeps. My Napiquan beard was thick and itchy on my face. I didn't have a knife to cut it off, and it was good to hide behind anyway. After drinking a young Longlegs that was by itself when it shouldn't have been, I walked in at dark when all the people would be there. I was making noise on purpose so they'd know I wasn't trying to sneak in. The reason I drank the young Longlegs was so I wouldn't be hungry. It had made my belly push out to my side, too, but it hadn't split open. I had slept in a coulee far from camp, so the Longlegs' blood could find where it needed to be. I had decided my name would be Blackie. It was what Peasy had said he called a Napiquan trapper who had lived in his lodge for half a winter when he was young and still had wives. I didn't have a gun, and the only leggings I had were green buckskin, not even rubbed soft. I hadn't made moccasins or a shirt, but what was important was that I had no gun, no lance, no knife, no horse, no pouches or parfleches. I walked in like that, looking from lodge to lodge, reading their paint. The first boy I saw ran away. The first girl I saw walked beside me, looking at me. And then I felt something hard on the back of my head, here. I raised my hands and dropped to a knee like this. The Pagani man pressing his many-shots gun to my head walked around to in front of me, the gun sliding from the back of my head to between my eyes. When I spoke to him, I did it in our language. His and mine, I mean, not your Napiquan, 3 persons. He opened his eyes wide and mad from me talking like that. I told him I had been lost in the backbone for 3 winters, that I had broken my leg and not been able to come down, that all my supplies were gone. Soon 3 more men were there, and 1 woman. I didn't know any of them. It had been 10 winters since I'd been in the small robe camp like this. All the faces were starved and hurting. "Kill him now," one of the men said. "Hurt him first," another said, smiling. I understood. This would have been me years ago. "I just wanted to see you," I told them all. It was true. "Ask Walks twice," the woman said, flashing her eyes to the men. They stared at me and finally nodded, didn't kill me. I didn't remember Walks Twice being a small robe. I didn't know the name at all, but I hadn't been there in so long. 2 of the men held my arms and walked me to the center of camp. I recognized my father's old lodge and hunts to the sides. Walks Twice's lodge was new and painted all black, which I'd never seen before. It must make it heavy, hard to pull. Above the doors, in white paint on top of the black, were 2 great long legs antlers, going up like this, almost to the ear flaps. They were pushing through the sky stripes, even. The 3rd man, the one leading, called into the lodge, and then the flap pushed out and the cat man stood up from it. He looked like he had that first day in the cage, except his skin was Pagani now. It meant that we were who he had been feeding on. He nodded, breathed in deep through his nose, meaning he could see through my beard and hair, knew me for who I was. It made his eyes laugh, like this was what he'd been waiting for. I jerked away to run, but the two men held me and shook me to be still. One of them hit me with his knee on the side of my leg here, and they had to catch me from falling. "Let him go if he wants to go," the Catman said. "One dirty Napi-Kwan can't do anything to us, can he?" Everyone laughed, and they threw me down at the Catman's feet. I looked up to him. He was still tall, even taller than the Pagunni, but only tall like a man now, not like a Longlegs. He was the kind of Indian that painters would always pay to stand still so they could put them on their squares of white cloth. He grinned down at me and laughed, said with his important voice, "You've been up there for 3 winters, you say, not 4. I wasn't sure anymore, but nodded once, holding his laughing eyes. "Then maybe you're Pagunni now," he said, smiling his sharp smile so everyone would know he was making a joke. They all laughed. "Maybe we'll let you be, if you prove yourself," he added with a shrug of one shoulder. "Maybe you can stay, if you're good." "Where is Lone Bear?" I asked. "Was he chief the last time you knew this camp?" the Catman asked, looking around to show how bored he already was with me. "He left us," one of the men who had been holding me said, and spit after it. When I looked to the Catman about this, he did his eyebrows like this. I can't really do it like he did, but what it told me was that Lone Bear hadn't just walked away from the small robes. It told me that the Catman knew where his bones were. "And you showed up to help," I said to the Catman. "My medicine is good for the Pagunni," the Catman said, holding his arms out to show me his people. "But to keep it strong, I can't have a wife, and have to stay inside when Sun Chief is out." "Your medicine keeps you in your night lodge," I said back to him, almost snarling. He grinned, shrugged, said, "I'm glad you can be out in the daytime. Good. Good, Napi-Kwan." "Blackie," I told him, and everyone. "Because of your yellow beard," the Catman said back to me. I curled my lips in, hating him. I could only see my beard like this, in shadow. "Or is that name because of your heart?" the Catman said, walking all around me to look at me better. "It's just my name," I said. "I don't know why," walked twice. "Is that a question about where my name comes from?" the Catman said, coming back around in front of me again. "Surprised you didn't take Lone Bear's name too," I said, "along with his blood." "This was never his lodge," the Catman said, holding a hand out to his. "These were his people," I said back. "Why do you care so much, Napi-Kwan that you are?" the Catman asked, reaching forward to touch my hair on the side. I batted his hand away, and all the men watching stood taller, their eyes big. "You would fight me," the Catman said, holding his hands up and away to show how he was right. I was wrong. "For no reason." That second part was louder, for everyone else. "My medicine isn't as strong as yours," I had to admit. "A Napi-Kwan with medicine?" the Catman asked all around, turning and making a face I couldn't see, but didn't have to. "Why should we let you stay?" he asked then, coming back to look at me from my bare, dirty feet to my eyes, which were probably blue. "You probably don't know this, but people keep being taken, like a real lion is living behind us, eating when it wants. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" I just held his look with mine. "Trappers have been disappearing in the backbone too," I said to him. "You don't know anything about that, do you?" "I know they shouldn't have been there," he said with a shrug. "So who cares about them? Maybe they fell into the ice and a people-eater ate them. The small ropes standing around chuckled, but their eyes were nervous. People-eaters don't live in holes like that, I said back to him. You should have said that maybe the inhaler was back, walks twice, that it was back and sucking people in. Any Pagunny would know that. The inhaler, the Catman said, walking around me and saying this. I like that. If you let me stay, I said then, answering his far-back question, then I can stand guard at night, to keep other people from going missing. The Catman laughed big at this, said, And where would you stand, Blackie the Nopequan? I tilted my head behind him to the flap of his lodge. As you can see, he said, we're hungry this season. Can't feed another mouth. You don't need to, I told him, and everyone. I won't eat your food. Then what will you eat? The Catman asked. Whatever I find, I said. Tomorrow we are going out for meat, the Catman said. We'll deal with you when we get back. How many days? I asked back. He shrugged, said, Depends how far we have to go. You can ride a horse? I asked him. I can do all kinds of things you don't even know about, Blackie, he told me, saying my name louder, like making fun of it. Then he had the men tie me to a thick lodgepole buried in the ground just past the edge of camp. The pole was from when a Nopequan family had tried to build one of your houses out here, even before the wagon roads. They had frozen that first winter, so we didn't even have to kill them, just had to burn their house. This post had been in the part where they kept their horses, so it didn't burn, and because it was buried too deep to pull up, they tied me to it. The rope they used to wrap my wrists behind me were green buckskin, so it would dry hard and squeeze when it did. You'll be dead when we come back singing with meat, one of them said to me and hit me with the heel of his right hand here, because I didn't matter, and because I was Nopequan. I leaned forward from the pole until my arms burned, and then I leaned back, which made my shoulders hurt. There was no way to sit or stand that didn't hurt. The dogs kept their distance, but the children squatted far enough away and watched, curious about my beard, my hair, my skin. They laughed and pointed. A woman brought me a bowl of water. I took it in my mouth, shook my head to her that was enough, and after she was gone, I let the water come out onto the ground. The girl watching from right in front of me saw this. What's your name? I asked her. She was 11 winters, maybe 12. She ran away from me talking to her. The next morning, after the hunting party left, she was back. She made a sign with her hands, telling me her name. It was Kills in the Water. When the other children showed up, she still didn't talk, and that was how I knew she didn't speak. I couldn't say anything back to her since my hands were tied, but she saw me keeping my eyes shut against Sunchief. It took her and the other children most of the day, but they finally found a forked branch they could press against my neck to keep me from moving my head. It was so they could tie a piece of cloth over my eyes. It was the first nice thing anyone had done for me in years. I would have cried, but it would scare them, and they would get the people from camp. When it was night, I listened to the sounds from the lodges, the sounds from the fires, the sounds from the horses just over the hill. The more still I stayed, the farther I could hear. But I needed to feed. I fell away inside myself, which you would call sleep but is really falling and falling inside myself. And then something was touching my lips. I flinched back, spit and spit. Hot broth splashed onto the top of my legs, and I heard the wooden bowl roll away. Kills in the Water was trying to feed me, was still close enough I could smell her, that there was something different about her. Maybe because she talked with her hands. I'm sorry, I told her, even though I didn't think my words would mean anything. Or maybe she watched the shape of the words on my lips. I couldn't tell. "Come here," an adult said then, and I didn't have to be able to smell this woman to know she was Kills-in-the-Water's mother. I could hear it in her voice. I hung my head. After they were gone, I rubbed the broth on my shoulder like this to get it away from my lips. From 10 or 12 paces away, the dogs growled, but they were growling at themselves. They wanted the dirt and grass with the broth on it, but they would have to come close to me to get it, so they were mad at themselves for being scared. When one of them finally tried, crawling on its belly, I think, pulling forward with its front legs like dogs do, I turned myself into a rock and let it. After that, the other dogs came in, some of their tails even hitting into me. I listened hard for if anyone was standing there watching this. When I didn't think anyone was, I snapped my mouth forward all at once, bit into a dog's spine, and drank until it flopped away, crying, to die. It wasn't a meal, but it was better than starving. Like I told you, our first holy day, the Pagani can eat dogs when we have to. 3 days later, after camp was asleep, I pulled hard enough at the dried buckskin around my wrists that it tore. I pulled the cloth off my eyes and moved to the side in case an arrow was already coming for me. Nobody saw me. I ran out into the darkness, and the first thing I saw from a long way off, because of the stars in its eyes, was a young prairie runner. I wanted to use that crow trick on it, but that only works in the daytime, so I had to sneak around and jump, then run and grab onto the back of its leg, dig for the big sinew in there. The prairie runner went down flopping, and I was already on its throat to keep it from screaming. The white tube in there is as big as a longlegs, even though they're small like the goats people here keep to eat. A prairie runner has only a little more blood than a big man, so my side didn't split from having too much in me. Its soft hooves dug into the ground slower and slower the whole time I was drinking. I cut a strip of its skin loose with my teeth, biting all around like this. It felt good to not be tied to a pole anymore, but I couldn't leave the small robes to the catman. I went back to where I was supposed to be, tied the strip of green prairie runner tight around my wrists, and then jumped up high enough to get my arms around the pole again. When I landed, my hands already behind me, I remembered that the cloth that was supposed to be tied around my eyes was still looped on my neck. I snarled with anger, hating myself, but then saw Kills-in-the-Water was watching me. I quit snarling and she walked in, put the cloth back over my eyes. "Thank you," I said to her. I couldn't see if she heard me, but I said it anyway, and she was close enough I could have gone forward like this, drank her, but I was still full from the prairie runner. That blood lasted all the way until the hunting party came back. They had only found 2 old bulls with scabby robes, but it was real meat. Everybody got some. I could hear them dropping it into cooking pots and kettles, because that makes it last longer than cooking it over the fire. The hunting party had only eaten the tongues before coming home, so they were hungry too. There wouldn't be any left for the dogs, but there was one less dog, so maybe that made it hurt less for them. I knew when the catman was standing right in front of me. I stood, my arms sliding up the pole, my shoulders like this. "You're a sneaky one," he said, smelling the blood I had in me now, and the prairie runner skin now tied around my hands. I was hungry, I told him, not loud, because camp was busy and I didn't know who was listening. "Did you hear what else we brought back, Good Stab?" he asked. I never knew where he had heard my name, but it was before we fought on Face Mountain. Maybe he had asked some Pagani he was drinking about who went missing the winter heavy runner fell. If he knew, that's when it was. Maybe I had been talking to myself up in the backbone, Maybe Weasel Plume had told him. Maybe his nose was old enough and strong enough he could smell my name on me. We thought you were the great white god, I said to him in Napiquan. We could talk your tongue and nobody knew what we were saying. Maybe I am, the Catman said. I don't think that anymore, I told him. We brought a forked tree, he said. You can't eat a tree, I said back to him. But you can dig a hole for it, he said back, and then I heard him walking away. The next morning there was drumming, but it wasn't strong, and it wasn't steady. In the camp I could hear people crying. I had a dream, Good Stab, the Catman said from behind me. The night after we got those 2 old bulls, he went on. After the morning when one of our hunters was gone because I was hungry. You don't have real dreams like a Pagunny, I hissed to him. Does a real dream leave footprints? The Catman asked. I could hear him smiling. His mouth was close to my ear. Or are our real dreams footprints, my words? I shut my eyes tight even though they were in the cloth. Look at those little grass dancers go, he said then, hitting my shoulder with his open hand but soft, like he was tall dog. The grass dance is what the Pagunny do to stomp the grass flat to stand a Sundance lodge up. This was Frog Moon, though. It's too early, I said to him. For the real one, sure, the Catman said. His Napiquan sounded different than Napi's. It was sort of like yours, 3 persons, but different, like it had more edges, and different slopes to ride up and down. He kept his hand on my shoulder, moving me back and forth, and said, But it's not too early for the children's Sundance. They can't, I said. It's wrong. My dream said they have to do it all themselves. I don't know, the Catman said. He was just doing this to make himself laugh. It was why people in camp were crying. But we can bury the sun pole for them, he said, brushing past me. They shouldn't have to do everything. It took the children 3 days to get the arbor built and do the social dance. The whole time there were people crying in camp. The children were crying too, because they knew what they were doing was wrong. When they blew their whistles all 4 directions, it wasn't strong. I wanted to grab each of them and run, put them somewhere else. I hated myself for staying trapped in the ice river so long. It meant the people knew and trusted the Catman, and I was Napiquan to them, so they wouldn't listen to me. I wouldn't have either. When the winter count was added to, I knew this children's Sundance would be on it now. It had never happened before, even in play. The Sundance is our holy time, 3 persons, and the Catman was making water on it. For every part of it he would come behind me and talk Napiquan into my ear, to tell me which part was happening. And this is the fasting, he said finally, and hit me on the shoulder with his open hand again. I didn't understand at first, but then I did. It had been many sleeps since the prairie runner, and Kills in the Water hadn't tried to spoon any broth to me. I was the one who had been fasting. Finally, someone cut the strap holding me and pulled me forward. My legs didn't work at first and my arms were cold, or I might have run away. But then I felt the hard grip of the Catman on this side. He was one of the men holding me, and his hand was like one of your iron rings. I was pushed ahead 60 paces. Then the Catman held my head down to get under the edge of the arbor, because it was short, for children. The drumming stopped and the Catman used his important voice to recount the dream he was lying about. It ended with a Napiquan with a yellow beard being made to dance. I shook my head no. but then they dragged me stumbling over my feet out to the pole. When the cloth was pulled away from my eyes, the sky was too bright and the people had soft edges. "Here, I'll do it. Kills in the water. You shouldn't have to," the Catman said to her with his hands, taking the pegs from her end. When their hands touched, he turned his eyes up to her and opened his nostrils, like tasting her on the air for the first time. She was wearing an elk-teeth dress. It meant she was the medicine woman for this. Her face was bad from crying about the wrongness of this. But their walks twice was telling them it was right. "Here," I said, pulling the Catman's nose away from her by breathing my chest big like this, to make the skin tight. The Catman turned back to me and pinched some of my skin right up here. "I'll kill you," I said in Napiquan when he leaned closer. "Of course you will," he said, pushing the first one through slower than he had to, and deeper than they usually go. "You're the first one to ever say that to me, aren't you? Everyone before you killed me too. Can't you tell?" I gritted my teeth. The last of the prairie runner's blood was leaking down my chest. "Now this one," the Catman said, and pushed the other one through. It hurt, but it was cold. Then he snapped for the thongs that looped into both ends of the pegs and tied them up to the rope. We were standing close to the pole for this. "Now you can be one of us, Blackie," the Catman said, and pushed me back. The rope tightened and the pegs pulled against the skin of my chest, and if he hadn't dug them so deep my skin would have torn away then. I ran at the Catman with my mouth open, and he smiled and stepped to the side, so that when I fell, the rope pulled against my chest again, yanking me back. I stood to get it slack again, and he pushed me back, softer this time, like I was a child. Blood was on my face now, from my eyes, but since I'd fallen, the people probably thought it was from the pegs. "Here, don't forget," the Catman said, and pushed the whistle into my lips. The children were drumming in their way again, drumming and crying. The people too. But some were cheering to see me hurt, because I was Napiquan. I breathed in and blew, just trying to blow the pain and shame and wrongness away, out of me. And the Catman sat back on the grass with the people and watched and laughed the loudest. And one time when I looked over to him, he was wearing black glasses like these, and that was the first time I had ever seen them. He made me dance all day, pulling against the pole with my chest, and then I hung there at night and he made the children splash water on me in the morning that was really from 3 different horses. And I danced, and I blew, and I told myself this was real, like the first time I'd done it, when I was proud. And Wolfcalf was watching, proud that his son who had always drank the whitehorn milk was becoming a man now. Halfway through that second day, the peg on this side pulled through the skin, and then, because all my weight was on the other one now, it gave, but not the same. The peg broke, leaving splinters of its bone inside my skin. The Catman sat on my chest to cut it out. Before I could drink that blood back in, the children poured water into my mouth. I let it come back out. "Let him be," someone said. "Nobody can drink at first." "I have to take him up to get his helper now," the Catman said in joke, and threw me across the back of a horse with a braided mane that didn't even jump away. It didn't make sense that he could ride a horse, but he was doing it. Every step made my face hit the side of the horse, and I didn't have any blood in me anymore. We went back to the backbone under Chief Mountain. "Now you're a man, Blackie," the Catman said, pushing me down into a shallow creek so I had to roll over to breathe. "You made it through your Sundance." I was breathing hard and crying, but nothing was coming out. "This is the part that hurts," the Catman said, and before I could even look up, he kicked down and broke my leg right here, high up, and then the other one, and then this arm right here where it bends. "I'll leave you that one," he said about the other arm and stood up from me. He looked around at the trees and the mountains. "What do you Pigunny call this?" he asked. "The backbone of the world? I don't know about that." He looked down to me then and stepped over closer again. "I do know where your backbone is, though, Blackie." This is when he stepped down hard and broke my back. Down the stream from me, a beaver was slapping its tail on the water. "Hey, dinner," the Catman said about the beaver. Then he squatted down by me. "I've been like this before," he said. "You left me worse than this, even. You won't be able to come back down until, what do you Pigunny call it? Oh, yeah, the moon when the leaves dry up, right? I kind of like that. It's descriptive. Anyway, we can do this all again then if you want. But try to eat some different things this summer, so you can look different the next time the small robes see you. I don't want to have to explain Blackie being back. Look like a monster, if you can. A bear, or a giant red-backed squirrel, or one of those elk, even. Then you'll match my lodge, and I can make up a dream to explain it. If you look like a different monster each time you come back, then you can really live forever, at least in your people's stories. And I can be the hero who kills monster after monster. Maybe I'll even get a new name out of it. I'm getting tired of this one." He swung back up onto his horse, which was when I saw that its face was painted red like they were going on a raid. Then he looked down at me and made the horse ride across me back and forth, breaking more bones, so I was a skin bag of slivers and rocks, that prairie runner blood all leaking out of me, going down to the beaver lodge. For 3 days after he left me, I couldn't move at all, and then the only reason I could, finally, was a silverfish hit into me right here, and my arm that wasn't broken clamped down on it. It tasted worse than anything, worse than the time Tall Dog and me cooked one, but I drank its thin iron blood while its mouth was opening and closing in the air, looking for the water its kind breathes. Over the next 7 sleeps, I drank the blood of 20 more of them. It was finally enough that I could crawl to the bank. I knew I could float down and dig into the beaver lodge and eat them. Drink their blood that's the most red of any of the 4-leggeds. But I knew not to. The Catman was right, too. It took me all those moons until the leaves dry up, until I could walk and run again. It meant eating dirty faces at first, and then more and bigger, until I finally pulled down a big moving shadow bull. That's like a Longlegs, but taller even, with flat antlers like 2 big hands opening, like this. They hardly ever come down to the bear, so I don't know if you've seen one, 3 persons, since I don't think you went farther into Nitoksanan than there. It felt right to drink it in until my side burst open again, because moving shadow hooves are tied to Feather Woman's digging stick, and Morning Star let her down through her turnip hole in strips of blackhorn hide, one of which had a tail, and that's why we tie tails to the real sun pole. The moon when the snakes go blind, a party of blue mud people came up to the backbone with 2 riders for each horse. They were running from the soldiers. I wanted to talk to them, not kill them, but I didn't want to be a monster like the Catman wanted. So I drank one of them every 8 sleeps until the moon when the geese leave. And I put on one of their leggings, another one's shirt, a third one's moccasins, and I tried to tie my hair into 3 braids but couldn't, so made it into 2 braids again, like the necklace people. I was Indian again, and Pagani on the inside. My bones were together at last, and in a piece of ice I could see that I still had one eye that was blue, but that would be my medicine eye, I told myself. I was going to go down and kill the Catman, but first I walked along the ridge of the backbone in the freezing rain to see Weasel Plume on the great chief so he could give me power. Or so I could say goodbye to him and tell him again I was sorry for not being there when the Catman came. It was when I came down from the slick rocks to walk in the high-up snow out of the wind that I saw Kills in the Water and her brother holding the small robe's winter count over their heads. Otter Goes Back's paint dripping down onto the crust of snow. Around them were 3 dead Pagani, 2 women and a man called Lonehorn, who would have known me even with my medicine eye. They had been running away, I could tell. No Pagani comes that high in the winter unless they're running from something. This was how I knew the Catman had gotten tired of playing chief. The small robes were scared of him, and the camp had broken up to try to live. I ran a few paces to Kills in the Water to help her and her brother, to explain to her that it wasn't her fault she'd had to be the fake medicine woman for that Sundance of the children. But this is when she brought her knife up, like I told you the first time I was here. I thought she was doing it because I looked like the blue mud people, from wearing their leggings. Even if she didn't know that, she knew I wasn't Pagani, and if I wasn't Pagani, I was an enemy. This is how it's always been. But then I looked down to my feet, understood what she was seeing. My feet weren't pushing down through the snow enough. To her I was a wrong thing. I was something cursed to live up here where nobody was, like the Catman had been telling the small robes. Which meant, Pagani or not, I was a person-eater. I'm not, but she wasn't wrong either. Instead of scaring her more by speaking words she would know, or by telling her I was Blackie with different skin and hair, I backed off while holding my hands up like this. And that night I built a lean-to for them in the dry part where the trees started down the steep slope, and I left 3 Wags' tails there for her, with the guts already out. The way I made her find the shelter was I started a fire in it. Her and her brother followed the smoke. I watched from the trees until it was night. Her arms were cut on top, and her brother's were too. I went back to the 2 women and Lonehorn, frozen where they were. I pried the first woman up, and it was New Robe Woman. We had played together when we were children. I didn't know the other woman. There were no holes in them, so they had died either from cold or starving or fever. I couldn't tell. Before I left again, I dragged dead wood that wouldn't smoke close to Kills in the Water and her brother's camp, so they would find it when they looked, and not have to walk far. They should have gone down lower if they wanted to live, because only white bigheads can stay up here. White bigheads and the Catman and me, and Weasel Plume. But if I tried to talk to her, she might run away and hurt herself. The next night I was up on Chief Mountain. I looked down across Nitoksanan, and I told Weasel Plume about my wives and my children, whose names I never say, and how Kills in the Water and her little brother were like my 2 had been. So it was like they'd come back from the sand hills. I told him that after I killed the Catman, I would come help them, save them. I knew I couldn't save all the Pagani. I hadn't even been able to save the Blackhorns, and there were so many more of them. But I could save these 2 children at least. That was how I knew I had to survive the Catman. But I didn't know how to do that. He was stronger than me and smarter than me. I had lived almost 50 winters, and he had lived almost 500. He said he got caught on a boat on the ocean, so that meant he was from where all the Napiquan were. If they'd never started coming over, then he never would have either. It made me wish the Pagunny had been there when those first boats landed, waiting on the shore of that ocean with its great toothed fish swimming in it. But we wouldn't have known, would we? We would have wanted the iron kettles like you said, and it just would have been one boatload of you. So what would that even matter? Except now your shiny wheels are cutting the land up into smaller and smaller pieces. I don't even know what to fight anymore, Three Persons. The backbone is a playground now for Napiquan to come look at. The Pagunny live in lodges at the gates, and the bear isn't the bear anymore. So even Heavy Runner is being forgotten. But not by me. There's a grave by Old Agency where Pagunny ghosts dance in green light, because they can't dance anywhere else. I cry still about it, and Heavy Runner, and Tall Dog, and my family, but I sit alone, far away, so no one sees the blood on my face. More and more, I talk to no one. I don't want to live as long as the Catman, Three Persons. My time to eat mice is almost here. The only reason I haven't yet is that the wife, the scout Joe Cobell left behind after he died, who was Pagunny, Buffalo Stone woman, whispered your name to me when I sat by her bed while she was sleeping and dying. I told her I was a ghost of the Pagunny her husband had killed, and that I needed to know why he had shot Heavy Runner. It was your name, she said, Three Persons. But I didn't know how to find you, not until one of the people driving through Old Agency to their new playground said your name, and how good it had been to hear a service in the right tongue, all the way out here where the Blackhorns used to be. That's how I got your taste on the air the first time. It was still on them, just barely, but enough. And it was the same taste I'd already smelled while sitting on the big gap, when the shiny wheels was stopped because of snow in front of it. This is how I found your son, Three Persons. The one you didn't know about. He had been coming to see the mountains before they were gone, because he had enough money to do that. You can write that in your book if you want, and then hide it again after I'm gone for the last time. I don't need it. I just need you. No one else can confess me for what I've done. Which is about to happen. I don't want to tell it, but I have to. Don't be afraid if there's blood on my cheeks for this last part. You know I can catch you if you pull down from there and run away. Even if your foot had all its toes, I could still catch you. I can run down a Wags's tails. A whole pack of big mouths can't catch me. The only thing faster than me now is a prairie runner, but they don't chase. They just run away from things that want to eat them. But in this holy house of yours, there's nowhere to run anyway. Can you see my hand? I didn't think it could shake any more from being afraid. This is my last fight with the Catman, Three Persons. I told this to Weasel Plume on Chief Mountain, and then I held his forehead to my forehead before setting him down facing north, because Blackhorns always look into the cold wind, not away from it. The first place I went was the Small Robes winter camp. They weren't there anymore, but there were 6 lodges fallen down and dead Pagunny all around. 2 of their throats had been bitten, and the rest had been killed. It smelled of broken ceramic and decay. There was a dog moving among the dead. It did its tail like this between its legs when it saw me, and then it curled down while standing up, because it thought I was going to kill it. Go on, I told it, and turned away. I walked out in circles, tasting the air, and the Small Robes had gone every direction like grouse bursting up from the brush when you almost step on them. On a hill just past seeing but not smelling, I found the Catman's tall black lodge all by itself and empty. Inside was another Pagani, this one a girl. She was dead, and wearing the same elk-tooth dress Kills in the Water had had to wear to be a medicine woman for the children's Sundance. I set the lodge on fire and watched it burn. The paint making bubbles, it was so thick, the two long legs' horns on the front lasting the longest. The smoke was thick and black, and I waited, and finally the Catman was there behind me. He's the only one who can do that. "Why did you kill them all?" I said without turning around. "Because they kept hiding her from me," he said back. We weren't talking your Napi-Kwan anymore. My language was normal to him now. I turned around to him. His chest was black with old blood, and his hair was down. I looked at the blood-clot hills like faraway ghosts. "The one in there," I said, about the girl burning in the lodge. "They tricked me with her," he said. "They put her blood on all of them, and on the horses and dogs, and they went every direction." I thought of the cuts on Kills in the Water's arm, and on her brother's arm. "The one who talks with her hands," I said. "That's the one," the Catman said. "Why?" I asked. "Did you not smell her?" the Catman asked back. "I smelled her," I told him. "You didn't like I did," he said. "You don't know this yet, but once a generation, once a century, someone is born with a kind of blood no one else has. If you drink from that person, how to explain it? It's like the difference between an animal and a person. But the person is the animal now, and this new one is above them. Their blood, you do anything for it. I've only tasted it twice so far in all my years. She's going to be the third time." "Her brother too?" I asked. He shook his head no, said, "Just her." "And if you get her, do you leave Nitoksen forever?" I asked him. He stared hard at me, then said, "Why do you still call it that? Good stab. It's not Pagani territory anymore, and it never will be again. Can't you see what's happening? Your time is over. It's the age of the Napi-Kwan now." I lowered my face, my eyes filling with red, and then I couldn't stop myself. I was jumping at him with my teeth out. We fell back, and I was tearing and biting and screaming, but he was just laughing, hitting me away. Finally, he rolled us over and held me down with his knees on my arms and leaned his face down over me. "You could have been a good one," he said to me. "But you care too much, Good Stab. You still think people are people, that they matter. You still think you can save the Pagani. You can't. It's over." I bucked and pushed, but he held me down. "I can at least save them from you," I finally said up to him. "You don't even know what I can do when I really want to," he said, grinning. "I've destroyed villages, towns, cities. There are whole peoples forgotten to history because of me." "I can bring her to you," I said then, just loud enough for him to hear. This stopped him. "You know where she is?" he asked, opening his nose to smell me better. He pulled his lips back from his teeth when he smelled one single trace of her on me. "Did your precious white buffalo tell you where they've hidden her?" he said, his eyes big and angry, his teeth coming out so much longer than mine. He'd smelled weasel plume on me too. "If I bring her, do you leave Nitoksen forever?" I asked. "Do you leave the Pagani alone?" "One girl for a whole people," he said, then finally nodded. He stood, offered a hand to pull me up. I got myself up instead. Once you smell her blood, you will want her for yourself, he said. I'll follow you to her. I said I'll bring her, I told him. She's far away. I'll keep up, he said. I go alone, I told him. They told me they'll kill her if they see you again. But they know me. They know Blackie, the Catman said with a grin. They remember Good Stab, I said back. Wolf Calf's son, curly hair woman's son, tall dog's friend. Your names, the Catman said, shaking his head because they were funny to him. But, he went on, how do I know you don't come back with your warriors? Because you would kill them, I said. You really know where she is? He asked again. I nodded, said, you tasted her on me. One day, he said, holding his finger up. If I don't have her by then, I kill every Pagunny I find, no matter how long it takes, and I don't kill you, Good Stab. You'll be the last one, so you can mourn forever. Over there in the dead lodges, I told him, pointing with my lips to where they were. The Catman held my eyes for longer and longer, and finally nodded that was where we'd meet. I walked away, moving north, and then I ran and ran and ran, eating a wag's tail on the way because I was using my blood up. I wasn't running for the backbone this time. I was going north, and then more north, fast. I found some little grass-eaters, apologized to them, and spread their blood all over my arms and legs and face, then kept running. I didn't know if he could smell through them or not. By night, I was coming back fast, and the whole world was thunder. When it was almost morning, I saw the lodges of the dead. The Catman heard me coming, and the thunder I was bringing with me. He shook his head, impressed, I think. And then I turned to the side and dove into a coulee so the last herd of blackhorns and all of Nitoksanan could run over and over him, pounding him into the ground. There were 300 of them, and they kept going and going, hated him as much as I did. I had been run over by horses 2 times before, maybe 3, and each time it was hard to rise again. After they were gone, and the dirt was still hanging in the air, I walked in. The Catman was broken, mixed in with a lodge of the dead, one that had an otter painted on it. I knew whose it had been when I was a boy. That otter had been painted going backwards to the water over and over through the winters. I fell to my knees, crying again. In all of my stories, I'm crying 3 persons. But I couldn't wait too long, I knew. He had a taste of that girl's blood in him, the one I'd burned in his lodge, and from when I'd had a child's blood in me, I knew he'd be able to stand again soon. I went down over him with my knees on his arms like he had been on me, and I grabbed his head behind the ears and leaned back to pull. But his leg came up and hooked around my neck and threw me back. He was already starting to stand again in his broken way, like a child's dream he wakes screaming from. I shook my head no. And then I was running and falling and getting back up and running again. I went to the west at first, to the backbone, but then I looped around into the chewed-up grass the herd was still running through. And when that trail got close to the backbone, I went up into the trees. But I knew the Catman could follow me anywhere. I could run west and keep running, and maybe he would follow me. But he wanted kills in the water worse than he wanted me. So I went higher and higher, up to her, but going half up the slope, above the tangles of brush and dead 4-leggeds I'd been making for years. So the Catman could take the lower part that's supposed to be easier, and then get slowed down. And this is what I need confession for, 3 persons. This is what I need you to wash away with your holy book, so I can finally eat mice until I forget I'm not one of them. When I crashed into Kills in the Water's lean-to, she was combing her dead brother's hair back from his eyes. He was frozen, dead. She looked up to me with scared eyes, and I took her by the wrist fast, and was running again. First to Lonehorn, frozen in the hard snow, because I needed his parfleche, and then back down the ridge, my feet sure like a white bighead's, because if I fell with her she would die, and I needed her to be alive, and smelling like she did. Finally, she started holding on to me like my daughter used to. And I don't like to think about that part of it, 3 persons. But when her hands found each other behind my neck, I knew I was still a father, and I hated myself. And I still hate myself, and I will always hate myself, because this wasn't the Catman inside me or behind me making me do this. This was me doing this. I came down Face Mountain going fast, sliding and running, her weight letting me push through the crust of snow finally, letting me be a man again. And then I came to the edge of the lake and was splashing in even though it was cold. Kills in the Water screamed and held on tighter, and I swam us out to that wild goose island. I let her go once we were there. "What are you doing?" she asked me, crying and scared. "Only lost spirits live here." I nodded that she was right about that. I dumped out Lonehorn's parfleche, got his short pipe ready, and started a small fire. Then I felt around and found the traps I used to throw here so the trappers couldn't use them anymore. I didn't think this could work, what I was doing, but it had to. This is the only time I used Tall Dog's crow trick, which is just to wave a strip of Wags's tail belly skin or white cloth torn from your wagons until a prairie runner has to come close enough to see what it is, so you can put an arrow in it. Don't need a gun at all. It's a way of bringing what you want to you instead of going to it to kill it. But now I was using it for the Catman. I went fast, getting everything ready, and was only just done when Kills in the Water heard it like I did. The Catman was calling my name across the water. I was Good Stab again. It felt right to be myself at the end. The Catman was still crooked and not standing right from the blackhorns running over him so hard, and one part of his face and head was caved in. But that only made him worse. He started walking into the lake until he had to swim, and when he swam it wasn't like Pagani do. It was like he had been taught to be afraid of the water when he was a boy, and never forgot that. But when he came up dripping onto the island, he was smiling, his eyes only looking at Kills in the Water. She was the belly skin I'd been waving in the air, so he would taste her in the air. "This is how you bring her to me," he said, stepping closer and closer, one leg dragging. "All the way out here." The girl jumped to me and clung to me with her arms and her legs. She was shaking, but not with cold. "This is why I'm here, 3 persons. It's because I can't carry her anymore." The Catman had told me he wanted me to be a monster when I came down from the backbone again, and I was now. And I still am, and I always will be. Not because of the Catman part of me, but because of what I'm doing right now and what I'm telling you. This is my confession, 3 persons. Since then, I've told myself I did it to save the Pagani, but every time I ask back if it was really because I hated the Catman, because he was what I'll be, if I live as long as him. What I need is for you to use your holy book and tell me it's all right, that what I did is good, that I had to do it. "So you're going to hold her for me," he said. "How polite. All the way out here where there's no civilization, no manners." I closed my eyes, nodded. I opened them when, stepping to us in his crooked way, he dragged one of his feet across a trap. It bit onto the air only. He hissed and I opened my eyes, but he was only still looking at her, now that he was this close. His next step, with his good foot, was into the middle of another trap, and he screamed now like a real lion screams at night, and the girl clutched onto me tighter. "Do it. Do it," I said to the Catman, because I didn't know if I could hold her here for him any longer. My teeth were out now, too, from smelling her blood so close. "This isn't over, Blackfeet," he said in Napiquan. "These traps won't mean anything once I have her in here." He touched his chest to show what he meant. "I know," I said back to him in Napiquan so the girl wouldn't have to hear. And while I said it, I was biting through the end of my tongue. I held Kills in the Water's hair up from the back of her neck, with my hand on the back of her head like keeping her safe, my lips tight to keep the blood in my mouth. "I know you hate yourself for your son and his children out there because of what you did on the bear that day, 3 persons. But you don't hate yourself like I do. Nobody can." The Catman nodded about her bare neck, not able to look at or smell anything else. And then he placed a hand on her shoulder to be sure this wasn't a trick. And he bit into her deep. Her whole body shuddered against me hard, and she made a noise of being afraid that I've never heard so close to my ear before, that I still hear every time I close my eyes. And then he was drinking deep, his eyes open to watch me, to be sure this wasn't a trick. But then, like happens with the best blood, his eyes rolled back, seeing nothing, and he was just feeding. And that's when I bit into her just like he was doing, 3 persons. Not into him, because that would knock me down, but into the girl's shoulder that was right under my mouth. And he was right. Her blood, her taste. It made even Pagani blood taste like it was from a silver fish. This blood would let me go a year without feeding, I could tell. She was a taste I didn't even know could be real. I didn't let myself swallow, though. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. For this to work, I couldn't. And also, I had to keep the blood from my tongue in my mouth. When her blood came in, it mixed with mine. Instead of swallowing, I pushed what I had back into her. If 1 drop of the Catman had knocked me down for 2 days or 2 moons, or however long it was, then a whole mouthful would have to hurt him. She was starting to jerk and die in my arms by the time he got to it. When he did, when he tasted my blood in his mouth like poison, his eyes rolled back to me, and he knew what I had done, but it was too late. He threw Kills in the Water to the side like an empty doll and charged me, pulling hard enough that he had left his good foot behind in the traps all the way up to his knee. It didn't matter to him. He had me down on the ground and was roaring into my face like a real lion before the blood spasmed his body, made him fall over to the side, shaking, my blood frothing on his lips like a mad big mouth. He was still reaching for me, but his fingers were blind. His eyes were going gray like clouds, and he was weak like a puppy, weak enough I could kick him away into 2 of the other traps. They bit into his arm and his hip, and he screamed. And then he didn't scream anymore. I stood, stumbled to the fire, lit Lonehorn's pipe and came back to him, jammed it in his mouth so that the next breath he took, it was Napi-Kwan tobacco. This made my blood in him even worse. I gave him the pipe over and over for the rest of the day, until all the rivers and streams of blood in him went hard and black through his skin, even though it was Pagani skin. His cheeks went in like he was dead, and his eyes didn't move anymore. And I used a rock to knock all his teeth out, and I used the other traps for his arms. And I threw his broken-off foot and leg into the lake, and he was dead enough that I went back to the ice river for the bars of the cage to use for stakes on the traps, and drove them deep so that not even a real bear could pull them up. The Catman was no real bear. But when I put my ear to his chest, he wasn't quite dead. There was a small, small sound in there. I spent the next 2 days making a scaffold for Kills in the Water up in one of the trees on the island. And when I buried her after washing her in the lake, my face was so red I hardly had any blood in me at all. It was how I'd cried when I buried my own children and wives. It was crying with my whole body, with everything that makes me Pagani. But Pagani fathers don't kill their daughters. On the 3rd day, the Catman coughed and turned his head to the side, threw something up, and I saw that it was a ring with a horn design on it. A ring he had probably been swallowing over and over for almost 500 winters to keep from losing it. I threw it in the lake and hammered the iron bars of his traps deeper. On the 5th day, I used a net I wove to catch an umkokomi, the big fish. Because it was snowing the first snow, the big fish was hungry, easy to trick. I cut it open and let the blood go into the Catman's mouth. He drank it deep and opened his mouth for more. Over the next 4 winters, I fed him more big fish than I could count. Every moon it was 20 or 30 more. All I did was fish and feed myself. By now I was going down to Old Agency and Badger Creek and only eating the Pagani who were dying. It wasn't good, but they weren't little girls, I told myself. And I only did it when I was starving. Slowly, fish by fish, the Catman stopped being the Catman. I had been telling myself that eating mice would be like dying, but eating fish is worse, because once you finally become one, you're in the water, and the other fish you eat only make you more and more an underwater person. Muskrats and otter and beaver go in the water, but a muskrat is the only one small enough for a big fish to eat. Maybe a baby white cheeks, but I've never seen that. At first the Catman's skin went silver, and then his eyes changed, went to both sides of his head, and then thin mouths opened on his neck in flaps, so he was drowning in the air. This is when I used a digging stick to carve a channel to him, so the lake water could come in and he could breathe, because there were more big fish he needed to drink from. By the 4th winter, he was as long as he had been tall, but he was a big fish. I think you call this a sturgeon. It's a boss fish, and mean, but it's still just a fish, trapped in the water. I finally let him go during the moon when the jackrabbits whistle at night, and he swam away, I think without any memory of having lived 450 winters. He was just a big fish now, in a big lake, and if he ever saw his ring down there, he didn't know what it was. I walked across the ice back into the backbone, and because I needed to be neat sitapi, even just for a day, I came down at last. Crossing a creek, there was a roan horse using its hoof to break the ice. It still had red paint on its haunch and an eagle feather tied in its mane. This is how I knew it was Pagani. I came in behind it, ran my hand on its back to its mane, and lowered to a knee to push through the ice with my hand. The horse reared and turned away when I did, but I was already there on the other side, holding its forehead to mine hard. I was crying again, and when I pulled away to let the horse go, to let it run away like it wanted to, my blood was around its eyes and in its nose. And this is a thing about being a catman I never knew. It's that our blood can make a horse not afraid. Maybe dogs and people too. I haven't tried, don't want to know. But it works with horses. I don't like to do that to them, but I can. Calmed now, this horse came back to the new hole in the ice and drank, its sides swelling out like this from it, making me miss water. And when it was done, I climbed on and rode for the first time in 14 winters. For the first time since you killed Heavy Runner, 3 persons. And this horse took me along the creek, into the frozen grass. I was hoping to find a camp to watch, not the small robes, because they had to be still broken up from the catman, but maybe the fat melters, or the black-patched moccasins, or the gopher eaters. It didn't matter. I just wanted to see a Pagani. I had been gone too long, though. There were no lodges anymore, no camps. All the Pagani now, they were at old agencies starving. I rode through in a striped blanket I found blowing away across the hard crust of snow, and there were dead people the whole ride, frozen, nobody to tend to them. This was what we call starvation winter, 3 persons. And I say it like that because I don't want you to write the sounds down in your book and trap it. Make them small like all the other words. Because this winter isn't small for us. 600 Pagani died in the snow because rations never came. Even more people than died on the bear. Finally, I couldn't look at it anymore, so I rode north, into the whiteness. After almost a day of it, I saw another rider through the blowing snow. He was on a small pony. He saw me back and lifted his hand. I let him ride up but stayed in my blanket, pretending the cold mattered to me. He explained that he was making a count of how many Pagani were left on the reservation. This was the first time I heard that word, 3 persons. We used to call our home Nitoksanan. Now we don't. I sat up higher on the horse because this new word hurt me. The funny little Napiquan said he was the Indian agent here. He was leaning in to try to see my face in the blanket. "Are you Pagan?" he asked. I looked down at him from the darkness of the blanket, and then I looked north, to where Chief Mountain and Weasel Plume would be. "Am Scapi Pagani?" I repeated, thinking about it. The little Indian agent nodded, waiting and waiting, but I finally couldn't lie to him. After everything bad and wrong I had done, I couldn't add one more thing. I shook my head no, touched my heels to the horse under me, and we pushed past this scared little Indian agent. And my number isn't on that count, and I know I'll never be Kills in the Water, standing in front of her brother with that knife, to stab the world until it kills her back. But I tried, 3 persons. I tried as hard as I could. And so I rode in my blanket on that horse through the blowing snow Coldmaker was throwing at us to make the world new again. And it was so thick and fast that at first I didn't see the large brown 4-legged moving slow through the trees to the side of this steep uphill we were on. At first I knew it was a real bear, but then I remembered they were all dreaming about berries in their dens, and also the horse wasn't scared. This meant it had to be Beaver Chief, out getting sticks for his lodge under cover of the storm. I was back where Tall Dog and Peasy and hunts to the side had died, where I had died too. I reined us around, through the taller trees on the other side, and when I came back, I had as many big sticks as I could hold on my lap. Good ones I had broken off from high up on trees, from the back of the horse. I left them stacked on the top of the snow for Beaver Chief, and then I turned, taking us uphill again. It felt good for the horse's hooves to go through the snow to the ground. It made it like I was a person again. We went higher and higher, colder and colder, the ice frozen on my face and in the horse's mane and tail. And then Chief Mountain was there between gusts of white, so close and huge that we stopped, had to suck our breaths in. It's always been there, but each time it's new again. I held my hand up to it in greeting and in honor. I held my hand up, but my face was down, because behind me was a whole camp of the dead, their throats red and open. But I was home at last. This is where my confession is over, 3 persons. I leave you now with your dead.
The Absolution of 3 Persons. May the 26th, 1912. The mice are back. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad one. It does mean Cordelia has yet to return. I think of the calloused, dirty hands of the rough men who visit her current residence more than I should, I know. I don't like the way they touch her, at least in my imaginings. But there's naught an old Lutheran pastor can do to remedy the situation and finally calm his nerves. Would I dart in through and amongst, tuck her under my arm, and run my limping run out the door whilst patron and prostitute alike watched this frantic effort, a grin of benevolent amusement creasing some of those weathered faces? It would be the talk of Miles City. The number of my congregation would swell again, as it did when the humps were being left out on the prairie, and perhaps the new sheriff, whenever one is elected, would finally come to my door to make certain inquiries, about which I would tell him it's my assigned duty to save souls, isn't it? Even the lowliest and most feline. Or perhaps I would try to convince him that I spirited Cordelia away to solve my rodent problem. It's very much as if the mice can smell the rot and decay that but previously occupied the pews of the chapel. It's redolent enough to their sensitive noses that they also come here to worship, even though I've washed and scrubbed again, such that I had to discreetly ask a parishioner for stain with which to colour again the pews, the floor. Would but that I could equally take my memory down to the grain as such. But so says this whole nation, I know. I'm just now unlimbering this log from its clandestine nook, which I'm satisfied my savage visitor was apparently unable to sniff out. I'm only just now unlimbering it after a fortnight, as I fear these pages falling open to the entry before last, forcing me to be again in this chapel with the dead all around. Goodstab must be eminently satisfied with this. While it would have been simple for one so young and vital as he to dispatch this pastor, it's, to him, more fitting torture to instead leave me endlessly mulling over my misdecisions. Either that or, having strongly suggested my coming execution, he denies me the day it's actually to occur, meaning I wake each morning affrighted with certainty, knowing that it will be this day, and then the next, and the next. And suchwise do all my remaining days become polluted with a mix of certainty and narrow escape, which, in accumulation, serves to grind my frailty unto dust, which I cough up continually and wipe on the lower portions of my robes. I have to presume that my parishioners know full well in spite of my avoidance in addressing it from the pulpit, what transpired here but recently. The deputies who removed the corpses from the chapel were sworn to secrecy, but that amounts less to word of the spectacle not leaking out than it does to that leak having no clearly named source. I, of course, did give those grim-faced deputies all of Goodstab's aliases, including even the temporary appellation Blackie. As well they know he was the one responsible for the humps, the postmaster, the erstwhile sheriff and his boon companions, and a large portion of the town's population of dogs. But his motivations, being pagan and savage, look upon his works and despair, are well beyond decent civilization's ken. This old man won't be enlightening them concerning that. The infestation of mice is more of a concern currently. If I knew no better, I would suspect they're being delivered by the bucketful as some sort of message. Perhaps their creeping presence is due to my unanticipated lack of appetite. Though the women of the congregation persist in delivering sweets and victuals with each visit, be it Sunday or no, I find myself no longer desirous of that which but previously compelled me. I now eat only enough to keep shuffling forward through the day, and I do so with a distaste that would be an affront to the person I was but weeks previously, leaving, of course, the mice to swarm my pantry. Instead of leaving them to feed thusly, I now, after dark, have become the old man who feeds the new generation of local dogs off his back stoop. I know it doesn't make of them allies, that they only use me to fill their bellies, but, watching them gorge themselves mindlessly as they do, I can tell myself that they are the sinners, choosing their own gluttony over decent behavior to their fellow man. Them, not I. It's a ruse that surely will crumble in the doing, but for the moment, it suffices. As do the eggs. Where I formerly had no cause to keep them on hand, as I'm no baker, Frieda Zimmerman's paganistic method for ferreting out the proximity of servants of the pit provides me a bit of solace, as well as my dwindling congregation. Each Sunday, so as to assuage their lingering suspicions about the sanctity of the chapel they again sit in, I make a demonstration of breaking a singular egg into a clear chalice. The yellow of the yolk, shot through with a thread of blood, is the gateway through which we walk together, into the service, and about it no one would ever utter a word, making mummers of us all, in hopes God doesn't notice the superstition we now entwine with his holy word. Such is life on the frontier. Such is life in Miles City, Montana, in this year of the Lord, 1912. Including, though, I wish it weren't so, as it was the immediate cause of my sermon slipping completely from my mind, the unexpected presence of an Indian visage at the back of the chapel once more, wearing those selfsame darkened spectacles. My heart rose beating into my throat. My hand trembled near the bone. But then by degrees I realized it was only Amos Shortribs, and that the light hurt his eyes, yes, but that was from overconsumption of spirits, not the presence of a human hunger. That he now wore a black feather on his forehead, licked wet on its backside, can mean nothing, of course, save that he also wishes to torment me for his own twisted amusement, which is perhaps a predilection shared by all Blackfeet. After worship, I walked him down to Mose, whereupon I gifted this Indian visitor with a bottle and told Mose, in private, to keep him stocked in such manner, and to place it on my tab, so long as it was nothing from the top shelf. Better I accrue a debt I can never pay than that a second Blackfeet come to tell me his story. They are a cursed people, and the quicker they become tillers of the soil and tenders of cattle, the better, not only for Montana, but for the sanity and sanctity of this old man, who longs only to till the soil of his parishioners' hopes and fears, and tend after their souls in whatsoever manner I best can. As my confession, I here confess that it feels good to return to this practice of expelling my thoughts in delicately traced ink, line by line. It means those thoughts can stop swirling behind my forehead and in the tremble of my fingers. Perhaps now I may yet even sleep unfitfully. Never mind the distinct sound of mice breeding in the walls. I go now to attempt such sleep, lest this legion of rodents rise and carry me away. June the 2nd, 1912. I trust that these be my last words, save the ones I entreat my savage abductor with on our long walk out into the nighttime prairie, where my bones will bleach unceremoniously, with no witnesses. It's Sunday now again, interminably, and Sun Chief yet blazes across the sky. With the fall of night, I know the darkness in the street will be matched by the darkness standing behind me when I least expect it. I feel I have failed in whatever vague task Goodstab left me with. Was I to burn the church with myself in it? Were the mice supposed to have gnawed on my ankles and so infested me with their nature? Was I to have, as Goodstab repeatedly suggested he himself is soon to do, eaten their small bodies one after another until whiskers extend from above my lip, out past the limits of my face? Would all of this count as apology enough? Could it buy me passage into what I intended to be my last years of service to my parishioners, my faith? Or is there no effort that could wring the sin from my past? I have to think the latter is, to Goodstab, the case, at least as pertains to me. Would that I were like he claims to be, so that he could kill me over and over for what I've done. I have but one life to use as recompense, however. Tonight, I spend it. Leaving me this afternoon to mull, to dwell, to pace, to dust, to straighten, to hunch again over these pages, attempting either vainly or in vain to follow a line of ink to truth, to revelation. None from my congregation has inquired after their pastor, after today's failed sermon either, for which I take no umbrage. The leper should be left to his isolation, n'est-ce pas? On my simpering way out the rear door, which I should just go ahead and admit was a retreat from the quick into the land of the dead, I could feel the congregation shuffling and whispering amongst themselves, confirming with each other that I was indeed abandoning them. When the door to the parsonage shut with finality, I have to assume they themselves left as well. Either that, or one of them rose to the moment and delivered a sermon of such vigor and persuasiveness that their previous pastor's meager efforts were immediately forgotten. I know not. And all this after I again broke the egg into its chalice, to show that we were yet in the presence of God, not his opposite. The egg lied, however. I know, because I made it do so. In the antechambers behind the altar, where I prepared the Eucharist the night before, I took from the basket the egg I intended to break for them, beginning us again. My hands not being so steady any more, however, the egg shook loose and fell to the ground, cracking open between my feet. Its innards were corrupt, rotten, black, as was the next, and the next, and the last one. My vision dulled such that I was floating in near blackness myself. Better in that pernicious moment that I would have teetered over and cracked my head on a sharp corner than do what I did, scurry out the back door to the parsonage. There in the cooling rack with the other eggs my parishioners supply me more of than I can use now. I need but one a week for the service, but they bring me a bounty each Sunday, such that I must swim in eggs. I tested one nearby the window, and when it cracked yellow, guaranteeing no Nachtzehrer had been in the parsonage, I took the next for the chalice. It was subterfuge of the most rank and regrettable kind, but I was desperate. and thought God would forgive such chicanery if it meant his flock waiting in the chapel could be appeased. I should have known the attempt would result in abject failure. Standing finally at the podium, broken egg shell betwixt my fingers, the faces of the congregation beatific, ready to be chastised and chastened closer to God, I chanced to look up to the ventilation window to assure myself there was no Indian gentleman sitting up there, his naked brown legs hanging from the rafters among his black robes. Again, there wasn't. However, that window I had propped open so as to take advantage of the midday breeze had admitted another visitor. A raven sat up there now, its head turned to the side so as to see me with one black marble of an eye. I drew my breath sharply in and, recovering somewhat, attempted a pleasant mien for those in the frontmost pews. "Let us begin," I said, guiding them all to standing, which is how we've always commenced a service. Following my habit, I then leaned down over the top of the podium to turn the page of my breviary with the appearance of measured thoughtfulness. The previous night, as always, I had left it as such, so that the congregation could know the last week was over, and we were now, together, broaching into the subsequent one, and after that, there would be another page, another week, and on, into eternity, as it should be. My hand turning the page, however, was already whispering to me that something was amiss. The backs of my fingers, accustomed to the velvety softness of the purple stole draped thereupon, were instead feeling something more coarse, with more depth. It was a buffalo robe, draped over my podium. I looked quickly away from it, certain that when my eyes came back, it would be the purple stole. But when I gazed into the pews, they were full again, as they hadn't been a moment before. Sitting out there now were my son and his sons, dead, but alive enough to look up to me. Lavinius Clarkson was in attendance, watching me as well, and Sheriff Doyle was in there, and also Dove, both of them with their hats in their laps. Dove had been stitched together after his time under the train, and his seams were yet suppurating. In every other empty space were the dark faces of the women and children and old people who had been sick in their lodges that cold, cold day on the Marias. They were each looking directly at me, into me. And, as 173 people can't fit amongst my congregation, they were also standing along the wall 3 and 4 deep, and I knew if I counted that number would climb higher than that recorded. These Blackfeet's hair was icy with snow, and their hands were crossed in their laps, and they were waiting for me to breathe in and intone the word. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," I said quietly at first, but then louder and with more desperation, not speaking so much to my congregation as to these unexpected visitors. And then, after carefully closing my breviary one final time, I proceeded to scuttle off through the rear entrance, my robe catching awkwardly in the closing door, such that I had to open it again slightly so as to make my shameful escape. Now, these hours later, the chapel is empty again. The front door is unlocked, for whomsoever is posted here after my disappearance. My hand shakes writing this, or trying to. So I must stop, and await my inevitable visitor. By the time he arrives, I will have hidden this log in such a way that it will never be uncovered. Not in the chapel or even the church, but whereso I know he doesn't set foot, as the yolks over there are as yet yellow. I think it's best these words fade and blow away, or as is more likely the case, it's best that the mice in the walls feast on them. At least they'll be of some use then. My time in this world draws to a close. I now long only to scream, and scream when the parchment of my skin is removed from my back while I yet live. Perhaps, while doing it, I will finally see the sharp teeth Goodstab professes to have, and then I will know for certainty that he wasn't lying to me. And I will finally, as he pretended, believe him and his story. But, too, it will be dark out on the prairie, I know, as it is in my heart. My pipe is empty now. I believe it has been since January the 23rd, 1870.
The Beaucarn Manuscript, Part 2. 12 January 2013. A day worker in communication and journalism reaches into the crumbling past and pulls a piece of history up, laboriously transcribes it while teaching 2 survey courses over the fall semester, and this effort isn't meritorious enough to get her over that promotion hump into the promised land of tenure. Never mind that just before Thanksgiving, I had to up the magnification of my readers from sacrificing my eyes to that spidery old script. The gall ink long bled through to the back of its pages, which Lydia Ackerman's scanner seems bound and determined to pack into each high-res image. To make it all stupider, Arthur Beaucarn, my great-great-great not-so-great-grandfather, is still just as gone. Mystery not solved. He just ends it right there, with the date of that massacre, hides the journal in the wall of that parsonage for that construction worker to find, and who knows? I get that his behavior was erratic those last few weeks. I'm pretty sure mine would have been too. But still, even in 1912, if someone's just suddenly not there, did anybody wonder where the doddering old pastor went? These and other questions, never to be answered by yours truly, as the project's now officially dead. There won't be a book contract. I won't call campuses my home for the next few decades like my dad did. And I might, depending on if he wakes back up or not, down in his facility in Denver, and if the snow clears so I can get down there, have to tell him this. Because who doesn't need even more disappointment on their deathbed? I am sorry, Dad, for whatever that's worth. I probably should have gone into chemistry like you wanted for me. Yes, okay. Is there less sniping over there? More objectivity? How about department politics? Associate professors so entrenched in the way it was when they were junior faculty that they can't allow that this might just be a new world happening all around them. Do women over there not get plugged into every service obligation, keeping them from having time to publish? Never mind. Just venting. Again. But no worries, anyone who hacks my laptop. Getting this document ready for the committee, I went back and burned away all the half-ass footnotes I'd tagged in, promising to flesh them out later. No great loss there. They were just me trying to figure out if my greatest grandfather was good or evil, wondering if Goodstab was Socrates to Arthur Beaucarn's Plato. Some deep dives into the microfiche waters, and a lot of notes chasing down antique vocabulary, which, I don't know, this last one seems pretty meritorious to me and not unfitting for a communications professor. One of my anonymous committee members even played that word game with me in the report, via a comment I guess they thought they'd deleted, but being a citizen of the scary new world, I could toggle it back into visibility. If Dr. E continues pursuing this unique project, she should consider the term tresail instead of great-great-great-grandfather. The French are so much more efficient when discussing lineage. Of course, as there's only one member of my T&P committee who did their graduate work in Paris, her identity isn't as much of a mystère as she might hope. But I can't say I'm not fascinated by the superficial harmony of using a French term for someone with such a decadently Gallic name. Beaucarn does translate out to beautiful meat, which, okay, I'll admit is suspicious. And I have no way to disprove their other comment about the possibility that the project I printed and bound for them isn't the transcription of an early 20th century Lutheran pastor at all, but, more of their unhidden comments, A spurious work of early 20th century fiction, owing a certain something to its contemporary Dracula, but being traipsed out under a nom de plume surely meant to be seen through. Your French is showing, madame. But if I can be allowed a reply, I did actually look into that dubious nom, which took no small amount of campus resources and scholarly rigor. Apparently, my grandfather, whom I also never knew, carried the family name Flowers until he was 16. Surprise. Born in 1913 in San Francisco to a chambermaid who died delivering him in secret, Artemis Flowers is the product of a brief union between Arthur Artie Flowers and a young woman who helped keep his father's house. The maid, the Pinkerton agent, Harrison Dove, I found him too, yes, mentions as being distraught over the disappearance of her young paramour, presumably right after she had unwittingly conceived my grandfather. What the esteemed Harrison Dove failed to mention, however, was that Artie Flowers' grandmother was still alive in 1913. Alive and well-established, both. Ada Naismith, née Murray, was then 58 years old. Born in Arcadia, Missouri in 1855, and both orphaned and dispossessed by the Civil War, I've got a blurry PDF of the birth certificate, she found herself in Montana Territory that pivotal winter of 1870, having had to resort to prostitution in order to keep moving west, a fact she refused to be shamed by in a bracingly candid interview near the end of her life in 1928. She was the red-headed woman Arthur Beaucarn was with immediately following the Marias massacre, I guess at Fort Benton? Doesn't matter. What does is that the child born the following October in San Francisco was Benjamin Flowers, the first hump, my great-great-great-grandfather mentions. As to how Ada was so certain this child was a result of her union with Arthur Beaucarn, she says in that last interview, available, T&P Committee, in 3 serialized installments through the California Digital Newspaper Project, that he was the only gentleman caller with which she failed to use the pessary she was otherwise insistent about. Hackers, please image search that one up. This was due to the fact that Arthur Beaucarn, nicknamed Holy Joe due to the Bible he always carried, assured her that his intended vocation meant he carried no social diseases, which I guess is a claim that could pass muster in the wild and woolly West. Anyway, for the first 16 years of his life, Artemis Flowers, my grandfather, so named to honor his missing father, Artie, went by the florid name his missing father and grandfather had carried. However, as outlined in this brief article from the December 12, 1928 edition of the San Francisco News, a 4-page daily specializing in stories of 1 or 2 paragraphs, that was a mistake that had been compounding already then for nearly 6 decades. Oh, but to be young and unlettered in the Wild West. Such was the case for the recently passed San Francisco matron Mrs. Ada Naismith, widow of none other than J.T. Naismith, whom everyone reading these pages is of course familiar with, as he was one of the early investors in the Call and Post. According to a recent series of interviews posted by the Chronicle, it was Mrs. Naismith's lack of literary familiarity that resulted in her son and his subsequent family living under a name coined on the spot. What happened was Mrs. Naismith, fresh from the birthing room, was asked who the father was. When she mumbled the only name she had known him by other than his soldierly nickname, what was heard by the scribe of a nurse entering the information was bouquet. As this medical officiant, having been herself wooed, knew this French term but thought it beneficial to copy it down in English, she translated it to flowers when it should have been the meatier term Beaucarn. And that, faithful readers, is how Benjamin Flowers and his progeny, all absconded from these environs probably due to impending scandal or ruin, became known as such. As for myself, I prefer the misheard name, as navigating the spelling of the historically accurate name feels unpatriotic. So thanks are due to that American hero of a nurse who altered it. I hope she got some flowers for her effort. On her deathbed the week before this, attended by her only great-grandchild Artemis, then 16 years old, Ada Naismith, having suffered some irreparable rupture with her deceased husband, returned Artemis's lost family name to him. And with the last of her fortune had her attorney make that name legal, such that my father was the firstborn under it since Arthur Beaucarn himself in 1839. 1839 being a mere 6 years after Goodstab claims to have been born. No birth certificate. If his birth indeed shares a year with the great Leonid meteor shower of 1833. Phew. That's one footnote, sort of recovered. Don't expect more, hackers. Anyway, what all of this means is that I'm now the second to have been born with that name in the shiny new 20th century. Second and presumably the last ever, my prospects for motherhood being not exactly promising. But I have Taz my cat currently in my lap. Taz, 6 months lease on this apartment, a PhD draped in cobwebs, a dead pastor's complicated confession about a massacre nobody remembers, and 7 years of teaching experience, which, come the end of spring semester, won't matter at all, as, find a new life, Etsy. It'll be fun. An adventure at 43 years old. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Where I was. Out on the balcony, being dramatic, burning all those cardstock journal pages. Open flames are explicitly forbidden according to the social Laramie, this apartment complex, but it was worth Marcy from the front office's censure to watch that paper writhe and twist in agony under those yellow flames, and then crumble to ash. It made my dark balcony feel like the chapel of the church I picture Arthur Beaucarn writing in, even, which was kind of neat at first. It wasn't neat at second. Staring into those flames dialed my pupils down to specks, meaning when I looked out into the big dark, I'm on the north side of the property, I couldn't clearly see the shape I'm sort of sure was maybe standing out there, but I could sort of see it. Him, I mean. I dropped the last burning page and it lifted away like a prayer. There was definitely a man behind a tree out there where there's no sidewalk, no trail. I could only see him from the chest down, but that was enough to make me step back fast against the sliding door, hard enough to shatter that cold glass all around me. I pushed forward away from that even though I didn't understand what it was I'd done yet, what was falling around me. I jerked ahead and grabbed onto the balcony railing, still desperately trying to see that man out there, but the snow did its skirling, powdery thing, and in a sweep of whiteness, he was gone. My first thought, the one I still can't shake, who cares about what's rational, was that this was that wooden Jesus that was supposed to have burned in that fire above the Yellowstone. That he's still out there lumbering around in his stiff way, naked, pale, and headless, his grasping fingers charred to ash, his neck stump trailing smoke. But I'm being dramatic. It was Arthur Beaucarn. I know. He haunts the prairie still. My Tressail. Or me. 17 January, 2013. Just when I think I'm done with this file. The same way I was able to uninvisible my T&P committee's comments, I was able to find this whole huge document in the trash. Recover it. Like a certain legendary monster, it refuses to die. Unlike my dad, she said glibly, the bad daughter. The worst daughter. The newly minted orphan. The last of the Beaucarns. I got the news about him 5 days ago. He passed peacefully in his sleep down in Denver. His ashes should be here today, which seems like a scary fast turnaround. The facility he was in, I guess eager to fill the bed, death is a volume business, they sent his belongings priority the day of, like I'm supposed to furnish his eternal resting place with the stuff, make an altar or something. I loved you, Dad, but please, let's be real. It was one banker's box. One banker's box for 77 years. Inside was a framed photo of my father and my mother at some lake in Yellowstone before her cancer. An incomplete set of Zane Grey novels I know he cherished and had always been looking for the rest of so he could live in them. A small painting of a terrier he had a different story for each time I asked. It was our game, and I'm glad he never told me anything approaching the truth. His secret pack of cigarettes that I think all the nurses knew about. 3 DVDs, all westerns, of course. His worn thin wedding band, which I admit I cried over and now wear on my left thumb. A yellow case pocket knife with the smaller blade broken but reground to a chisel point. And a Bible, with letters tucked inside, suggesting he used it less as spiritual inspiration, more as a folder for important stuff. I can't tell if the Bible is Lutheran. I don't know how to tell. I opened the box on the same day I got the call from Lydia Ackerman at the Rolling Wren Library in Bozeman. That's not the spelling, but I don't feel like looking it up. Anyway, after asking about my progress with the transcription, which they still think I've yet to complete, this special collections breathed in to tell me the real reason for this call. She's had to call the police. That mouse-gnawed buckskin Arthur Beaucarn's day journal had been in for so long had, upon forensic inspection meant to identify the subspecies of deer, revealed itself to be not from a deer at all, but a person. That was how she phrased it. Person, not human. I know this Lydia Ackerman kept speaking, assuring me that police involvement was just to be sure this artifact was indeed older than any cold case on the books in Miles City, but her voice was small and distant. Much closer was Goodstab, telling Arthur Beaucarn that there would come a point where he, 3 persons, would believe this fantastic, unlikely life story. It was as if he were speaking across the generations, directly to me. And my dad was still dead, turned to ash. Lydia Ackerman finally managed to reel me back into the conversation by asking if I'd decided yet on the fate of this journal. Was I going to donate it, perhaps? Emphasis on her hopefulness? Auction it? Not her recommendation? Reclaim it for my personal collection, so long as I have a climate-controlled space to keep it in, and I'm trained in preservation, and want to hoard this one-of-a-kind knowledge away from the world until it crumbles to dust? What I answered back was, how far back do cold cases go? Do you know? Excuse me? She asked back, switching ears on the phone, it sounded like, giving me all her attention. I told her I would let her know about the fate of the journal, and gently ended the call. Human skin. And not just any human. Benjamin Flowers's, probably, if my searches on how long it takes to treat a hide are halfway right and can apply to people. Benjamin Flowers, Arthur Beaucarn's son. My great-great-grandfather. I don't know what the French word for his tanned skin might be. When sleep wouldn't come a couple of nights ago, maybe 3, I decided to say goodbye to my father the way he would have wanted, by watching his movies before lugging them down to the thrift store, which I'm going to count as his memorial service. The first was Jeremiah Johnson with Robert Redford, which I remember always being in the VCR when I was 11. I hated that guy who kills all the bears. The second was Rio Bravo with Dean Martin and John Wayne. I was in and out through most of it. The musical numbers probably weren't meant to put the viewer to sleep, but that's what they did to me. The third was a Kevin Costner one I had also seen before on a forever ago date, Dances with Wolves. Given what I had spent the fall transcribing, was I ready to see Indians yet? I paused to brew a pot of coffee and watched this one through to the raised hands at the end, where the Indian guy with the great hair acknowledges the white soldier as a friend. It was touching, My father, the hard sciences guy, had always been more sentimental than he let on, as the letters he saved in his Bible suggests. I thanked him, ejected this last disc, and put it by the door with the rest. It was coming on dawn, and I told myself I wanted to wait for Taz to get back before giving in to the pillow, maybe see Sun Chief glimmering through the clouds, but I didn't make it. That was yesterday, I guess. Or maybe the day before? Time feels like it's passing differently in this whiteout. It's moving in spurts and clumps. But what I do know for sure is that Taz wasn't there for my movie marathon. Which was cool. It was night, and that's when he roams, does his cat stuff. He clocks in for his shift at about my bedtime. But if he came back after I fell asleep on the couch, I didn't know it. And I don't want to say this, don't want to make it real. I haven't seen him now for something like 36 hours? Maybe longer. He's a survivor, no doubt, but it's January in Wyoming, and he can't have too many lives left. I've left the taped-over sliding glass door open enough for him to slide through. Who cares about heating all of Laramie, Dad? But with no proper cat door, does he think he doesn't live here anymore? Taz, is that it? You think someone else moved in and you don't have a home? A person? You do. You so do. Lydia Ackerman is still calling, eager for my decision, but I haven't made it yet. I have to assume she's also struggled through some of my Trisale's handwriting, but since she didn't key on me asking about cold cases, I bet she's still in the first few years, when he was the new pastor in town, and just writing daily junk. Not under tenure pressure, she hasn't pushed through as far as I have, to good stab. Has been more concerned with getting it all scanned in, posted in that directory she made me co-owner of, like I care. Just today, she finally got me on the line again by dialing in from her personal phone. Hers was the first call to come in after I put the flyers for Taz up, so I answered before the first ring was done. The excuse I gave her for not having made a decision yet is my father's passing. Sorry, Dad, but thanks for the assist, I guess. Your cremains are waiting at the front office now, since they won't fit in my mailbox. I just got the courtesy call from busybody Marcy up there. She didn't offer condolences, because that would mean she'd read whatever warning labels on the Priority Express package, but it was there in her voice. I hate her. I don't even know why I'm still writing in this file, to be honest. I think it's because I don't have Taz to talk to anymore. Where are you, bud? I can't do this without you, man. Classes start next week, delayed due to this winter storm. But instead of manically prepping the opening day salvo for my survey lecture, quoting this speech, that speech, threading some McLuhan through it all like any communications prof is legally bound to, I've been walking the grounds of the apartment complex with the digital recorder I use to record my lectures, which has a little speaker you can actually hear a few feet away. The sound on it is a can of cat food being sumptuously opened. My feet are frozen, my cheeks blistered with cold, but it's got to be worse for Taz out there, doesn't it? Now I'm back from doing what I knew I shouldn't have done, but can't help. Peeling through photos of him as a kitten with his then-favorite toy. Him with stitches in his ear. Him covered in this or that adventure. Him being the most perfect scamp to ever scamp. Desperate, I even opened Dad's Bible at last. Is there a chapter on lost cats? A prayer for lost pets? The first thing I was surprised by was that handwritten on the front end papers, silk, I think, were a few lines of encouragement from his father to my dad's grandfather, Art, both of whom, I guess, attended a certain Lutheran church up in Miles City, minus their skin. It's unsettling to be suddenly touching actual history, isn't it? Reading about them in Arthur Bocarn's spidery script is one thing, running my fingers over the slight indentations left on marbled pink silk is another thing altogether. As was the third letter tucked into the pages. The first two having been from my mother, one from when they were dating, one from her hospital room, both of which reduced me to a sobbing mess on the couch. For them, for Taz, for me. This third letter, however, had never been opened, which I found odd, until I put my new glasses on to study the logo in the return address corner at the upper left. It was an official seal, one ringed with feathers, I guess like looking down the stovepipe part of a chief's headdress, down to an outline of what I first took to be a state. It's a nation, actually. The Blackfeet one. I don't know what's worse, where this letter's from, or the fact that it's not opened. Now that I'm sitting on the couch with it, though, there's something I like even less. There's no postmark. There's not even a stamp. This isn't to my father at all. It's to me. Left by someone who stood over my father's deathbed. 20 January, 2013. I'm in no mood for it this week, Marcy. All my lost cat flyers on my doormat, along with a note citing the procedure for getting permission and the necessary stamp to distribute materials around the complex. I'll show you a stamp. Taz is gone, can't you see? I admit to spending the last 24 hours in the fetal position on my couch, alternately bawling my eyes out and punching the cushions. I also admit to pacing back and forth from the kitchen to here, sneering and showing my teeth to that letter from the Blackfeet Nation, which I don't think I can handle opening yet, maybe ever. Why couldn't that construction worker have just crumbled that journal when he first touched it, before he even knew what he was touching? Then maybe I'd do something actually on track to bolster my tenure portfolio. Then I don't have to know what blood's in my veins. That massacre can just stay in the past where it belongs. That parsonage is going to be a battered women's shelter now, I read. Good for it. Good for those women. Good for Miles City, for all of Montana, and its hard-handed men with their oh-so-fragile egos. I hope every egg that breaks on the kitchen floor in that shelter is bright yellow. Maybe that's where I'll go, even, when this lease is up. Etsy Bocarn, ready to volunteer or help finish painting the walls, whatever. I can even teach journalism, communication. I can quote from a variety of speeches, which are practically sermons. It's where my inheritance and my education meet. Ugh. That's a convergence I don't need, thanks. What I also don't need any more of ever, what I just saw in the hall coming back from the bathroom. Which, I know what antihistamines do to me, I know I shouldn't take them, but all this crying, my nose, and who cares anyway? What I'm saying is Benadryl always leaves you a little loopy, Etsy, so don't freak out. Still, I either saw or thought I saw a tiny gray shadow scurrying across the carpet in front of me and into the kitchen, where its tiny claws found the faux tile and scrabbled furiously, like a cartoon in the making. You don't have to run, little fellow, don't you know? The cat no longer lives here. And if I shouldn't take a single Benadryl, then I probably shouldn't double dose it either. But I've got to sleep at some point. My dreams will be goopy, and I'll wake with medicine head, my sinuses either flowing or dry as the tomb, but checking out is checking out. Until it isn't. It's now 4 in the dark-ass morning. A different date, I guess, but who cares if this document's calendar is right anymore? My heart is pounding, and I'm using the light from this screen to at least light me up, if not the rest of the bedroom. It's not because of the sea of mice I had to step over in the hallway to get to the bathroom. I'm fairly certain those were paranoia and antihistamine, but because when I heard the lightest tapping coming from the dining room table, I groggily stepped in to see if I was hearing what I thought I was hearing. I was. This keyboard. These keys I'm using right the fuck now. hunched over my laptop in this very chair, was the shape from outside, which I'd convinced myself I'd dreamed up, stitched together from shadow. The man, but not a man. I saw him first from the side, and my throat clenched, made a little choking noise, and I stepped back hard again, this time into the wall, which didn't break. But I wish it would have. Then I could have run screaming the other way. I can't believe I'm even going to commit this to figurative paper, as saying it sort of out loud may very well get me committed. Yes, I slowed down to italicize that. And that trick there of using commit in two senses, that's pure rhetoric, baby. It's how you get an audience on your side, class. It's inviting them into your circle of confidence, how you create an in-group. Just now I'm doing it so I can put off what I saw a line longer. And a line longer now. Please. But no more. Here goes. When I saw this man that wasn't a man from the side, in profile, typing on my laptop, his head wasn't human. What it was large. Over-large. And his shoulders were somehow involved. It was a man's body, I could tell that. He was wearing jeans and boots with blocky safety toes and probably a tight t-shirt, but it was definitely a man's body with a bison's head. "What have you been eating, good stab?" I heard myself ask, either in my sleeping voice or my actual one. And he turned sharply to face me, his horns pointing up and up, his eyes these large black marbles, no human sclera at all, but an intelligence there all the same, and this is where I screamed and ran back down the hall, locked myself in the bedroom and called 911, yelled to them about monsters and history, ghosts and justice. The officers and firemen must have found me by my phone number, as I don't think I was ever able to get my address out. Marcy showed up a moment later in her robe. It took them all of 30 seconds to assure me I was the only person or thing in the apartment. No one said, "Just lost her job," "Father's ashes on the kitchen table," "Over-the-counter drug packaging by the sink," "Extended isolation in this winter storm," but it was there in their eyes all the same. I was, so far as they were concerned, hysterical, which is itself hysterical. "So what happened here?" A fireman just out of junior high, it looked like, asked about the tape and paper that are my sliding door now. "Is the carpet wet from it?" Marcy, being Marcy, asked. "My cat is missing," I said back to all, not really in reply. "Cat?" a police officer asked, skating her eyes around the place in question. I didn't say anything else, just sat on the couch, hugging a pillow to my chest. They're all gone now. I don't know why I even called them. Did bringing Sheriff Doyle and his deputies to Sunday service help Arthur Bocarn any? I have the manual for what I'm experiencing right here, higher in this document, a whole stack of century-old entries, but still I resist what it has to tell me. Probably because it's so much easier to call it a lonely old man's fancy, or an Indian's devious narrative torture. But there will come a day, I believe, won't there? There will come a day I can't not. I might already, I mean. Left behind by the laptop so his fingers could press a single key, not 2 or 3 at once, is a pair of leather work gloves. Meaning someone, something, will be coming back for them. 21 January 2013. Welp, here we are 3 weeks into January, somehow. The 23rd looms, the day all those Blackfeet died in the snow. I don't think that's any accident. And sure, whelp is my dad's word. How he used to pre-announce some announcement he was about to make, and me using it as just a daughter calling down the hall for her daddy because the boogeyman's in the closet again, but what if he is? The last 24 sleepless hours, I've been compulsively reading everything I can on the Marias massacre, can go verse and chapter on it. I delivered my father's DVDs to the thrift store, making myself walk instead of drive so I could experience the cold like the survivors of that massacre, being pushed into the storm like a death sentence. The cold stung. The chill was bone deep even in my Patagonia jacket and ski pants. But the whole time I knew I had a warm apartment to return to, so it's more like I went through the motions of penance than actually paid anything real. My Tresale named the entries that were just him Absolution, and I think I get that now. Okay, I'm just in from standing on my balcony as long as I could in the blowing cold, wearing my ski goggles so I don't have to blink, because I don't want to miss the fleeting image of a man standing out there, watching me back. Clicking through page after page of Blackfeet material, I even fell into a Chief Mountain hole, if that's not an oxymoron. Apparently, when the first white surveyors scaled Chief Mountain, they found a much-weathered bison skull up there. Weasel Plume. I never knew you, but God, do I miss you. It's 2 nights until the anniversary of Marias. My Benadryl isn't just in the trash, but that trash has been delivered to the dumpster. I expect my visitation will be tomorrow night, the eve, I guess I should call it. Better go write my last will and whatever. I hereby bequeath my career to blank. Forget it, Etsy. Just... Okay, this isn't a will. It's not a suicide note, it's a... I don't know what you call it. It's nerves, it's fear, it's terror, it's unfair, It's when the person left to die on the warehouse floor writes the name of their killer in blood on the concrete before they die. Their name for that? Dying declaration? I'm shaking so bad, God. God! It wasn't a dream. I know that. What it was a nightmare. One I guess I'm trapped in now. Shit! Okay, you can do this, Etsy. Now, do it. In, out, calm. Okay. When I rose from bed to make sure the light tapping I was hearing wasn't my laptop was in bed with me, thank you, that it was just some flashing on the roof, blowing in the wind, or a dirty face in the walls chewing on matchsticks, a mouse. I drew to a slow stop, realizing something was wrong, but it was something vague, only slightly wrong. Usually in the hallway at night, I don't need any light, as in complete darkness, the steady green light of the smoke detector at the far end by the living room casts its sickly glow on the beige carpet, giving me an oatmeal-looking path to step into. Now I was stepping into darkness, though. Not complete darkness, but some sort of shadow blocking the smoke alarm. I tracked it up, and he was standing just inside the hallway, his bison head, ponderous, giant, grand, especially in contrast to his human legs and arms and torso, his pearl snap shirt untucked, work boots still on. Etsy Beaucarn, he said, or really, pronounced. How he spoke with the mouth of a bison, I had no idea. And it was ridiculous, I know, to be looking a bison man in the face and be wondering about his throat structure. Good stab, I said back. And he nodded, seemed to like hearing that after all these years. It's hot in here, he said. I made a little noise I don't know how to spell, a kind of gulp and a chirrup at once. A little girl noise, a dying animal noise, the kind you make not because it'll do any good, but because you're giving up. You know your mom and dad isn't there and that this is it. This thing is really happening. Goodstab's huge bison head looked sharply to the side, away from me and my mewling. Or, no, he wasn't looking away from me. He was looking at something I couldn't see in the living room. But then he came back to me, his head ponderous in the tight confines of the hall. Your hair isn't like his, he said, as if impressed. I think it's from my 3 times great-grandmother, I said. He just stared with his marble eyes. You're here to finish it? I had to ask, even though I didn't want to know. Finish what? He asked back, leaning into the wall beside him like, of all people, James Dean? I know that image from an album cover, a poster, a magazine, minus the bison head, of course. What you started in 1912, I mumbled, my chin pruning up. Goodstab considered this, considered it some more, using the side of his hand to rub at the pendulous Adam's apple the same way I would try to rub the certainty of spittle from the corner of my mouth while delivering a conference paper. Can I hurt him more by hurting you? He finally asked, maddeningly calm. I can destroy that journal, I blurted out all at once, trying to save my life. I can, I promise. Goodstab snapped his head to the side again, as if keeping track of something. What? I had to ask, wanting to lean forward, see, but also not wanting to be even one step closer to him. Your little hunter, he said with a shrug, and held his hand out, snapped his fingers once. Taz jumped into his arms, his face crusted with something. I steepled my hands over my mouth, fell to my knees, the tears already coming, even though that had to be exactly what Goodstab wanted. Some things you can't help, though. And what was on Taz's face? It wasn't exactly red, but black? Flaky? It hit me all at once. Dried blood. Because that's how Nachzerers make horses, and I guess cats, docile. Just let him go, let him go, I begged, reaching my arms out, fingers spread. Take me, drink my blood, I don't care, I don't have anything anymore. But let him go, please. Please, Goodstab, he hasn't done anything to you. Neither have you, he said, running a human hand down Taz's spine. Taz, hedonist that he is, luxuriating in this, his purring filling the hall. Here, he said, holding Taz out. Tentatively, so tentatively, knowing this was the end of me, I stood and crept forward inch by inch, finally drawing close enough to take Taz all at once and bury my face in his fur, my chest hitching and falling, hitching and falling. He smelled of Lysol and winter. He already ate this morning, Goodstab said, like he was just the cat sitter, like I was just back from a ski trip. Thank you, was all I could say back, both to Taz for being alive and to Goodstab for giving him back to me. Family reunion, yeah, he said, his delivery so much more contemporary than his diction in the journal would suggest. But he's had a lot of years between then and now, I suppose. I nodded, kept nodding, not wanting to pull my face away from Taz, the traitorous scoundrel. No, I mean this, he said, stepping back and having to duck so as not to catch his black horns on the arched doorway into the living room. He was holding his arm to the side, presenting... what? Family reunion, he repeated, softer but with more meaning, his black marble eyes watching me. Slowly, clutching Taz so close, I edged down the hall, watching Goodstab the whole time because this had to be when the jaws of the trap were going to close, the same as they'd closed over the Catman, over Arthur Beaucarn. I surged past him, trying to stay out of reach of his arms, but he had them crossed, was somehow tilting his bison head forward, like that's where I was meant to be focusing my attention. I turned that way, ready for, I don't know, a dollhouse-sized Lutheran church I was expected to duck into. Even just a single flickering candle on my dining room table would have made me scream. What was there, though? I couldn't even scream. And I still can't. My breath is still hitching. How can your eyes and your mind and your heart hold something that's impossible, that's fundamentally incomprehensible? There was a 7-foot-long rodent of some kind, light brown like a camel, trying to claw its way up onto the couch. And I was close enough to it that it turned its face to me, its huge yellow incisors, top and bottom, keeping its mouth chalked open, inquisitively, hopefully. Its eyes were large and old enough to be sagging into ovals, like the skin was drooping down from its own weight. And cupped in those lower lids were tears, and those tears were watery red, rimming the whole eye, and the way those eyes looked at me. 100 years of drinking little grass-eaters will do that to a black robe, won't it? Goodstab said, seemingly from the end of a long tunnel. A little grass-eater is a prairie dog, I finished for him, my face so warm, the breath in my chest so cold. Yes, that, Goodstab said. Arthur, I said, just to try to accept this. He was pelted, head to tail, in dusty brown, close-cropped hair, and his arms were short, his hands sharp at the fingertips. His rear legs perhaps longer than an actual prairie dog's, and still beholden to a pelvis meant to be upright, but the stubby, stiff tail wagging between them made the structure of the hip not that important, finally. But his face, that was what kept pulling my eyes back. There was something human there yet. Something human, tortured, pleading for help behind the jaunty long whiskers. His ears were rotated around maybe halfway higher than they should have been, and seeing them made me want to touch my own ears, to be certain of their placement. And then my great-great-great-grandfather reached for me with his right foreleg, the one he needed to support himself on the couch, and this caused him to slough down onto the coffee table, not breaking it, but pushing it over. He thrashed between it and the couch, screeking in terror, and then the man trapped in that huge prairie dog body gave up, laid his great brown head back in defeat, and panted shallowly but congested, because I don't think prairie dogs are meant to be on their backs like that. I fell back against the doorframe, dropping Taz. He hit the floor and bounded immediately for Arthur Beaucarn, jumping onto his chest. My monstrous Tressail, who had himself once loved a cat named Cordelia, stolen from an old West whorehouse, managed to use his forepaw that wasn't pinned against the couch to stroke Taz between his shoulders, his head coming up as far as his neck could bring it, to see Taz at least a little. His missing chin, I guess it's a prairie dog thing, one I'd never paid attention to, made his overbite more pronounced, his expression even more imploring, more forlorn, more lost. How could you? I said to Goodstab, already picturing Arthur Beaucarn trapped in a cellar on the reservation for the last century, only seeing light when the next prairie dog was dropped down to him. But when I turned, my knee-jerk reaction was that my other monstrous visitor had somehow sunken into the floor. His bison head was sitting on my carpet, I mean. When I finally made myself approach, touch a black horn, the whole head fell over, was hollow. A mask. He'd had a mask pulled over his head like a mascot, and he'd left me with with a Lutheran pastor sentenced to a hell that had never been in his Bible. Of course I ran away. To here, my bedroom, the door locked, the dresser pushed against it. I have my laptop with no charger, and I have Taz with no litter box, and there's giant prairie dog claws scratching slowly at the door, leaving gouges 100 years deep. And the moaning sounds out there. I thought I knew what pain was. Wrong, Etsy. Just now, with Dawn, Taz using my closet for his business like he hasn't since his kitten days, I'm off the phone with Marcy. There have been complaints about noise, presumably from my new downstairs neighbors. Grad students, I think, though it's hard to keep track. Evidently the sounds of a century-old monster suffering are, what, slightly bothersome? Is that it? Or is it the sounds of me tap-tap-tapping my keys, each keystroke thunder, each revelation another anvil falling into my life, upending everything I thought I knew? No, it was probably when I searched up how the Blackfeet say prairie dog, like getting all the accent marks right is going to be the thing that saves me. Yeah, that's probably what the complaint's about. Anything remotely scholarly or academic I do, instant wrist slap. Here then, downstairs douchebags, I'll use my digital recorder then. Just embed its MP3s into this file. Battery on this laptop's throwing warnings anyway. And here I am again, live and in, I don't know, mono? I'm not even sure what that means, less sure I care. And I'm sorry, Taz, that was the sound of your cat food opening, bud, but I'm recording over it now. We all have to make sacrifices. So, now that I'm not typing, I don't know what else to say. Okay, now it's noon, and I think I understand what Good Stab is doing here. If I have the nerve, the pluck, the whatever, I can feed my greatest grandfather back to human over the course of a few years. Can't I? I can rent a house instead of an apartment, and I can come home every week with another two-legged meal for him to bite into with his big teeth and drink down. I think Good Stab is testing whether I'm a killer or not. If I'm like him, like Arthur Beaucarn, if that name even still applies. Shit, is this even recording? Okay, back. Don't freak out, Taz. That was my voice, yes, but this is me too. Mommy's still here. But I can't live in my bedroom. Here goes. I'm in the hall. Arthur Beaucarn isn't here. Oh, shit. Hey, yeah. It's me, Granddad. I'm just going to... Not getting this to stab you. It's just for in case. No, stay over there. Stay. How do you say that in German? Verboten. Shit! No! Still, 21 January 2013. Okay, laptoped in again, with the charger. In the bedroom again. But this time it was for a cry session that's mostly over now, I think. It's because of what I just had to do. No, my trestle didn't eat me. Taz did wind through his legs, though, and then vault in his silky way up to my arms to nuzzle my neck to tell me it's feeding time. He didn't know Good Stab had told me that had already happened. Arthur Beaucarn was watching all this so intently. Coo, 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 he finally managed to say, sort of, like doing sound effects or something. I shrank away, squinting, protecting Taz. But then, slowly, probably too slowly, I heard that front letter for what it was. Cordelia, I over-enunciated, holding Taz even closer. Cordelia's gone, Granddad. I'm sorry. For a long time, maybe even a minute, he looked down at the floor. When he came back, his whiskers still for once, his mouth hanging open, his eyes directed right at mine, I knew he had finally translated that word. Granddad. He shook his head no, red collecting at the corners of his big eyes again. But I had to nod yes. Artie had a son before he was taken, I told him, shrugging it true. Goodstab never knew, until recently, I guess, when they found your journal. I mean, you called it a logbook? Arthur Beaucarn turned away, pivoted back into the living room, falling down onto his forelegs. On all fours, he has a sort of hump in the middle of his back like a weasel's or a ferret's. I followed, hugging the far wall, still holding Taz. Arthur Beaucarn was leaning into the corner of the room, softly hitting his head against the wall, which Marcy was probably already getting a call about. I don't know any Lutheran stuff, I said to him apologetically. But then inspiration hit. I knelt, dug my dad's Bible up from that banker's box, held it out, my elbow straight like a little kid's trying to feed a dog they're afraid is going to bite their hand. My great-great-great-granddad looked at that Bible a long time, then turned away from it, his lips pressed together over those long teeth now. Taz jumped out of my arms, trotted across the room to the giant prairie dog. I guess they'd been prisoners together, and I put my hand down to push with, to stand, and what crinkled under my hand in the banker's box was my father's last pack of cigarettes. I looked from them to the monster across the room, and I finally pulled them up, worked the matchbook in the cellophane up. Arthur Beaucarn looked up sharply when the match flared, and lurched over to the kitchen doorway like scared of what I was doing. To stand, he had to hold on to the doorframe as he apparently doesn't know how to sit back on his tail, as I'm fairly certain I've seen prairie dogs do. With his human pelvis, it hurts to sit back? Shit. I mouthed the smoke enough to get the cherry going, knew better than to breathe in. I'm no Catman, but I know I am a cougher. I'm sorry. I really am, I said, and licked my lips, held my Tressail's eyes with mine, and started forging across the living room, stepping through all the junk spilled off the coffee table. When I edged up sort of close to Arthur Beaucarn, I felt like a kid taken to the nursing home to see their dying grandparent. Only they're scared of them lying there. They're scared of death. They don't understand it. They don't want to be here. My grandparent helped me by reaching his stubby arm out to me, black claws splayed. Shaking my head no, and sort of already blubbering but not wanting to, I worked the cigarette between the first and second of his claws, having to arrange them to get the cigarette situated. As far as I knew, the last time Arthur Beaucarn had smoked, it had been a Chesterfield from a bartender with a single name. I just had to tab over and do a search to pull Chesterfield from the ether. Yes. I'm not sure that matters. I do know what's up with Catmen and cigarettes, though. I think. Google tells me it's the nicotine. It constricts the blood vessels. Simple as that. For monsters that burn oxygenated blood like fuel, siphoning the redness out until only the plasma is left to pee, dialing the blood flow down to nil via a vasoconstrictor is about as bad as it gets. Benadryl's my kryptonite. Cigarettes are his. So, knowing full well what he was doing, My greatest grandfather drew his great-great-grandson's cigarette to his lips, closed his huge eyes, and breathed in deep, deep, then did it again, exhaling smoke through his nose, and, before it could take him all the way down, he dropped to all fours beside me, startling me a step back. He wasn't trying to run away from the pain, though. He had dropped down to stagger across the living room, curl his long, stubby body around that bison head as best he could, and pass out, his chest shuddering at the end, not with physical pain, I don't think, but the other kind. Then, after he was conked, he sort of threw up in his sleep. It was bloody hair, either licked from his own coat or swallowed on accident, from the prairie dogs he'd sucked dry. Taz sniffed the mess, sniffed it better, finally wasn't interested. I had to run down here, press my door shut as quietly as I could, and scream and cry into my pillow. Yes, great-great-great-grandfather, I'm using your long-ass Victorian dashes. It's just an autocorrect setting here in the New World. Not everything you did was bad, sir. And that makes what I have to do now so much harder. 22 January 2013. Parting is such sweet bullshit, she said from a rest stop in southern Montana. Well, she typed into her faithful laptop, which is literally in her lap. It makes doing italics trickier, what with elbow room and a giant prairie dog sleeping in the back seat, but not nearly as tricky as getting out of Laramie in all this snow. But a lot of shit's happened since yesterday. Too much for one day, but that's my life now, isn't it? Classes start in... who cares? I'm not going to be there. Who am I even writing to now with this? Taz, you're here with me. You too, Tressail. Hackers? I don't warrant that kind of attention. I think I am actually tracing words in blood on the concrete floor of the huge empty warehouse that's my life. Two, though, that's not really here or there, is it? As all the cool kids were saying in 1912. Do I want someone to find a record of what happened to me after I didn't get tenure? Is that it? My sad descent? My death spiral? Do I email this to the department listserv so they can blame the stupid university system that's actually responsible? Is this to be my first and last monograph? Will someone else get a book contract out of this after they transcribe my voice recordings? No. Bury it in a wall, Etsy. Just drag it to the trash again. I don't know. I'm afraid to sleep here. Afraid of waking with my throat in a set of giant yellowy teeth. The eyes looking into mine would be the worst part. But I'm afraid that if I don't keep my fingers doing something, I'll fall asleep. Let's say that's why I'm still in this document. Not that I'm like my greatest grandfather, addicted to his journal. So, yesterday. First, thinking step by step, I needed something to lead a monster with by the neck. But when nothing in the apartment would work, I knew I needed to get down to... not the pet store, because I needed other junk. Didn't want to be gone from the apartment too long. Murdoch's, then. Murdoch's has hardware, pet stuff, ranch supplies, hunting stuff, some real one-stop shopping, at least for this zip code. But once I got geared up to go outside, it was pretty obvious what my problem was. A giant prairie dog curled up around a bison head, right by where the front door would swing if I opened it. Like Taz, then, I took the balcony, hung off the frozen railing and counted to 3, and then to 3 again, and finally fell into a drift of snow. The downstairs douchebags, as luck would have it, standing at their sliding door to watch the big, slow flakes drifting down over the neat, to them, winter wonderland. The flakes were big. Yes, Jim and Terry, or whatever your names are. But the biggest one that ever fell, that got documented, I just stumbled on it when looking up Miles City, Montana. The biggest flake ever recorded fell there, 15 inches across. Picture that. It'd have been like it was snowing lace doilies. So, after that powdery drift of just normal-sized flakes under my balcony swallowed me, I stood up, raised a gloved hand to Jim and Terry, and shrugged. Each of us, I think, accepting that there really was no explanation for this scene. Where I went after that was my Subaru, to scrape it and get the engine started for the first time in days. While the car was warming, I waded to the front office to make nice with Marcy, whose voice and posture were so fake concerned for whatever I was obviously going through that I really wanted to explain it to her, just to watch her blanch. Instead, I told her my brother, about whom she'd never heard, probably since he never existed, is taking my father's passing hard. As in, drinky hard. Where I was going, why I was all suited up it was to find his sponsor, bring him back, because this situation couldn't go on. He was going to get me evicted, lose me my security deposit, endanger my standing at the university. So that was him the other night? Marcy asked, and mimed clomping footsteps, which for some reason involved a dour expression. I nodded and attempted a grin. She squeezed my upper arm on the left side, her right, and then she was off to deal with the undergrads in the hot tub with glass bottles, who probably weren't even old enough for that beer, and I was in my trusty Outback churning to Murdoch's, where I did indeed find a leash sized for Labradors and Great Danes. But what I have can pull harder than that. I ended up just getting a lead for a horse. But I did pick up a light, retractable leash for Taz. It makes me a freak in Wyoming, in Montana, in the West, walking a cat at rest stops and gas stations. Italics suck. 25 feet of slack fed out for him to do his business. It's weird for me, it's weird for Tazzy Boy, but it's better than him running away into the storm. But if you want weird, Montanans, check out my back seat here. It's where this braided blue horse lead looped on my emergency brake goes. Yeah. Arthur Bocarn wakes, sits up, the leash around his neck pulls that ratchety handle, and my rear tires are going to lock. No regard for how fast I'm going, what's behind me, what hairpin turn I'm praying I don't slide off. Fun stuff. So, when I got back to the apartment 45 minutes later, Murdoch's run complete, one corner of the couch had been gnawed into deeper than Taz has ever done. The big chunks of foam were scattered all over the living room. Flecks of it were in my greatest grandfather's chin whiskers. My brief foray that morning into the care and feeding of prairie dogs had already told me that, when nervous or scared, they chew up whatever's close. None of those care and feeding pages said not to give them cigarettes, though, so I lit another up to share. I needed time to pack up, clear enough snow off the balcony to dig Taz's cat carrier out from the storage closet, and was doing that when, through the butcher paper that's my sliding door, I heard the knocking. I stepped back into the apartment and stood there, appraising my disaster of a living room. The giant prairie dog, not as sedated as I'd wanted, had retreated from the sound, was over in the front corner by the fireplace, his eyes locked on mine, because I was the one who could make the scary knocking go away. Taz, tomcat that he is, was nosing the bottom of the front door, looking for a fight. Me, I was dropping the cigarette I'd been holding and grinding it into the carpet. That was when the knocking graduated from 3 polite knocks and wait to banging. Shh, shh, I told everyone, and crossed the living room. Through the peephole, Marcy had 2 police male officers with her, in the winter versions of their police jackets with the high blue collars. I shook my head. No, not when I'm so close, but because she had the master key, I hauled the door open at last and stood in the doorway, trying to block the living room as best I could. "Ma'am," the first officer said, as if apologetic about his presence there. You know the rule on guests that stay longer than 4 days, Marcy said, equally apologetic, but a sort of thrill to her demeanor all the same. We just need to, the second officer said, planting his hand to the jamb to pull himself in. Wellness check, Marcy said primly. I stepped over to block this officer. Wellness check? I asked, looking down at myself to see if I was bleeding or overdosed or unstable. There's been concern about your safety, the first officer said. Ms. How do you say that? My name is Etsy, I said back to make this easier. That a real name? The second officer asked. I'm fine, I told them. Wellness check, done. You're obviously not fine, Ms. Bouquet, Marcy said. And the way I flashed my eyes to her about this casual catachresis, if it was casual and not hostile, she actually held the fingertips of her right hand to the hollow of her throat. If we can, the second officer said, trying to slide past again, but I blocked him out. Isn't it only family who can instigate a wellness check? I asked then to Marcy. Are you my aunt, my cousin, my mother? Property manager, she said back, puffing herself up with it. Exactly, I said, stooping quickly to pick Taz up, which gave the second officer a quick glimpse behind me, I guess. Is that? He started. I stood back up fast. Cat? I interrupted, hitching Taz higher like show and tell. Buffalo, he said. We all looked back to the bison head, upright on the carpet. My brother's a team mascot, I said quietly, like embarrassed. Did you find his sponsor? Marcy leaned in to ask, touching my forearm like activating a cone of silence around us. It's all in process, I told her, not having to fake how flustered I was. Sorry, it's, taking longer than 4 days. To my right, I could sense my greatest grandfather struggling to stand, lumber into view, touch his great nose to an officer's blue thigh. Is that smoke? Marcy asked, nosing in. I looked around again, fully expecting my Tressail to be there. But it was just his droppings, some unsquashed into the carpet, some not. Taz doesn't like the snow, I explained, holding him up again, drawing their eyes to him, the obvious shitter. And I'm fine, thank you, I added, and then directly to Marcy. If you'll let me out of my lease, I'm gone by the end of the week. How does that sound to you? Marcy considered this. And the security deposit? She finally asked. Yours, I told her flatly. Where will you go? The first officer asked, genuinely concerned, I think. I've got a volunteer thing lined up, I said to him, still holding Marcy's eyes. Well, I asked her. Done, she said, and took a neat step back to signal that this was over. Ma'am, the second officer asked her. We have cookies in the front office, she said. They won't make up for this inconvenience, but I made them myself. They're supposed to be for potential residents, but... After she was gone, my greatest grandfather's nose nudged into the back of my right calf, and I shrieked forward, into the cold. When I looked back to him, he was bleeding from the eyes. It must be some automatic defense mechanism. When attacked or hurting or scared, they want to calm the situation down the only way they can. Either that, or he was crying. Here, I said to him, and got another cigarette going, held it down for him to inhale. I blew my own smoke out the front door, as if smoke in the walls and carpet was something I still needed to worry about. When my greatest and saddest grandfather was down again, I covered him with a blanket. And when he was awake enough to follow the lead, and there were no other residents braving the snow on a Saturday afternoon, I walked him downstairs, packed him into the back seat, and shut the door firmly. I left the bison head on my living room floor. It's real. No skull, but it's not mascot grade. Is from an actual animal. I'm sure it'll make its way to the thrift store. Everything does eventually. Ask Robert Redford, John Wayne, Kevin Costner. Ready? I asked Taz in the passenger seat in his carrier, Granddad in the back seat, and eased us down to the ice rink 80 was, past the hill I used to sit on my first few years here to watch the big rigs slide in slow motion and sometimes roll. Great rooster tails of snow climbing into the sky in slow motion, at a distance. The bored trooper there waved us back with his flare, shook his head in amusement. That's Snow Chi Minh Trail for you, from November until about March. So, another route, an even dicier route. But before that, a cigarette break for the backseat passenger, which doesn't feel right. I don't like him doing this to himself, sucking on these things so willingly, like reaching for death, for escape. But I'm afraid if I sleep, I'll miss a smoke break, and then this ends bad. Okay, back again. Ended up driving and driving and driving some more. So much coffee. I can't listen to anything with a good heart anymore. All I have left is this rabbit heart in my chest, kicking to get out. We're now in Nitausinen, which I also had to look up from higher in the document to paste here. I'm spelling it like the man sleeping behind me wrote it down, which I guess is how it sounded to him from Goodstab. Sorry if it's wrong, all Blackfeet. I know it means our land, and I'm not part of that our, but I don't know how to change it. Nitausinen looks very much like Wyoming, it turns out. It was snowy enough on the small back roads that I'm not even sure when or where in the night the state line was. But we finally found 25 around Wheatland, then crossed the Yellowstone into Blackfeet territory around Custer, but didn't hook it east for Miles City. Instead, we booked it west towards Bozeman, making a quick but important stop there and then angling up through Montana and parking by a coffee shop so I can type all this in, get enough free signal to send it to myself. Email's the best backup. And now, hours later, which I should measure either in gallons of coffee or complete lack of sleep, it's dawn of the 23rd, everything frozen and blowing and white, and we're here, the Marias River, as Lewis and Clark named it once upon an expedition. Just east of the Blackfeet Reservation. The bolt cutters I bought at Murdoch's will get me through the gate. The site of the massacre is on private land, some ranch, and it requires special permission to visit. Fine. I give myself permission, thanks. It's what we white folk do. January 23rd, 2013. Okay, back to the recorder, as long as its battery lasts. It was taking too long to fix all the typos numb fingers make, and doing it this way I can wear my gloves and keep my elbows tight by my side. Less heat escapes that way. This matters because the Subaru's bogged down in the snow maybe 10 yards past the gate. Shit. I'm just waiting for dear old great-great-great-granddad to wake from his last cigarette so we can do this, I guess. It made a lot more sense from my apartment in Laramie. Take the monster back to where it was made. The drifts out there are up to my hip, though, and visibility's about 2 inches, and then your eyelashes freeze, and the cold reaches in through your mouth, wraps its hand around your spine, and that's when you know Montana's got you. Fun times ahead, Etsy. You must be this stupid to ride this ride. And no, shaking your cell phone doesn't make that one little bar any more than a square dot. I don't think AT&T knows about this kind of cold. I'm sorry, Taz, I really am. I don't know what else to do. What started 143 years ago ends today, one way or another. If there's an entry after this, then I made it back somehow. If there's not, though, then shit. I guess I should. I didn't bring it to not read it, right? And maybe what the Blackfeet Nation left in my dad's Bible for me will be instructions on how to survive in extreme winter conditions. They've been doing it since forever. They've got to know something. Okay. Oh. No. Shit. Are you listening back there? 3 persons? You wrote this in 1912, back when you had hands. It's got your dashes that look like fill-in-the-blanks. I'd know them anywhere. It's that letter you sent in 1870 that was waiting for you when you came back east to brush up on your Latin and get sober. Maybe in the opposite order. That letter you dug up after Goodstab's first visit. But hey, surprise, it's not burnt up in your church's fireplace. Goodstab must have stolen it when you weren't looking. Stolen it and saved it for 100 years in whatever the Indian version of a safe deposit box is. Which is maybe just a safe deposit box, I don't know. Okay, here's where. Reading, old paper crumbling, history dying. Lydia Ackerman back in Bozeman feeling a disturbance in the force. Okay. Why would you even keep this? She said, flashing on her prom photo from 1988. But you did, didn't you? And Goodstab wanted me to read it bad enough to drive all the way down to Denver, probably in 3 pairs of sunglasses. He maybe didn't mean for me to read it out loud like this, but if I've got enough memory left on this thing, I'll do it. It's not long, just 4 pages, and if I don't save them here in this voice memo, then they're gone forever with the way this paper's falling apart. Maybe if the rancher who owns the gate I just busted finds this recorder frozen in my glove, he can give it to the Blackfeet. I don't know. Maybe they don't even want it. Here goes. When we marched out under Major Baker's command, it was an adventure. I wasn't a soldier.
Just happened to be milling around with soldiers, but that was good enough to get caught up in the mission. I grandly told myself we were the Greeks at Thermopylae, going out to resist the Persians who, unless my readings misled me, are complected similarly to the Red Indians of America. Everyone longs to be in a storybook, do they not? The morning we left, I was in the kitchen stealing one more spoonful of the rich, warm pudding I'd discovered that was better than anything I'd ever imbibed, which I admit may have been a judgment made due to scarcity. I scurried to my horse with a mouthful of it yet, and savored it the first mile or two. And I won't bore you with the long and tortuous route we took out into the field after these Indians in need of federal scolding, but trust that it was 70 miles between Fort Ellis and Fort Shaw, and it was 70 below zero for most of it, which was rapidly disenchanting me from the romance I had previously felt I was in, this affaire du coeur I suffered then from, that affair being with experience, Blake's version, of which you once instructed me. Every iota more of it I consumed, the better I could eventually shake off my own impulse to judge when on my side of the act of confession. In order to better flance my eventual flock of their sin, I first needed to understand what it was to carry the burden of that sin myself. No? I had neither rifle nor spurs for this expedition, however, and the cast-off cavalryman's uniform I had taken when my New Haven finery turned to rags was no protection from the elements. Yet I had no training, no sea legs for an effort such as this. I was like the man in the play who wakes with donkey ears, and so must bray around hopelessly. When we slept under a formation of rock called Priest Butte, I took that as a sign that my presence here was providence. But when we began riding only at night, and left the supply train behind us so as to increase our already hurried pace, and were only allowed the smallest of fires, I admit I began, like Thomas, to doubt. I was the first to begin wrapping my extremities in burlap sacking to fend off the cold. I also continually recalled that pudding to mind, to warm at least my thoughts. I also became friendly with the pair of scouts, the two of them sharing the sobriquet the soldiers had taken to calling me by. Since they also weren't cavalry, thus not beholden to the various etiquettes of soldier kind, we fell in together, and they came to share their bottle with me. Everyone in the column was drinking just to stay warm. Major Baker the most, I believe, as leaders of course lead by example. With each stop, I would mumble to my scout companions of the pudding, relishing its memories such that they could almost taste it themselves, I warrant. 3 separate times I begged the officers for permission to return to the supply train for provender, and 3 times I was denied. The last time with belligerence sufficient to forewarn me away from asking again on threat of violence. In the saddle, I swam through a sea of warm pudding, ducking my head under continually to gulp. My left foot, for I was on the left side of the column, continually dragging through unbroken snow, finally froze through solid. The toes there are yet blackened with frost, and feelingless, though not without scent. Perhaps the salve for these eventual stumps will be pudding, of which, from desperate overindulging on our earlier return, I've already thrown up twice. We were heroes, however, so no one pulled that warm kettle out from under me, and the spectacle I was making of myself, for which I now feel only the direst shame, and hereby swear off all sweet victuals from this point forth, as they will only serve to remind me of my weakness. On the trek into the featureless wastelands these savage and learned pagan have somehow occupied for time immemorial, the day before we found them camped on the dry fork of the Marias River. The scouts became parsimonious with their bottle, refusing to let me warm myself at its neck, as the liquor only made my talk of the pudding more swoonful. I doubted whether I would ever know warmth again. On the morning of the 23rd, we finally came across a scrawny Indian boy working a herd of horses. A large portion of the soldiers dismounted and arrayed themselves along the bluff, lying prostrate on their bellies, leading with their rifles, and Baker's second-in-command sent other units this way and that, as morning had caught the good major colder than usual, thus his fully inebriated state. Joe Kip finally used pig string to bind Baker's wrists to the horn of his saddle to keep him astride his mount, as it would be disheartening for the august commander to reel down to one side or the other by incremental degrees until the cap on his head touched the snow. As I had no assignment to fulfill, I attached myself to the less resentful of the 2 scouts, Joe Cobell. Him being a scout, I thought to remain out of the action, as his job was now completed. Shortly thereafter, Joe Kip had to be forcibly restrained when he wouldn't quiet himself about which camp this actually was. According to him, who himself had some tincture of Indian blood, these were peaceable Indians, not the marauding sort. But no one cared. Indians were Indians, and the sooner we punished them, the sooner we could get back to the fort and my pudding. So, attached to the scout Joe Cobell as I was, I found myself suddenly coming down the slope alongside the bluff. I thought to parley with the chief, and so be part of history as it was happening. In part, this was true. However, due to my persistent cold and the insistent hunger which corrupted my heart, the whole way down that slope I had my chin on Joe Cobell's shoulder, whispering to him about the pudding I knew he could feel in his mouth now, as I did. So well had I described it. My lips were brushing his very ear such that my sibilance had to be tactile to him, and in this way did I become even lower than the snake whispering to Eve. And I can't deny this, nor will I ever, which is why I send this to you now. So I will forevermore have to own this, my foulest act. "They're naught but savages," I hissed to his innermost, weakest self, making it so. If you don't stop them now, then you're as guilty of killing Malcolm Clark as are they, I added. This one is surely Owlchild's own father, I lied. Whatever he tells you or shows you will be a lie to save his son. And lastly, damning my immortal soul, God looks the other way when men must dole out justice. I can show you in the Bible whereof it speaks that no forgiveness is necessary when those you punish are naught but savages. Would you feel guilt for shooting the fox that stole your hens? No, the fox by his acts is compelling you to take his life, even as downy feathers line his foul mouth. So it is with these Piegan, and in this cold they won't even survive the winter, will they? How could they, with their limited means and no culture? Killing them now will be mercy, an act which the Father who sees all will look kindly on, recognizing in you a man made in his very mold, and following his tenets and teachings. I can be convincing when allowed to paint with words, as you know from our many classroom discussions. I aver that I was perhaps even more desperate to convince this day, such that, when the chief came out carrying his useless paper, Joe Cobell, driven into a frenzy of hunger by my savory descriptions, and made immune to divine reprisal by my assurance that any sin would be hastily forgiven, raised his rifle and put this chief down with a single shot. As this was what we had been ordered to do, I thought little of this other than that, finally, we could get back to warmth and civilized company. But then, once that first shot was fired, all the men on the bluff commenced firing as well, perforating the lodges below as with grape shot. It was roughly 200 rifles against 30-some lodges, and it was over by noon. And please understand that, though I fired not a single shot into Indian flesh that day, I also, in a sense, fired them all. No, I wasn't one of the ones slicing into lodges to use pistols and axes against those who had escaped the shooting from the bluff, but I may as well have been. Neither did I aid in pulling the bodies into a pile and setting them and their lodges and supplies alight, though I did thaw my hands at that enormous fire, its columns of black smoke sinuous and oily and redolent of nothing so much as guilt. On the ride back, after the weather broke, I convinced myself that the scout Joe Cobell already had it in his heart to shoot that chief for personal, not immediate reasons, which is why I pen this to you now, sir. Any man can ratiocinate his own deeds and thereby cleanse his conscience, but doing so when evidence to the contrary such as this to you exists must need be an act of futility. As well, I also now have the reminder of a pagan face looking out at me from the fire of bodies and lodges that day, a visage looking up pleadingly from the flames of hell I had sparked. And as I watched, there was then another, and another, and all of their eyes were open, inditing, and I vow not to come home again until those eyes have shut themselves, which is to say, goodbye henceforth, sir. This will be my last dispatch. I now fold myself into this hostile land, away from the world which would judge me, and rightly so. I implore you not only not to burn this, but to frame it for all to see, such that such darkness in man can be known, and then avoided. In this way will my life at least have served some small purpose. A. Beaucarn, January 26th, 1870.
Yeah, well, 3 persons. I didn't burn your letter, but god damn you, it is all in crumbles in my lap. Now, the floorboard of the Subaru, which, as anyone listening to this can probably hear, is now dead, dead, dead. I can't even see outside anymore, from my breath frozen on the inside of the windshield and all the windows. Well, my breath and Taz's, and yours, great-great-great-granddad. Did you hear any of that? Did you remember? And yes, Taz, I can smell the warm pudding you left just now. Thanks, bub. Always willing to pitch in and make a bad scene shittier, aren't you? But I love you. And you know what? Fuck it. You didn't come this far to die, Etsy Bocarn, last of your cursed name. Hell no. Don't worry, Taz. Mommy's got this. Here, buffalo jerky. You like that? Me too. Okay, if you don't want it, I know. I'm not crying. These are tears of joy. I think this is where I've been going my whole life. I just never knew it. And don't worry, I'll walk us the fuck out of here if I need to. I'll show up in Shelby or Cut Bank, carrying a cat crate, my hair frozen stiff, nose bleeding from the cold, eyes wild, all my toes frozen off. And if anybody asks if I'm all right, if I need anything, I'll just glare them down. Take another slurp of coffee. I'm talking to you too, Tressail. I see you moving back there. Don't think I don't. You with your groggy eyes and ashtray breath. My heart's broken. Yeah. And you're the one who just broke it. Let's do this. Okay. Shit. I'm back. I'm here. It's after. It's done. I'm alive. I don't know how. I know I shouldn't be. I don't know if I will be in 5 minutes, in 2 minutes. It's blowing again, even harder. So I have to say this all fast into my hand, my glove. The battery light's already having a panic attack, and the memory's almost full. I know how you feel, little recorder. Okay. Get your breath. You're okay, Taz. Mommy's got you. Come here. Yeah, keep me warm. I shouldn't have brought you. I know. I should have left you for Marcy, but I'm glad you're here. I don't know what I'd do without you, you big little man. We can do this. We have to. But, Rancher Man, when you find me, it's going to be a mystery. I know. Why would a person do this to themselves? What the hell even happened? Here, let me tell you. My great-great-great-grandfather, see, this monster from legend, turned him into a giant prairie dog because he'd done a massacre up here on your land. So I brought him, my Tressail, which is the French way for saying who he is. I brought him up here because what else could I do? Thing was, though, it turned out his stubby legs weren't long enough to reach through to the ground. So his belly sort of slid on top of the snow, and he paddled with his legs like an otter, I guess. One going back to where it all started, sure. You can figure that out with the document open on my laptop. The password is TAZZ. So anyway, I got the cat crate hooked under my left arm, the horse lead looped around my right wrist. I already had my backpack on, and there I went, out into the storm. It was noon when we finally reached the bluff. Down below us, just like the time my great-great-great-grandfather was here, were the Blackfeet. Surprise! They were packing a big drum up, and their horses were standing around, each on 3 feet, their manes and tails frozen. I'd read about the memorial ride the Blackfeet make every year to here, with your permission to be on their land, but I never thought they would do it in a storm like this. I guess I don't really know the Blackfeet, though. I backed off from the lip of the bluff to give them their privacy, and then I set Taz's crate to the side and peeled out of my backpack one arm at a time, the straps taking the top layer of my Patagonia with it, which I know I can get warrantied if I live through this. I think my great-great-great-grandfather recognized this place too, Mr. Rancher. His name is Arthur Bocarn. He was a Lutheran pastor a century... Who cares? Look it up if you want. For the whole car trip north anyway, he had been game for whatever, but now, remembering this place, I guess, he was trying to pull away. I finally had to plant my knee down over my end of his lead to keep him in place long enough for me to unpack what else I'd bought at the hardware store. First was the nail gun, which is heavy as fuck. Air-driven would have been better, but they have electric models too. Surprise. I would have bought an actual pistol, but even in Wyoming, purchasing a firearm can take a bit. More info than you need, sorry. Guns are great, rah rah, more guns, more guns. As for my having an air gun instead of an actual gun, though, now that the Blackfeet were down there doing their thing, I was glad to have something that wouldn't make a lot of noise. "I'm sorry," I said to my Tressail, holding the business end of the nail gun to his forehead, his big dark eyes looking up to me like I didn't have to do this. I did it anyway. After reading his letter, I knew that the monster he was had just been coaxed to the surface, but it had been there the whole time. The first nail planted up to its head between his eyes, and the second one as well, not half an inch away. His kind are hard to kill, though. When he bucked away, the lead I had stepped through spilled me on my ass. My great-great-great-granddad was humping away through the snow. I walked up behind him and laid a line of coppery nails down along his spine, trying to hit something that mattered enough to slow him down. I finally found it at the base of his tail. It took his rear legs away, and he rolled over as four-leggeds do when it's time to claw and fight. Here I am talking like an Indian. Yeah. Guessing you hate Indians, living this close to them. Screw it. This is an Indian story, I think, rancher man, and you're on Indian land whether you admit it or not. We all are. I stayed out of reach, loaded another belt of nails like the nice man at the hardware store had taught me, and shot into my kindly old Tressail again and again, and yeah, I was crying and sputtering each time I pulled the trigger. I talk tough now, but I'm not, I know. In his crate in the snow, Taz was yowling. I was killing his friend. Bad mommy. I think he's probably going to run away the first time I give him the chance, and that'll be fair. I deserve it. I understand. He's seen a thing in me he didn't know was there. A thing I didn't know was there. I stitched another belt of nails into this giant prairie dog's front side then, each shot like a shot into my own chest, I swear, and slower, those claws scratching at the air stopped scratching. Next was what I'd happened to walk by at Murdoch's. It was something I hadn't even known was real. Do you know about these, rancher man? 36-inch cable saws? It's this 3-foot-long, somehow sharp cable with padded loops at each end to hold on to for pulling back and forth. You can cut through a tree trunk with one of these faster than you'd think. They also work on necks. I rolled my greatest grandfather over, and I planted my knee in his back, the nail heads there tearing through my layers of pants, which I paid for on this long-ass walk back to the car, and I looped this sharp cable around his neck and started sawing back and forth, putting all my weight into it. Arthur Bocarn woke when it cut through his windpipe, I think. And I say his name like that here because it really was him, finally. That was how deep I'd cut. This wasn't a prairie dog screaming, it was a man. His short arms tried to reach his claws up to this new pain, but the cable just cut those fingers off, too. I couldn't stop, but I had to scream to get through it. I had to scream with each pull. Dragging a cable through the meat of a living creature, it's not as easy as you might think, at least for a city girl. Dragging it through the neck of someone's whose book you've read sucks even more, I think. When I was halfway through, he quit fighting. That was the worst part. It's the part where I sort of loved him. It's why I'm sort of crying now. I guess you can hear it. But I kept going. I had to. His camel-colored head toppled forward into the snow like the heavy, awkward thing it was, and I fell back, chest heaving, arms burning, tears freezing on my face. I thought I was done, that this would be enough. Wrong. I heard the snow crunching before I saw what was coming for me. My greatest grandfather's body was flopping through the snow, his neck stump raw and open, his hands stump-fingered, his chest stitched with nail heads that I swear were like the copper or brass or whatever buttons on a horse soldier's jacket, which I think an Indian in 1870 would have taken a fancy to. I kicked back through the snow until my hand, reaching behind me, clawed into open air. This headless body was still coming. I shook my head no, and dove to the side, floundered through the snow to my backpack for another thing I'd picked up from Murdoch's. Spray foam. I pulled it from my backpack, rolled over onto my back, shook it as hard as I could, and when this giant prairie dog body rose over me, I coated its front side with it until the can sputtered, empty. It didn't slow the body down at all, so I was still having to kick back along the edge of the cliff. And then I got the lighter fluid out. I sprayed it on the foam all at once in a big spurt. The warning on the can says the foam is flammable at 700 degrees, but I didn't have a thermometer, wanted to be sure it would light. When the lighter fluid was empty, I lit the multi-purpose lighter. It was one of those with a long neck for lighting fires and candles and backyard grills, I don't know. I lit it and shoved it into my greatest grandfather's chest. I was screaming again. Not for him or it. Its ears were on the head, and the head was in the snow, 10 feet away. But for me. The foam went up like toilet paper, and the body stood up, away from the flames, and it was really kind of wondrous, and the term that popped in my head was real bear, because that's what this looked like. Just one that's on fire, and trying to swipe that fire away. Arthur Beaucarn, my great-great-great-grandfather, tressail to the end, Lutheran pastor somewhere along the way. He stumbled forward. I rolled out of the way, and he went tumbling over the cliff, fell down and down through the blowing snow, his short arms still trying to reach those flames, and I had my face hanging off the edge, so I saw it all. He got smaller and smaller, dimmer and dimmer, and then I pushed away from falling just the same. When I came back, I was standing there on the edge the soldiers had lain belly down on all those years ago, and I had his head gripped in my hand by an ear. It was hanging by my leg, the mouth still moving. I was about to toss it down when I remembered the memorial riders. Through a long gust of snow, I saw them riding away, heading home. All but one. He had wheeled his horse around, and his horse's face, it was painted red, I shit you not. You don't know what that means, do you, rancher man? It means a lot, is what it means. This Blackfeet was maybe 40 years old still, 37 to be exact, I guess, and he had black hair, chiseled cheekbones, and I can't say about his eyes because he was wearing dark sunglasses, because the snow is bright. I fell to my knees, seeing him at last. I fell to my knees and let the giant prairie dog head go tumbling into open air, and what I wanted worse than anything was to tell this Indian about that stop I'd just made in Bozeman, to keep my promise to him. I'd called ahead, see, so Lydia Ackerman was waiting for me. I'd told her she could have the journal, that it belonged there with her in Montana. She almost cried. Really. And people like that happy, they make allowances. I told her all I needed in trade for this was a few minutes alone in the conservation lab, with the journal. Pretty please. When she looked down to the Priority Express package under my arm, I lowered my face, licked my lips, and told her that my dad had never met his great-great-grandfather. I told her that he would have really liked to. Lydia Ackerman let me in. I had 10 minutes. It was more than I needed. The glass case the journal was buried in just had a simple latch, like on my old lunchboxes from elementary. And I hadn't been all that interested in Lydia Ackerman's lecture about paper and ink and dust the last time I was in Bozeman, but I was listening. Well, the girl who was still the daughter of a chemist was listening. And that's who did what I did. Trick is, when acid meets something basic, the results are pretty much vinegar and baking soda, just not quite as science fair exciting. They sort of just meet halfway, trying to balance in the middle of the pH scale, and just leave behind table salt. And now my dad's cremains, they were mostly calcium phosphate, that being what's left over from bones and teeth, everything else having burned away, gone up the exhaust pipe as smoke. All I had to do to keep my promise was open the case, use a stray probe to puncture the cardboard box and the bag underneath that, and sift some of those alkaline ashes down into the acid currently being stopped in its tracks by the climate-controlled display case. Just like was supposed to happen, probably taking into account the butter and pork grease and tears and sherry and cake and candle smoke and sweat and yellow and black paint and the homemade ink soaked into the pages night after night. The paper writhed the slightest bit with oh-so-heavy ashes being sifted down onto it, as if the pain of the story it had held for so long was finally being released, one ion at a time. And then I sifted more onto the next set of facing pages, and the next. Most, if not all of them, some of them crumbling at the edges just from my clumsy fingers, like waiting to transubstantiate, just like Lydia Ackerman had promised. I didn't even stop to watch the reaction. I was so sure of it, of the rightness of it, the unavoidable goodness of it. Could already see it happening in my mental rearview mirror, the individual letters of my greatest grandfather's journal separating at a nearly microscopic level, the tiniest plate tectonics. And then the sepia-tone little expanses between those words pocking with nearly invisible craters, like 100 mouths bubbling open, gasping to try to suck in some more of that good climate-controlled air, escape this slow reaction. And then those mouths opened slightly wider, and then wider yet. A choir singing in this little glass church. And even if those pages don't quite decompose into table salt like a Bible story, still, just the slight weight of my father's ashes will have been enough to punch the letters out. This 100-year-old journal, by the time I was pulling out of the parking lot, might look okay to Lydia Ackerman through the glass, but it had to have less integrity than the Dead Sea Scrolls. Only it won't be handled that carefully, that expensively. On my way out, because of my academic credentials, I had been able to talk my way to a computer terminal on the first floor to send a fast email to my chair about a family situation. Deleting all the images in the directory I was co-owner of was easy as anything, since I was on the same network it was. Why not trust my administrative presence there? There may be more copies, I don't know, but without anything physical, they're just Photoshop curiosities now. And anyway, a name like Bocarn on a story with monsters like this in it? Respectable scholars are supposed to take this seriously? Not if they care about their precious jobs, their vaunted tenure. This is what I wanted to tell the Indian down there, because I needed him to know that this could be over between me and him now. But all I really had to show him to prove that was a giant prairie dog head pulled off a 173-year-old Lutheran pastor. Yes, I, the communications prof, did the math. I know how old Arthur Bocarn was when his birthday was, and how many Blackfeet the Army said died down the road from here. And I can guess that it's no accident that I'm right here where I am. Maybe that head tumbling down and down and down was enough, though. Maybe it told Goodstab what I need him to know. The reason I think maybe it was that all the way down there by the river, the bear, as he calls it, he nodded once that this was finally done, yes. And then, because I knew this is what you do. I'd just seen it in one of my dad's westerns. I held my fist up high to him in farewell, in acknowledgement, in friendship, and, his horse fighting under him from side to side, Goodstab looked up to me for long enough for me to be sure he was really seeing me, and then he turned his horse around, and I saw that the bright yellow at his knee, hanging from his saddle, it wasn't a ceremonial shield made of buffalo hide painted bright yellow. It was a hard hat, which, added together with the work gloves he'd left on my table, with the job site boots he'd been wearing when sitting there, told me who'd sniffed out your journal in the wall of that parsonage. 3 persons. I grinned, knowing this. Grinned and winced both at the same time, still holding my hand up as high as I could, waiting for him to hold his up too. But he didn't. He didn't, and he wouldn't. And he never will. Instead, he spun around, giving me his back, like his father Wolfcalf probably should have in 1806, when he encountered William Clark of the Lewis and Clark expedition on the Two Medicine, a short walk from where we were. He turned his back on me, and he fell in with his people, riding west for the Backbone. And within a few paces, the storm had folded the Nachzehrer into itself. No, not the vampire. The Blackfeet.
Acknowledgements. On a plane to California on December 1st, 2023, right after reading the opening of a friend's novella for him and making some changes to the second issue of True Believers, barely able to stay awake, but also in half a panic because I'd somehow left my wedding ring and a pair of gloves I'd taken off well before dawn, I decided to hide from all of that for at least a few minutes, so I did what I do. Opened a new file, wrote the first 3 paragraphs of what turned out to be the Buffalo Hunter. I was, at that point, nearly 2/3 through a super early version of Paul Tremblay's horror movie, A Novel, and I was maybe 2 hours shy of finishing the audiobook of Craig Johnson's Next to Last Stand. I had just turned in the last script for Earth Divers, and was in the last 2 weeks of a graduate seminar I'd led called Writing the Vampire. All of which is to say, of course I started this and no other novel, right? I wasn't expecting Etsy, though. I wasn't expecting this academic rapper at all, really. But I'm not the boss. I just run along that splintery, decrepit fence between worlds and write down what I can see from the cracks and holes along the way. I don't think this is how Tolstoy did it, no. I'd be lying if I didn't admit to jumping that fence some nights, too. I didn't grow up reading Conan the Barbarian for nothing, I mean. But I always make it home before dawn. I didn't just come up with the premise for the Buffalo Hunter in the boarding area that morning, though. It had congealed over that whole semester, talking vampires in that seminar room with a bunch of writers. And before that, I'd been thinking about vampires for years and years. Just like the werewolves and mongrels, I had a list in my head of my vampires. This was mostly just a way to make them make sense. For me to write about a thing, a monster, a creature, a person, I have to believe in them. And for me to believe in them, they have to make sense. And then, writing the Buffalo Hunter, I didn't look at that list even once. Also, to contend with, why even bother to write a vampire novel when Christopher Buehlman's The Lesser Dead is already out in the world? Seriously, that book. It's one of the great feats, right up there with D.M. Thomas's The White Hotel, Martin Amos's Time's Arrow, Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse. But, too, I was like a kid at recess just wanting to play with the same toys the rest of the... No, I am that kid. What am I even saying? At kitty corner in Stanton, Texas, about 4 years old, I always had to sit inside at the window watching the other kids outside on the fun equipment. A glass of white milk set before me on the windowsill, which I refused to drink. If I would drink it, I could go to recess like everyone else. But Blackfeet, we didn't come up milking buffalo, so as a result, a lot of us are lacking the necessary enzyme to digest the evil lactose is. Anyway, before starting the Buffalo Hunter, I was still that kid sitting in the window, watching all the other writers out there playing with vampires and having such a great time. And I wanted to play too. My heart was already out there on the jungle gym, the merry-go-round, that seesaw everyone was laughing so much to be riding. As for the title for this one, though, thank you, Maggie Howell, my editor at IDW. With Earth Divers, we decided to do one-off arcs between 1492 and 1776, and then before the last run, 1890, which meant 2 of these standalones. The first was the Ice Age, and the second, I pitched it to Maggie as the Buffalo Hunter. Maggie's enthusiastic response to this is what keyed me onto the title having something to it. We ended up scrapping that standalone, meaning I could now use that title for something else. And no longer under that Earth Divers logo, I could now nudge the pages a little to the left into the darkness, which is where the blood is. But I should slow down to say, to me, all vampire stories are time travel stories, and that this person, this monster, they're not beholden to that big hourglass anymore, are they? Just instead of a device or a magic cave, they use an infection to cross the centuries. Just as important to this novel, though, is my dad, Dennis Jones. In July 2023, I was up on the reservation with him and my sisters and all our families, and the whole time we were looking for the buffalo the tribe had just let loose, so they could be buffalo again, not fluffy cattle behind a fence. We never saw them, but the day after I had to get back to Colorado, my dad texted a snapshot he'd taken. That little herd, hanging out right under Chief Mountain. Things were connecting for me in this story, like it was surging right under my skin, looking for any way out, and fast. Or to say it in a horror way, the story was Frank under the floorboards in Hellraiser, thirsty for blood, coming together one red string at a time. As for the books in my head and my heart, Louise Erdrich's The Last Report on the Miracles at Little No Horse was and is vital for the Buffalo Hunter. But the vocabulary, Goodstab's diction, and his way of thinking, that's completely James Welch's Fool's Crow. And I just spent the spring hanging out with Lois Welch, sitting at James's desk, peeling through his old photographs and research, teaching at the school he taught at, hearing all the old stories about him. Most of the Buffalo Hunter was even written under the same super sign that was over James's desk for 30 years. But of course, snaking some vocab will only take you so far. For the rest, I'm forever indebted to Robert Hall. Dude knows the component parts of all the Blackfoot words, and it's endlessly helpful. I mean, I mess up in here and everywhere, and that's all on me. The stuff I managed to get halfway right, though, that pertains to speaking Blackfoot, I owe Robert for that. Thanks, man. You kept me straight in the Lincoln Indians, and now you've done it again, here. Also, I'd like to say it was intentional, but I was halfway through a development near the end before I realized this could very well be the result of having read and taught Rebecca Roanhorse's Welcome to Your Authentic Indian Experience. Thanks, Rebecca. And I've also got to think a novel I can't remember the title of, as it's locked in a box in my heart, never to be opened again. I found this novel in a Reader's Digest condensed book at my grandparents' house one summer when I was maybe 12, and it's got this scene forever etched on my fear wall of someone sleeping in a guest bedroom, and the painting over the bed sliding back so this long-haired woman could extend herself from that now open passage and sort of loom over the sleeper. And Percival Everett's erasure is a big part of this, too. I lived in that book 20 years ago, and I'm not sure I ever made my way out of it. The Goodstab sections of this one, what I kept asking myself was if I was doing a knockoff of my pathology, just minus the irony. And what might that mean if I didn't spread the irony on? I can't say I ever figured it out, except that it makes me wonder if the writers Everett was sending up now include me. It wasn't only books in my head and my heart, though. Very big here was the second installment of The Fly, especially that ending. Just as important was No Mercy, the South Korean crime horror movie from 2010. Without it, I probably don't get a terrible development in the Buffalo Hunter. And big thanks to Ken Burns's The American Buffalo. I hated watching that, but only because I so hate that whole long, senseless attempt at an extinction. It fueled me for this novel. It fuels me still. And of course, there's no way to avoid it. The white Buffalo, that 1977 Charles Bronson vehicle. The way Will Sampson as Crazy Horse rides that buffalo, man. I watched that movie so many times as a kid until I was right there in it. One of the very first stories I ever published even, Last Stand, Cut Bank, maybe 1997. It's got a white buffalo in it. I can't get away from them, at least in stories. In real life, I sort of feel sorry for them, as they don't get to just hang out, be normal, always have to be sacred. I miss you, Weasel Plume. Still a mystery to me how you even got that name. Of everything in this novel, I think that you getting called who Goodstab used to be is somehow the key that unlocks it all. I'll never understand the mechanism, but who cares, so long as the story opens, right? And many more thanks. Nobody writes a novel alone. Thanks to Billy Stratton for a perceptive, insightful article he wrote on the film Butcher's Crossing. Thanks to Adam Johnson for that bit about cats carrying moles indoors. I've never had a cat, but when you told me that story in grad school, Adam, I knew I was going to be using it somewhere. Thanks to Vladimir Nabokov for Bokarn's long M-dashes. I forget in which of your early translated books this happens. Could be Invitation to a Beheading. But your M-dashes, man, they get so carried away, just swooshing from left to right, like an actual hand is writing them, not a machine. I fell immediately and irrevocably in love with them. And Saga had just let me stack 2 M-dashes side by side for the length of I was a teenage slasher, so I thought that they might also let me fake these Nabokovian M-dashes. If this is still here in the acknowledgments, then that means they did let me. And thanks one more to Candace, Phineas and Ferb's intractable big sister. I never would have thought that your phrasing and intonation when leaving a scene would mark me this indelibly, but, surprise? I stole a line from the holdovers, too, I guess. Some little bit of trivia from history that I wouldn't have otherwise stumbled on. Thank you, the holdovers. Thanks also to the way Mr. Monk's Last Case, a Monk movie, ends. The instant I saw all those dead people walking behind you, Monk, I knew I was plugging that into this, which I was then writing. Had to wait until winter break to watch it so my daughter could be home from school, as we're a Monk family. Thanks to Scott Crossley, who passed not long before I started writing this. You were big on my mind, and that package of your cremains, it's buried in this book now, man. Good travels. Thanks to Coda, my son's dog of 15 years, a Great Dane mix who held on because he needed to keep his boy safe from the big scary world. I remember how it hurt for you to sit your whole life because of your hips. I gave that pain to a certain giant prairie dog in here, Coda, but I'll always see you in that scene. Thanks to the poet Paisley Reckdahl for telling me about sitting on that rise just out of Laramie in the winter to watch the big rig slide around on 80. I think I've used that in 2 books now, actually. The other one forthcoming soon here. But it imprinted on me, I guess, the way you said it. But that's what poets can do with language, isn't it? Use it like a stamp to press things into our souls. And I altered a line of Joe Lansdale's to use in here, too. Thanks, Joe, for everything. You've been a model and an exemplar for all of us for so long, man. I also stole a line from William Goldman, as we all do, whether we know it or not. Thanks, too, to Ryan Hall of Colgate. Had dinner with you years ago, and you told me you'd written a book on the Blackfeet. To write the Buffalo Hunter, I looked up your Beneath the Backbone of the World, and wow, this book, man, it's got everything, and it says it so well. And thanks, too, for all the primary research materials you sent that informed the book. They informed mine as well. Billy Stratton, thanks in the same way, for the back-when newspaper clippings, the Yellowway reports, the old letters. Without you and Ryan and Robert Hall, I don't feel like I'm standing on firm enough ground to write this novel. Guess I also stole the line, well, a construction, but pretty much the line, from Tony Early's forever amazing and perfect story, The Prophet from Jupiter. It's been one of the most important stories of my life. Thanks also to Grady Hendrix for introducing me to the term overserved. It'll never not crack me up, especially when someone who is drinking alone uses it. Thanks to a big rattlesnake I tried cooking in a pan in my friend Steve Woods' trucker dad's house when I was 17 and that dad was on the road. Not because you, this rattlesnake, tasted good, but for the way you kept rising up from the pan with your neck stump to strike at me. I had to use that in here, didn't I? I appreciate the fight you had in you, appreciate and respect. I still remember the day I shot you, too. It was when Stephen, Randy, and Jeff and me were living on whatever doves we could poach because we were on our own, had no money for groceries. So your meat might have been trouble, but it was necessary to keep on living, too. Thanks also to Kafka for the wish to be a Red Indian. That used to be the epigraph for my first novel in its dissertation stage. I guess this would be 1997? Anyway, the jealous, reverential, demeaning way you intone the term Red Indian is with me yet in this novel. Thanks to a person I won't name, too, who, while I was writing this, sort of indirectly taught me about wellness checks. Thanks also to Jesse Lawrence, the first person to read this and touch it up for me. And thanks to all the Thor comics I inhaled in 6th grade. I think I get a lot of Bokarn's addiction from you. All that verily stuff, which I had to learn the hard way, isn't how people on the playground want to be spoken to. I finally got to go to recess, yes. And thanks as always to my mountain bikes. It was December and January while I was riding this, but every day it was possible. And some that weren't that possible, I was out there on the trails in the snow, pedaling and letting this novel simmer on the back burner. Without my bike, I have no idea how I ride anything. All work and no play. We all know how that one goes, especially this close to Sidewinder. Thanks also to a car I was sitting behind in traffic one snowy day. Your vanity plate was simply SDF. This is what I type as placeholder at the end of each writing session. This left-handed flourish of a temporary farewell, always lowercase like that, and usually with some dramatic sound effects as well. Courtesy me and my need for drama. Seeing those 3 magical letters like a doorway in traffic that day, it's hard to explain. It was like the world was telling me to get home fast. Right. I did. I still am. Thank you. And when Bokarn suddenly became Lutheran in here, as I found that the Lutheran church in Miles City had been built at the right time, I did what research I could on Lutheranism, but there's just so much I don't know. However, I have known Gay Zimmerman for some 30 years now, and she's a Lutheran pastor. My big and secret plan while writing this was to send you an early draft so you could tell me what all I'm getting wrong. But then, lost my nerve. Or, I decided since there's terrible stuff happening in here, in the actual church, and since this Lutheran pastor is not exactly a sterling dude, that when asking you for details and the like, I'd also be, around the side, asking for approval, for something like permission. And that's wrong to ever ask. I'd rather be wrong like I'm sure I am in here than to put someone in that position. Still, thanks for being there, to remind me to not be that person. And I'm sure you would have read and helped with this, even though horror's not your thing. And I wish I knew if chapel was an accurate or even acceptable word. If this or that sermon or Bible part actually fits with Lutheranism, but oh well. And sure, I probably could have found the right kind of church around Boulder, gone to a service. But it wouldn't have been a 1912 service in German. And it feels weird and wrong going to someone's place of worship just to steal facts and feels and details. And I don't like feeling wrong. All of which is to say, yeah, some of the Lutheran stuff in here is probably jacked. Sorry? But if it were Catholic, Protestant, Muslim, Buddhist, it would also be wrong. The Blackfeet stuff, though, fingers crossed I can still do that anyway. This doesn't mean it was anything like easy to find the pre-glacier names for all the places Good Stab goes, but I tried. That's all you can do, finally. Try and hope. Thanks also to Francis D'Alembert for wanting to get that census right back in 1884, and to a couple of Texas Rangers who, in an early draft of 7 Spanish Angels, had learned at the feet of this guy named Dove. Thanks also to a kid named Nolan who, in his way, taught me epistolary stuff. Sorry about your dad, Nolan. This goes for you too, Tolly. Thanks as well, big time, to Amanda Rybin-Koob, librarian at CU Boulder. You connected me to special collections, to Hillary Morgan, the book and paper conservator for CU Boulder Libraries. Hillary, wow, thank you. And when I was desperate in the final hours for some chemistry help, my friend in the chair of English, William Cuskin, a medievalist who also slipped me a couple of old terms I needed, connected me to Susan Marie Hendrickson here at CU, who knows chemistry inside out and upside down. I do take dramatic liberties, but I try to play at least somewhat within the periodic table. And for hyphen usage and misusage in late 19th century and early 20th century diaries, Nicole M. Wright. You were so helpful, Nicole. Thank you forever much. How else would I know anything, other than asking my brilliant friends and colleagues? Thanks also to Ozzy for always being the first song of the playlist I wrote this novel to. You were perfect, man. I'll never hear Crazy Train without dropping back into Good Stab's story, I don't think. And thanks as ever to B.J. Robbins and Joe Monty. You each told me that Etsy's frame story, as it used to be, wasn't working, which made me have to look into that opening and closing. See at last that she wasn't just a story deliverer, she was the story. That's a big difference. And Joe, if you hadn't pushed me to make Good Stab and Bokarn's final encounter an actual confrontation, then I don't know if this novel's heart ever actually starts beating. Thanks, y'all. And thanks to Carolyn, too, who was part of these early reads, these formative suggestions. Thanks to Cameron Johnson and Rain Jones for some last-minute copy editing and proofreading saves, which you each had to cash in a lot of sleep for. Typos, man, they're survivors, aren't they? They're Superman's doomsday, surviving round after round until they finally achieve invisibility. Except for the discerning eyes of people like you. And thanks just to everyone at Saga and Simon & Schuster, from copy editing all the way to cover design, because it takes a team, a village. It's never just one person alone in a room. I'm so lucky to work with such talented people. And Christine Colella and Savannah Breckenridge, thanks so much for getting this title in front of the world's eyes, and then filling its hands with early copies, and doing so much more that I don't even know. Thanks as well to Michael Noble and everyone at Simon & Schuster Audio. Once again, your production kills it, brings it alive, makes it sound and feel amazing. And most sincere thanks to my wife, Nancy. Writing The Buffalo Hunter, it was weird for me. I felt like after The Angel of Indian Lake tore me down and made me forget all what I thought I knew, I was having to refigure out how to write a novel, like from scratch. What are they even made of? How to get from here to there? Why start at this place and not somewhere better? What to say and what to let the reader fill in? But again, as always, he kept my world running so I could hide on the page. And when I stumbled out into the bright light, like a mole delivered by Catmouth to a new world, you were always there to walk me along, teach me that it's this foot first, then that foot. Without you propping me up time and again, Nan, I've long since fallen on my face and just stayed there. Lying to myself to the floor is a pretty good place to watch the world pass by. But you keep me standing, and you stand beside me, and with you, I can walk across whatever's in front of us. There's a reason in here Good Stab never says his dead wives' names, and it's not an Indian reason. It's because it would hurt me too much to make them, her, you, that kind of real and really gone. To have to imagine standing alone out here in the elements without you. It's been what, 30+ years now? Better than 30 years since I first saw you when we were freshmen at Texas Tech. 30 years since you first threaded your hair out of your eyes and smiled at me, made me whole. And like that, we stepped forward into the future holding each other's hand, and the adventure starts all over again every day. Thank you, Nan. None of this without you. Stephen Graham Jones, Boulder, Colorado, December 1st, 2023 through February 10th, 2024.
The Buffalo Hunter was written by Stephen Graham Jones and read by Shane Ghostkeeper, Owen Teal, and Marin Ireland. It was recorded by James Allenson at 6 Degrees Music and Sound in Calgary, Alberta, Gareth Wood at the Sound Company Studios in London, Sidney Fuqua and Aidan O'Reilly at Simon & Schuster in New York City, and Aaron Garrison at Coop Studios in Boulder, Colorado. Editing, mix, and post-production by Ponderosa Post. The associate producer was Sam West. The Buffalo Hunter was produced and directed by Michael Noble. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Buffalo Hunter Hunter is available in print from Saga Press. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio. I Was a Teenage Slasher by Stephen Graham Jones. Read by Michael Crouch. The following is an excerpt from Stephen Graham Jones's I Was a Teenage Slasher. Read by Michael Crouch and Stephen Graham Jones.
It was the best of times, high school. And it was the suckiest of times, high school. Would I trade it, though? If I could unkill 6 people, not make the whole town of Lamesa, Texas, gnash their teeth and tear their clothes and have to go to funeral after funeral that searing hot July? Okay, I may be exaggerating a bit about the clothes tearing. Though I'm sure some grieving brother or friend or conscripted cousin split a seam of their borrowed sports jacket, heaving a coffin up into a hearse. And I bet a dentist or two paid their golf fees with money earned spackling the yellowy molars a whole town of restless sleepers had been grinding in their sleep, not sure if it was over, not sure if I was gone. And yeah, golf fees, I don't know. People who wear plaid pants and hit small balls aren't exactly the crowd I run with. The crowd I do run with are, well, we're the ones with black hearts and red hands, masks and machetes. And until I was 17, I never even knew about us. My name is Tolly Driver, which isn't just this grimy keyboard messing my typing up. Tolly isn't short for Tolliver, and Driver was just my dad's random last name, and probably his dad before him, and I don't know where it comes from, and even if I did, even if I had my whole family history back to some fancy mustached dude reining mules this way and that, it wouldn't change anything. In 1989, a thing happened in Lamesa, Texas. No, a thing happened to Lamesa, Texas. And to me. And to 6 people of the graduating class, some of whom I'd known since kindergarten. It also happened to my best friend Amber. She's why I'm writing this all down at last. I don't know where you are anymore, Ams. Maybe we weren't meant to ever see each other again after we were 17. In real life, I mean. Because I still see you every night. The way you were the summer between our junior and senior years. What was Cinderella's big song on the radio then? Don't know what you got till it's gone? I should have taken Kix's advice, though, and not closed my eyes. Not even once. I know now that we never should have gone to that party at Deke Masterson's, Amber. What I wouldn't give to let us just make one more round up and down the drag instead. To have sat on your tailgate at the car wash and watched classmates roll in, pile into different front seats and truck beds, and then leave again. We could have eventually eased out to our big oil tank on the east side of town, done the 2-straw thing with our 1,000th syrupy Dr. Pepper from the town and country, and watched the meteors scratch light into the sky, then fizzle into lonelier and lonelier sparks, each of us holding our breath, not having to say anything. When I look back, that's how I see us best. In the last moments before we turned right on Bryan Street, the slope out to Deke's on the north side of town, the richy rich houses. I'm riding shotgun in your little rabbit truck, with the bucket seat that slid forward on its rails every time you braked, conking my head on the windshield. You stopped short a lot that summer. And me, I laughed until thin blood sheeted down my face, until it outlined my mouth, until it was dripping off my chin like I'd been bathing in it. Don't look at me like that, please. That's not who I really was. That's just what I ended up doing. I was a teenage slasher. Yeah, okay. I said it. And it wasn't because my career placement test told me what I was. And it wasn't because I'd been harboring secret resentment since 6th grade about some traumatic prank. It was because I had, and still live with, a peanut allergy. How's that for motivation? Tolly Driver's rage built over the years, seeing his classmates eat trail mix with apparent impunity, until it finally simmered over, resulting in a swath of destruction 4 days long and 6 bodies deep. That's the 60 Minutes version of me, if the world had cared enough about Lamesa, Texas to even notice. Or maybe I'm more 2020 material. An unassuming high school junior, slight of build, academically unexceptional, recently deprived of his father, woke one morning to see the world through different eyes, worse eyes, more dangerous eyes, and the people around him paid the price. That part about the people around me paying the price gets it right anyway, doesn't it? Don't say anything. I know you paid for being my friend, Amber, big-plumed innocent. You stood by me when everyone else would have cut me down. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and then you saved my life. And now I don't even know where you are. If you're happy, if you're not, if you also think about that party out at Deke's. I do wish we'd never gone. In some ways, though, I guess I'm sort of still there. It's July 14th, 1989, and my forehead's just bouncing back from the windshield of a 7-year-old Volkswagen pickup. You'd think that a sudden conk like that might blot out the previous few seconds, since what's important right after impact is reeling around, dealing with the shock, assessing the damage, trying to decide whether to laugh or cry. Except first, what I was already saying. This was nothing new for me that summer. Any brain damage I was to suffer from repetitive whacks to the forehead, I'd probably already suffered it. Second, in retrospect, I kind of deserved it. There I was, not 24 inches from the girl I was too stupid to even consider. And like the idiot I was, I'd just said another girl's name. Stace Goodkin. Not just said it either. Like talking about someone I'd seen eat a chili dog in one long bite at the drive-in last weekend. No, I'd sort of intoned Stace's name. My voice swooning and swanning, my eyes going all unfocused, my head resting back on my neck because I was slack, delirious, smitten. Okay, I'm overselling it a bit, sure, but it was all in good fun, at least until Amber couldn't take it anymore. Brought me back down to earth by hauling that trusty emergency brake up with her right hand, whipping my head forward into that windshield that hadn't cracked before, didn't crack then, and still whole and intact nearly 18 years later, in that great junkyard in the sky foreign cars get retired to. Ha, 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 I drawled out, rubbing between my eyebrows with the heel of my hand, even though the point of impact had been dead center of my forehead. She used to babysit you, Amber said with that kind of incredulity that's just a shade away from our age. She wasn't wrong. When I was 4 and Stace Goodkin was 5, she'd evidently been so much more mature and responsible and trustworthy than me that her mom and my mom had agreed that she could look after me for an hour or two, when the two of them needed to be somewhere they could smoke cigarettes and drink coffee without either of their husbands listening in. Can you fall in love at 4 years old? Probably not. Maybe with a dog, or an ice cream cone, or a cartoon. What I think I did fall in love with, though, at kind of a pre-thinking level, was being Stace's doll to dress up, to spoon applesauce to play Operation with. I'm pretty sure she let me win at hide-and-seek back then, even. I would get better with the hiding and the seeking, of course. Like killer good. And I suppose Operation was a sort of training for me as well, a first look into the endless wonders just under the skin of a human body. And I should have said this earlier, right up front. This computer doesn't know italics, so expect some underlines. But Deke's party. Deke had graduated 2 years before, was just home from college, A&M, if that tells you what you need to know, and his parents were in Vegas for the weekend, on their 4th or 5th honeymoon, because they were always breaking up. Mix a pony keg into this situation, and take into consideration that Deke was his parents' golden boy, could do no wrong, would never get his truck taken away or anything, and automatic party, right? She's probably not even here, Romeo, Amber said, twisting the rabbit's ignition back. The diesel 4-banger clattered and coughed. Would take 30 seconds to die all the way down, which was a thing I always respected about it, that it would try to hang on even when it was already a lost cause. Amber followed up calling me Romeo with batting her eyes coquettishly, and the way I got her back for slamming my head into her windshield was to grab the stick shift, tip the transmission up into gear, no clutch, which is a thing you either have to time or be lucky for. The truck lurched forward a jolt. Amber screeched, and the silver feather earring she'd had her head tilted over to put in slipped down her palm, vaulted off the heel of her hand, and glimmered down into the floorboard and the no-man's land under her bucket seat. Unlike on my side, her dad had wrapped some bad idea tangle of baling wire back and forth from rail to rail, locking her seat at exactly the right place for her, but also turning the space under her seat into a rat's nest of snaggy metal. "Those are the ones my mom gave me?" Amber shrieked. "That her mom gave her? Are you trying to ruin my whole family, Tall? What?" "Here," I said, turning sideways to jam the blade of my fingers under her seat, which was when I noticed the forehead blood on my palm. Had to stop to inspect it, follow it up to the red starburst on the backside of the windshield. "Trying to ruin my family?" I said back quieter, holding my hand higher up into the moonlight. "Trying to save the world from any more of you, more like," Amber said with a devious grin, and leaned against the steering wheel to shove her own hand down under the front of her seat, closing her eyes to let her fingers see better. 90 careful seconds later, all she came back with was a nick in her index finger. "Not saying you didn't deserve that," I told her. "And I'd like to say that the reason we didn't press our blood together in the cab right then was that in 1989 we were scared of AIDS, but, okay, I'll admit it. I'd never even gotten close to first base with anybody but myself. Amber either. Our dance cards weren't exactly stacked with scratched-out names, I mean, and our bedposts didn't have any notches in them. We're just as virgin as we were. Not saying our blood was necessarily clean. We'd both grown up on well water that left our teeth cottonfield brown like everybody else's. But I guess maybe we already felt sort of like brother and sister. No playground ceremonies necessary. So now I get lockjaw great, she said, sucking her finger. That's your Indian earring, right? I asked her, never sure how to say it exactly. Amber held up the one she still had, said, "My granddad made it?" And the question mark in her tone wasn't because she wasn't sure who hammered that silver into a feather all those generations back. It was because, like she was always telling me, anything she had, her backpack, her truck, her basketball, if it was hers, then it was Indian. Got it? "Tomorrow," I told her. "I'll dig it out tomorrow." "Another Tolly promise?" "How do you even know you're going to have a daughter to give those earrings to?" "Boys can't wear earrings?" "Boy George," I offered pretty weakly. I only knew him from music videos. "Yeah, we need more of you," Amber said, standing. I stood into the night, breathed its cleanness in. If you think I don't miss Texas, well, the moment we were in, it was like we were standing in the bottom of a giant hollow pincushion, and somebody had the lights on bright in whatever room we were in. And I guess there were coyotes yapping outside that room's window, I don't know. There were around Deke's house on the north side of town, anyway. "She's probably not even here?" I quoted back to Amber, about all the cars and trucks parked up and down the road, even one old farmall tractor. "Everybody's here, Ams." "DUI's waiting to happen," Amber muttered and hip-checked her door shut. "Not her," I said back, getting all dreamy and wistful again, which Amber couldn't say anything about because it was true. No way would Stace Goodkin be one of the inebriated weaving home. No way would she be riding with someone like that either. I would say she was one of the good ones, the straight and narrow seniors, but it's more like she was the only one. She had never been in the back 2 rows of the Skyview, or pulled up to Spurlocks with a bow, as my mom would have said it. And any time future farmers of America and future homemakers of America took a bus trip together, she always stayed in the hotel room she'd been assigned, running flashcards by herself, politely declining all the guys leaning in her doorway like a movie poster, tipping their heads out to the parking lot, where all the rights of adulthood were waiting. Those guys were football stars and tractor dealership inheritors and youth group lifers, the kings of Lamesa High, but they never had a chance. Not with Stace Goodkin. I figured the kid she used to babysit might, though. You think big thoughts when you're 17. Big, stupid thoughts. Don't let me tell you that Deke's party had a moment of silence when Tolly Driver and Amber Dennison walked through its bat-wing doors either. First, it was just a normal front door. Nothing dramatic and Old West about it. Second, and I should say this about myself, not about Amber, no need to pull her down with me. I mean, any more than I already have. But second, I wasn't that big of a deal yet, I guess you could say. There was no reason for everybody to stop what they were doing, clock my entrance. Everybody knew who I was, of course, but that's just because we'd all been together since elementary, pretty much. By high school now, everybody had my number. I was the reason snack time in second grade always involved gummy treats and round crackers and cheese. Never almonds or walnuts or peanuts or anything sesame seed adjacent. Tolly might have a reaction. Nurse Lampkin would be there special on day one to say in her hushed voice, somehow making eye contact with every kid in class so they got the life or deathness of this. Translation, Tolly might spasm and foam at the mouth and pee his pants and then suffocate. And you'd all have to watch and remember it forever. I don't mean to define myself by my allergy. Everybody's got something, plenty have worse. I'm not complaining. But when that's the first time you become aware of me, I have to figure it's kind of like the lens you always see me through. Anyway, I'd been busy trying to shake that handle with care thing by always slamming cup after red cup of whatever the spiked punch was at the party, by always jumping off the hayride at its fastest, never caring where or how I landed. And everybody knew it was me who had dragged the sharp teeth of a wide-open stapler, the staples were all bunched up in the mouth, down the wall of lockers on the way to the gym, gouging the metal deeper than the janitor's paint could fill in. My big plan to not be so fragile had been working, too. Until my dad, close enough to town to sneak home for a surprise lunch, tried to pass a knifing rig just north of Stanton and met another tractor head-on, which was the joke I wasn't supposed to know about. He met the John Deere head-on, and it took his head right off. Now, so far as Lamisa was concerned, I had so many fragile stickers on me I was pretty much a mummy. People were sorry. Was there anything they could do? Their uncle died 3 years ago. That road should be wider, and on and on. As for Amber, I'd heard the upperclassmen say she had potential if she wasn't so dark, and then maybe take a second look anyway when she passed in the hall. But she was also the girl who'd dipped freshman year, and she was having a hard time living that down. It hadn't been because she was especially kicker or anything, though. The reason she'd started dipping was to guilt her army brother into quitting Copenhagen, because she didn't want him dying from mouth cancer. And it worked. He's probably out there saving the world right now. But still, as far as high school was concerned, she still had those wet black flecks on her teeth, was still and forever going to be carrying a clawed-open Dr. Pepper can around to string teal-colored lines of spit down into. We were sort of outcasts together, you could say, on the outside looking in. But stand at that tall chain-link fence long enough, peering through those metal diamonds, and the hand you have hooked up higher than your head might nudge into someone else's. And then the two of you can maybe nod, don't even have to say anything. I miss you, Ams. And I'm so sorry for everything that's about to happen here. What I wouldn't give to ride in your little joke of a truck just one more time. These steps were taken through Deke's front door, though. They're in slow motion, I'm thinking. And they're so fucking heavy, aren't they? All of West Texas is shaking each time one of our feet comes down on the tiles of Deke's entryway. Owls are fluttering down from circle systems, their wings cupping the air. Prairie dogs are looking up to their crumbling ceilings. Porch lights are trembling, dogs are barking, and old Grandma is looking at the water her teeth are in, because it's shaking. "Shut the damn door!" Lance O'Brien yelled over the music to us, remember? At least I think it was Lance. His dad was an auction caller on the weekends, so always brought his loud voice home, or his bullhorn deafened ears. Either way, Lance could boom it out, was always the one to call plays on the football field Friday nights. I swallowed hard, stopped in my tracks, shut that damn door. "There she is, lover boy!" Amber said to me about 50 times louder than I wanted her to. She was right. Stace Goodkin was leaned back against the breakfast counter dividing the kitchen from the living room, and she was earnestly, of course earnestly, listening to some fascinating story Kim Jones was pretty much acting out for her, because words couldn't contain whatever this was. "Hey, Stace!" Amber called across the living room, coming up onto her toes and waving, so that not only Stace had to look over, but the whole party did. "Amber?" Stace said, holding her hand up to put Kim Jones on pause, politely. "Look who's here," Amber said, and did that magician thing where she flourished around, presenting me in all my skinny awkwardness. "Tolly, Tolly, Tolly Driver," Deke said from the kitchen and stepped in. "Didn't even know you knew about this little shindig, Hoss." Hoss was from the new football coach. All his players and former players were using it now. "We can," I sputtered back to Deke, making to step back out into my proper place. "He's cool," Stace said, though. And after what seemed to me like the longest-held breath, Deke shrugged about me, said, "Let the libations flow, then." Then Amber and me stepped down into the party proper. Kim Jones picked her can't-believe-it story up again, and if the next part's going to make sense, I need to explain about Deke and his crew, I guess. And Justin Jaws.